Chapter 1733. To plead with the world Senior Shui Wu, Senior Shan Wu, Heaven Touch Great Sage, Ancestor Tai Yen, Yuman Yun, and the others wore stern expressions. They could sense that Lin Ling was like a terrifying volcano that was about to erupt at any second. Lin Ling was a grateful person. If someone had done him a favor, he would repay it with gusto. However, his benefactor had died in his territory. How could Lin Ling not be angry? How could he not feel guilty? Before father died, he left behind a life token, but it was broken. We didn't hear the details, but we vaguely heard two words, Yun He. Ling Shan's eyes were red as she spoke each word slowly. At this moment, she was looking at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling was her family and the only mountain that supported her. Who is Yun He? Lin Ling's voice became even deeper. Yun He? Could it be Lord Cloud Crane? The crowd's gazes turned to Lord Yun He, especially Lord Pu and Lord Shui Wu. Their expressions were extremely cold. Nonsense. Venerable Si Kaming went to the north of Xianpeng province a month ago to hunt down West Emperor Zhang Luochen. Unfortunately, he was killed. His death had nothing to do with me. Lord Cloud Crane frowned, as if he had been greatly wronged. He bitterly said, Ling Shan, because my son didn't approve of your marriage with my son, you insist on framing me? What? Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and the others' expressions changed drastically. There was actually such a secret? Lord Yun He is right. Ling Shan likes Lord Yun He's young master, Yun Mengling. However, young master Yun is only 15 years old. He doesn't want to make a decision too soon when it comes to love, so he rejected Ling Shan. However, Ling Shan seems to have been traumatized by this before. In addition to her high status in the rainforest, she flew into a rage out of humiliation and threatened to destroy young Master Yun. Lord Lin Ling, we can all testify to this. Many voices came from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, other than the cultivators, even the commoners on the streets were talking, as if this matter was indeed true. Mistress Shui Wu and the others became silent. If it was Mistress Cloud Crane's words, then they wouldn't believe it. But now that the common people were saying it, then they naturally believed it. Venerable Si Kaming died tragically in order to protect his hometown. He was a man with a heroic spirit and a heart of steel. But he's already dead. We feel sorry for him, but there's nothing we can do to change it. A 90-year-old old man walked out and said. He looked extremely benevolent, and when he spoke, his eyes were moist. Lord Lin Ling, we should erect a statue of Venerable Si Kaming. He is the hero of Xianpeng province. The remnants of Zhang Luochen's faction must be killed without mercy. Many people shouted as if they believed that Venerable Si Kaming had been killed by West Emperor Zhang Luochen. Extreme Flame Ancestor and the others had tears in their eyes. Venerable Si Kaming's death was indeed heroic. Everyone sighed softly. Only Ling Shan's eyes were red. She was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. These people were twisting right and wrong. Most importantly, everyone on the street agreed with Mistress Cloud Crane's words, making it difficult for her to defend herself. Ling Shan, your father is already dead. You have to accept reality. Perhaps you've suffered too many setbacks in your life, but you have to be strong. From now on, you're my daughter. I'll treat you like how your father treated you. Mistress Cloud Crane said softly to Ling Shan. Her character made many people nod their heads. No, it's not like that. Ling Shan. Ling Shan kept trying to explain, but unfortunately, no one could hear her at this moment. Her words were obviously weak. You've suffered too much, causing you to speak incoherently. Men, bring Ling Shan to my house and treat her well. She will slowly recover. Mistress Cloud Crane sighed softly, her face filled with heartache. Ling Shan bit her lips until they were bleeding, but she didn't seem to feel it. They had never seen such a despicable person. Even Mistress Aqua Mist and Mistress Pooh believed Mistress Cloud Crane's words. After all, they had been around for a long time and knew that Mistress Cloud Crane was a good person. Instantly, they all spoke up for Mistress Cloud Crane, believing that Ling Shan had suffered too much of a shock, causing her to lose her mind. Mistress Cloud Crane still revealed a heartache after seeing so many people supporting her. However, a cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Clearly, he was extremely shrewd and had already prepared for this unexpected event. It's not like that. Why won't you listen to me? Stop. Ling Shan was still shouting, but no one could hear her. Mistress Cloud Crane waved her hand, ordering people to bring Ling Shan away. Enough. However, at this moment, an angry roar suddenly rang out, causing the crowd to instantly fall silent. They looked at the person who spoke and saw Lin Ling standing there quietly. His pitch-black eyes were still cold and emotionless. Ling Shan, you're too bold. You think you're Lin Ling's benefactor, so you're unruly and domineering. Now that you've angered Mistress Lin Ling, you should obediently apologize. Many people immediately shouted angrily. They thought that Lin Ling was angry at Ling Shan. Although you're Lin Ling's benefactor, Mistress Lin Ling has already repaid your kindness. Go back and recuperate immediately. Don't delay, Mistress Lin Ling. Enough. Mistress Shan Wu also walked over, wanting to help Ling Shan leave. Get lost. Enough. However, at this moment, Lin Ling roared again. He took a step forward and fiercely punched out. Rumble. Mistress Shan Wu seemed to have been struck by lightning. She flew along the street and penetrated a large number of buildings. The crowd immediately fell silent. What had happened? Mistress Lin Ling actually attacked Mistress Shan Wu? Speak. How did Venerable Si Calming die? Enough. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling stared at Mistress Yun He and coldly spat out a sentence. This sentence caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Lin Ling was suspecting Mistress Yun He? Mistress Lin Ling, I've already said that Venerable Si Calming died at the hands of the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen. Mistress Yun He was agitated, as if she had been greatly wronged. You have 2 more chances to speak the truth. If you miss these 2 chances, I'll make you wish you were dead. Enough. Lin Ling's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. His cold eyes stared at Mistress Yun He. Plop. Mistress Yun He immediately knelt down. Mistress, if you want me to die, I'm willing to hand over my life. However, I hope that you won't slander me. I, Yun He, have lived a pure life. I don't want to leave behind a bad name after death. Enough. After saying this, he stretched out his right hand and fiercely slapped his own head. No. Enough. Mistress Shui Wu's expression changed. She turned into a cloud and appeared beside Mistress Yun He, quickly saving him. Plop. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of people on the street all knelt down. Mistress Lin Ling, please investigate the truth and don't wrongly accuse Mistress Yun He. Mistress. Chapter 1734. Crazy orders. Lord Yunhe treats us like family. He's really doing this for Xianpeng province. Lord Lin Ling, don't wrong a good person because of other people's slander. Yes. The 90-year-old white-haired old man said with tears streaming down his face. Beside him was a 5- or 6-year-old child, who was also crying and begging for mercy. At this moment, it was as if the whole world was begging for mercy. Even Lord Yunhe was moved to tears. Lin Ling, I'm afraid there's more to this than meets the eye. Seeing such a sensational scene, Ancestor Taiyan walked to Lin Ling's side. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would be lenient. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling remained expressionless. His lips curled into a cold smile. A trick of self-injury? One must know that he had long felt that there was a mole hiding in the rainforest's sacred land. This time, he came back to pull out the mole. Otherwise, he would be in danger at any time if he stayed by his side. However, he didn't expect to encounter such a scene. You still have a chance to speak. Yes. Lin Ling spat out coldly. Domineering and ruthless. Boom. Everyone who knelt raised their heads, their hearts thundering. Lin Ling still didn't believe Lord Yunhe. Could it be that even they didn't believe him? Lord Lin Ling, you're going against the righteousness of the world. If you want to kill Lord Yunhe, at least give the world a reason. Otherwise, it's not good for your leadership of Xianpeng province. Moreover, if you really want to kill Lord Yunhe, then kill me first. In the past, it was Lord Yunhe who persuaded me to turn over a new leaf and follow Lord Lin Ling. Yes. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Lord Shan Wu was kneeling toward Lin Ling, carrying his heavy injuries. His loyalty shocked the world. Finally, he knelt in front of Lin Ling and kowtowed repeatedly. You just said that if I want to kill Lord Yunhe, then I'll kill you first? Lin Ling lowered his head and looked at Lord Xianwu, his voice indifferent. That's right. Lord Yunhe is a righteous man. I am willing to die for him. Xianwu Darren raised his head and said, his face showing the expression of a martyr. At this moment, many people were moved by Lord Xianwu's sentiments. They believed that Lord Yunhe had been wrongly accused. After all, to be able to make a subordinate die for him, this showed that Lord Yunhe's character was indeed admirable. Boom. However, just as this thought surfaced in their minds, Lin Ling's palm slammed down. Lord Xianwu's entire body turned into minced meat. His flesh exploded, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The fresh blood even splattered onto Lin Ling's face. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a demon king from the ghost domain. Previously, Lord Xianwu had wanted to pull out all the people of the world to speak together so that Lin Ling would hesitate to kill Lord Lin Ling. However, he knew that his calculations were wrong. Lin Ling still attacked. Everyone was terrified. In their hearts, Lin Ling was like a noble saint who held up the sky. But now, their view of Lin Ling had changed, and so had their image. Lord Lin Ling, you are Xianping Province's #1 king. You are so cruel and merciless. You will chill everyone's hearts. If you want to kill Lord Yunhe, at least show us evidence. The 90-year-old elder said with a frown. The crowd echoed, as if saying that Lin Ling was a tyrant. Ha ha, ha ha. However, when the crowd pointed and whispered, Lin Ling looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter carried a crazy killing intent, and even a towering rage. First, I am not a king, nor do I want to be one. I do not have any restrictions. Second, you are the ones who sought refuge with me. I did not ask you to come, so don't think that the one who wins the people's hearts wins the world. This principle is useless to me. Third, in this world strength is #1. I am the strongest in Xianpeng Province, so I only need to suspect Lord Yunhe. That is enough. Yes. So, evidence? Do I need any evidence? Yes. His cold voice was like thunder, causing everyone's expression to change dramatically. Even Lord Yunhe's pupils constricted. He knew that Lin Ling would suspect him, but he had a way to deal with it. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so domineering and not play by the rules. He did not intend to listen to what everyone had to say, and did as he pleased. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his expression cold. You have one more chance to speak. This time, you have to answer me. Who ordered you to do this? Yes. Lord Lin Ling, please reconsider. After his voice fell, several figures appeared in front of Lin Ling. They were all protecting Lord Yunhe, not letting Lin Ling get close. They were also pleading for mercy. Lord Lin Ling, please investigate thoroughly before making a decision. If you want to touch Lord Yunhe, then you will have to step over my dead body. Yes. The person at the front was the 90-year-old elder. I have no interest in stepping over your dead body. Humph. However, Lin Ling did not give him any face and punched out. Boom. The powerless elder was blown apart by the punch. This time, everyone was even more shocked. One must know that Lin Ling hated bullying the weak, but now he was bullying the weak. He even killed an ordinary elder. Humph. Those who were standing in front of Lord Cloud Crane felt their hearts rumble. The trick of injuring oneself to gain sympathy is useless against me, and the rules of the world are even more useless against me. Humph. Lin Ling stepped forward again and punched out. Boom. Another person died, and the whole world fell silent. Lord Yunhe's pupils trembled fiercely. This was what it meant to be domineering. If he suspected you, he would attack directly. No one could stop him. I don't care if you were wrongly accused or if you are a parasite hiding around me, but Venerable Sea Calming is my benefactor. His death cannot be in vain. Even if the Deacon Palace of the mortal world were here, I would still dare to kill him. Humph. Venerable Sea Calming was a righteous man, but he died here. His death was an unjust one. Damn. I, Lin Ling, regret not taking Venerable Sea Calming to Shenhuang Dayu. I regret it so much. Damn. Following Lin Ling's footsteps, people were killed wherever he went. However, everyone could hear Lin Ling's painful and regretful voice. Yu Man Yun and the others even saw that the indomitable man's eyes were wet and tears were dripping down. The man was regretting. His brother, his benefactor, had died just like that. How could he not regret it? Yu Man-yun and the others' hearts trembled violently, and their eyes became moist. Lin Ling had shed blood and tears. This was their man. Kill. Kill them all. If you don't talk, I will kill until you talk. Use their heads as a sacrifice to Venerable Si Calming. Damn! Lin Ling's voice was like thunder as he issued a crazy order. Kill. Kill. The starry left court palace and the blazing right court palace were Lin Ling's subordinates. They only listened to one person in their lives, and that was Lin Ling. However, they didn't care about right or wrong, good or evil. Lord Yun-hee, what should we do now? Kill. Chapter 1735. When a king is angry, millions of corpses will fall. This Lin Ling is really crazy. Yes. Lord Yun-hee also stood up and roared, Lin Ling, king of Xianpang province, I didn't expect you to be so cruel and heartless. From now on, I, Lord Yun-hee, will no longer be your subordinate. Everyone, listen up. If you stay in the rainforest, you will be killed by Lin Ling sooner or later. Why not follow me? Yes. He obviously wanted to bewitch more people. Unfortunately, other than his hundreds of thousands of people, the others didn't move. They looked at them coldly. Although they didn't know if Lord Yun-hee was a traitor, they still believed in Lin Ling. Kill. Yes. Finally, everyone shouted angrily. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Kill. Yes. Lord Yun-hee saw that his plot had been exposed. He didn't care about his face anymore. At this moment, he also shouted ferociously. At the same time, he wanted to escape. Kill. Yes. The first civil war in the rainforest's history broke out. The sky, the ground, and everywhere was filled with killing. You actually held the divine weapon given by Lord Lin Ling and used it to kill your own people. Traitor, die. Yes. You sit in a high position, but without Lin Ling, would you have all of this? Yes. At this point, the crowd had already guessed that Lord Yun-hee didn't treat his people like his children. If he really treated his people like his children, he wouldn't have resisted. Instead, he would have been killed by Lin Ling openly. But obviously, Lord Yun-hee didn't dare to do so. The most infuriating thing was that Lin Ling protected those martial artists, and those martial artists also shared the divine weapon. However, they wanted to harm Lin Ling insidious, extremely insidious. Kill. Yes. More and more experts from the rainforest's sacred land moved out. Lord Yun-hee's expression changed drastically. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Kill Lin Ling and be titled Celestial Emperor. Lord Yun-hee roared angrily. He then quietly retreated, turned into clouds, and dissipated on the ground. He was afraid, so he had to leave this place immediately. Kill. Under Lord Yun-hee's command, 120,000 of the 180,000 experts were killed in a short period of time. The remaining people no longer had the will to fight. They all knelt on the ground and looked at the corpses on the street, their hearts trembling violently. When a king is enraged, millions of corpses will fall. This was the only thought in their minds. Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu, and the others surrounded them with extremely cold expressions. They glanced around and immediately discovered that Lord Yun-hee had disappeared. This made them even more furious because they believed in Lord Yun-hee. But who would have thought that Lord Yun-hee was actually a traitor? What a cunning Lord Cloud Crane. Did he escape? Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others had also guessed what had happened. At this moment, they were all furious. Bang! At this moment, a figure fell from the sky, causing the ground to crack. Everyone looked over and found that it was Lord Yun-hee. At this moment, his face was pale, and it was unknown how many of his bones had been broken. Everyone looked at the sky again and suddenly found that Lin Ling had appeared in the sky. Obviously, Lord Yun-hee wanted to escape, but Lin Ling caught him and brought him back. Why did you kill Venerable Si Calming? Who told you to do it? In the sky, Lin Ling walked down like a god of death. Lord Yun-hee's body trembled violently. He suddenly recalled Venerable Si Calming's words, "Don't provoke Lin Ling, otherwise, you will regret it." Now, he finally understood the meaning of those words. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be smarter than he thought. He didn't fall for the trap at all. Most importantly, he did things his own way and didn't play by the rules. After all, Which king would dare to kill more than 100,000 people based on suspicion? Haha, kill me. As long as I'm dead, you will never know the answer. Come. Lord Yun, he was worthy of being a fierce and ruthless character. At this moment, he was unyielding. He wanted to see Lin Ling's angry expression because Lin Ling wanted to know the answer, but he wouldn't say it. Bring out all of Lord Yun he's family members. Lin Ling's eyes were emotionless as he coldly shouted. A moment later, a large number of people were brought out. Among them were Lord Yun he's son, grandson, wife, and even his second wife. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold as he walked towards Lord Yun he's son. Lord Yun he's eyes narrowed. What are you trying to do? He suddenly panicked. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to see his descendants die in front of him. I'll do whatever you want to see. Lin Ling's smile was bloodthirsty as he grabbed Lord Yun he's son. A flame burned out of his right hand, but it didn't burn his entire body. Instead, it passed through Lord Yun's skin and burned his bones. Ah! Lord Yun immediately let out a painful cry, his face contorting. Lin Ling, you're the devil. Roar! Lord Yun he roared, but Lin Ling smiled again. He reached out his left hand and brought Lord Yun he's grandson over. Similarly, he grabbed the child's arm and burned his bones. Tear Lord Yun he's wives into pieces. Lin Ling said coldly. Ruthless. Lin Ling would let Lord Yun he see who was more ruthless. You won't talk? Fine, let's see how long you can endure. No. Lord Yun he's heart ached. He let out a ferocious roar. I'll talk, I'll talk. He compromised. He was completely afraid of Lin Ling. He understood Venerable Si Kongming's words even more now. Don't provoke Lin Ling, because he couldn't afford to. I'm from the prestigious Yun family. I received orders to infiltrate the rainforest and assassinate you. Venerable Si Kongming was your confidant, so I told him to poison you with wine. Who knew that Venerable Si Kongming would be so unyielding? He drank the wine himself and then exploded his dantian. Originally, as long as you didn't suspect me, I could have slowly found the next person to kill you. But you suspected me and attacked me right away, causing my plan to fail. My plan failed, Lord Yun he said. Many people's expressions changed, especially Lord Watermist and the others. They were filled with guilt. Before, they had believed Lord Yun he and even pleaded for mercy on his behalf. For a moment, they didn't dare to look at Lin Ling. Their guilt grew even stronger. Boom! At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned red. Terrifying flames erupted from his body. Between his hands, Lord Yunha's son and grandson were immediately incinerated into nothingness, leaving only two heads for Lin Ling to grab. Lin Ling, I already told you why you killed my son. Lord Cloud Crane cried out in pain. Was his bloodline going to die? You're in pain. You're regretting it. Let me tell you, not only are they going to die, their souls will never enter the cycle of reincarnation. I want their souls to be eternally tortured. Lin Ling laughed madly. He grabbed a head with both hands, but his soul force transformed into a terrifying hand that grabbed the two souls, preventing them from entering the cycle of reincarnation. The two souls were Lord Cloud Crane's son and grandson. Whip. His soul force transformed into a whip that ruthlessly lashed at the two souls. The souls were forced to reveal their true forms, and their cries of pain rang out incessantly. It must be known that a soul injury was more painful than a physical injury. How terrifying! Those under Lord Yun he's command all trembled. Chapter 1736. Men don't cry easily. You're the one who killed them. When you killed Venerable Si Kongming, did you ever think about his descendants? Besides, the Holy Land of the Rainforest treated you like a family member and you betrayed us. When you did all that, did you think about your descendants? Lin Ling let out a cold shout. Execute all of Lord Yunha's relatives, he growled again. Said Lin Ling coldly. This world was heartless. Everyone was making plans for themselves, including Lord Cloud Crane. However, he was the loser. If Lin Ling was the loser, more people would die. Therefore, Lin Ling wouldn't be merciful. Who is the mastermind behind this? Tell me, and I'll scatter their souls so they won't have to suffer anymore. Said Lin Ling icily. It's Shen Yuan Jiu Tian, it's Ji Meng Ling, it's the Shen Yuan clan and the Ji clan who want to kill you. It's the Yungu Celestial Deus. Champion University is also watching. Master Yunhe's voice was getting lower and lower. He couldn't fight back anymore. Fwap! Lin Ling released his soul strength and the two souls in the sky turned into ashes. Lin Ling walked towards Master Yunhe, step by step. Finally, he stopped in front of Master Yunhe and looked at him icily. "Kill me," said Master Yunhe. Lord Cloud Crane said. He knew that he would not be able to escape death. "I will kill you, but I won't let you die. I want you to kneel down and worship the Hai Ding Zun cultivator forever," said Master Yunhe. Lin Ling spat out a sentence and punched out, turning Lord Yunhe's body into dust, leaving only a head. However, Lin Ling immediately poured out the spirit water from the void mystic gourd to protect Lord Yunhe from dying. In the end, only a head was left. "Put all the heads together and offer sacrifices to the Hai Ding Zun cultivator," said Master Yunhe. Said Lin Ling coldly. He turned around and left. "Your Excellency, we know we were wrong. We're subordinates. How could we go against Master Yunhe's orders? We're innocent," said Master Yunhe. On the ground, the martial artists kneeling on the ground all cried out. They were filled with regret and fear. They hadn't thought that Eastern Sage Lin Ling's anger would be so terrifying. They had always been under Lin Ling's protection. They thought that Lin Ling treated his family and friends well, so they did whatever they wanted and were lawless. However, they now knew that Lin Ling's other side was so fierce that he could be called a killing god. If they became friends, they could go to heaven. If they became enemies, they could go to hell. "Kill them all. Hai Ding Zun cultivator," said Master Yunhe. Lin Ling did not even look at them as he coldly spat out a sentence. "Your Excellency, Master Yunhe." Those martial artists all kowtowed. The power of faith in their hearts had vanished into thin air. In the face of absolute strength, any faith was useless. Unfortunately, there was no turning back in life. Since he had made a mistake once, he would use his entire life to make up for it. Die! Die! The entire sacred rainforest and Xianpeng province were watching Lin Ling kill hundreds of thousands of people in a fit of rage. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were everywhere. Dong Zun Lin Ling is so scary. That's right. That's the real Dong Zun. Anyone who offended him or betrayed him will be killed. That's right. Good. Cruel and unscrupulous people must be killed. That's right. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd shouted excitedly. The stench of blood permeated the streets. Hundreds of thousands of human skulls were piled up on the streets. It was a ghastly sight. The skulls were almost 10 meters tall, and at the highest point of the skulls was Lord Yunhe's head. The most terrifying thing was that he was still alive. He looked at everything in front of him with eyes full of pain. Behind the tower of human heads was a memorial tablet. It looked like an indomitable man. It was Venerable Hai Ding's memorial tablet. Hundreds of thousands of human heads were piled up to pay homage to Venerable Hai Ding. Crazy! Crazy! Martial artists from other regions in Xianpeng province couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene from afar. Behind the memorial tablet, hundreds of millions of people were kneeling. They looked at the man kneeling in front of the memorial tablet, and they were all silent at this moment. "Your Excellency, it's my fault." His voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth as he kowtowed to Lin Ling. Even now, Lin Ling still regarded the Venerable Si Kongming as his lord. Without the Venerable Si Kongming, there wouldn't be the current Lin Ling and there wouldn't be an entertainment's sacred ground. "I should have brought you to Shenhuang Dayu and left you alone. It's my fault. I didn't protect you well. I, Lin Ling, regret it so much." Everyone heard the sobbing voice. At this moment, Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu, and the others' eyes became moist. Men do not easily shed tears, but that is only because they have not been deeply hurt. Even if they were suppressed by a powerful expert, even if their bones were broken, and even if they died, a good man would not cry. However, there are still soft spots in a man's heart. Once touched, they would still shed tears. "Before I left, I had a drinking contest with you for a night. I didn't expect it to be the last song. This wine is the demon race's strong wine. Lin Ling salutes you." Lin Ling took out the demon realm's wine and poured it in front of the memorial tablet. Then he took a big gulp. His eyes gradually turned red. A man should be ruthless. Deeds and benevolence don't coexist. A man should kill, and he should kill without mercy. 1,000 years of immortal work is done in killing. In the past, there were heroic men who valued loyalty and promises. Killing with a single glance, their bodies are lighter than a feather. There were also heroes and tyrants who killed like flies. They galloped across the world and only praised their weapons. Today I seek such things, but in vain I catch the moon's shadow. A grand song drifted out of the rainforest's sacred ground. With a strong whine in his throat, Lin Ling stood up straight. His blue robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. His pitch-black eyes looked at the 9 heavens. Suddenly he whispered, "Where is the ancient Ji family?" "My lord, the ancient Ji family is a 3-star saint in Xianpang province. They are one of the most powerful deacon palaces in the human world. They are located at the border of Xianpang province's Avalon of 5 elements, the Forbidden City." Lord Shui Wu immediately replied, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Ji Mengling and Shenyuan Zhoutian must die. Their heads will be used as a sacrifice to venerable Si Kaming." Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He suddenly poured the wine in his hand into his mouth. Everyone's heart trembled violently. They suddenly guessed what Lin Ling was going to do. "My lord, we are going to the Fire Tribe to seek justice because we are in the right. However, if you go to the ancient Ji family, you won't have any justification. After all, this is Lord Yunhe's words. The ancient Ji family will definitely deny it." Lord Shui Wu guessed Lin Ling's thoughts and immediately advised him. Lin Ling definitely wanted to go to the ancient Ji family. However, a single move could cause 1,000 ripples. It was not as simple as going to the Fire Tribe to seek justice. "Lin Ling, calm down. The ancient Ji family is also part of the 7 Emperors' Heaven. They have a good relationship with several venerable sovereigns among the 7 emperors. Most importantly, what can you say at this moment? If you are bitten by the ancient Ji family, it will be even worse." At this time, several figures descended from the sky. They were the unhindered Sky Emperor, Bai Yun Tiendi, and the others. Chapter 1737. Intruding into the Tiger's Den. "Yes, let Emperor Yu and the others handle this," Bai Yun Tiendi advised. Lin Ling killed Ji Yuan of the ancient Ji family because Ji Yuan made the first move and Lin Ling was in the right. Now that Lin Ling was here, Lin Ling was in the wrong. Lin Ling ignored everyone's advice and gulped down another mouthful of wine. "With strong wine in my throat, I will raise my sword and kill to the 9 heavens." Boom! Boom! Everyone's expression changed. Lin Ling still dared to kill. "This is my business. You don't have to follow me. Go!" With that, Lin Ling took a big step forward and flew into the distance. This guy is impulsive. If he doesn't like someone, he will attack. Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others had ugly expressions, but they felt that it was normal. If Lin Ling swallowed his anger, then he wouldn't be Lin Ling. After Lin Ling left, all the warriors in Xianpang province became agitated. Without any hesitation, they followed Lin Ling to the Forbidden City. They might not be a match for the ancient Ji family, but they wanted to see their king and seek justice for venerable Si Kaming. Most of the Avalon of 5 elements in the mortal world were located at the 3 mysterious borders. The ancient Ji family was located in one of the Avalon of 5 elements. In the entire Xianpang province, they were the only ones qualified to live there. Besides the ancient Ji family, there was also the Supreme Eternal Palace in the Forbidden City. These 3 ancient powers were one of the highest deacons in the mortal world. In the sky, Lin Ling's figure was like a sword as he sped past. Lin Ling knew that he had a lot of enemies. Even the Sky Lord of the human realm's highest deacon palace did not like him. However, there were many people who wanted to kill him, but no one dared to touch him openly. So this time, he was only looking for enemies, which were Shenyuan Zhoutian and Ji Mengling. Lin Ling had never been to the Forbidden City, but he was very familiar with Xianpang province. If he guessed correctly, it should be behind the splendid landscape. Sure enough, after flying past the splendid mountains and rivers, an ancient and enormous mountain appeared in front of them. The size of this mountain was completely beyond what Lin Ling had ever seen in his life. Most importantly, this mountain was completely purple and flickered with fluorescent light, as if it was the hardest mountain in the world. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, white clouds drifted about. There were auspicious beasts flying about, and one could vaguely see ancient city walls that were built alongside the mountain. Avalon of 5 elements. Avalon of metal. Lin Ling's memories surfaced in his mind. He shot straight towards the ancient mountain in front of him. As he neared, Lin Ling discovered that the huge ancient mountain's peak had been cleaved open by someone. It was as smooth as a mirror, and there were many luxurious buildings. It was like the world's most magnificent imperial city. The Forbidden City. In Xianpeng province, only ancient martial artists had heard of this name. It represented the endless glory of Xianpeng province. Those who could live here were like people above others, incomparably noble. Lin Ling's footsteps stopped in mid-air as he looked at the magnificent imperial city in front of him. Who are you? Tell me your name. At this time, an angry roar came from the front. The Forbidden City was an incomparably glorious ancient city. How could ordinary people get close to it? One had to know that without the invitation of the ancient Ji family, the Supreme Family, or the Eternal Palace, anyone who came here would be killed without mercy. In these years, there was no lack of martial artists from Xianpeng province who came here out of curiosity. However, they were immediately killed, causing this place to become a forbidden area. Kill. Therefore, those people's questions were unnecessary because they immediately attacked. Uprooting mountains and rivers. Kill. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The other party had killed the moment they attacked, so he would not show any mercy. With a single slash, the power of 14 universes erupted and the 4 experts who were charging at him were beheaded. Their strength was at the 5th layer of the Saint Realm and they were able to kill 90% of the cultivators in the Great Xianpeng region, but Lin Ling was not included. How dare you? Kill. Another voice came from afar. Someone stronger had arrived. What's your purpose here? You killed people from the Eternal Palace the moment you arrived. You're too domineering. Those experts roared. They did not expect that they were the ones who attacked first. Perhaps subconsciously, they thought that no one was allowed to come close to the Forbidden City or they would be killed without mercy. Therefore it was normal for them to kill. However, Lin Ling's killing was domineering. Lin Ling did not bother to answer. The sword in his hand was the answer. Wind strike. Boom! Tens of thousands of doppelgangers appeared, each holding a divine weapon and charging forward. Boom! Those from the Eternal Palace were shocked. They did not expect the newcomer to be so arrogant. Those who block me will die. However, Lin Ling only had one sentence. Form the sword formation. Those people were obviously not weak. Each of them held a sword in their hand and took a mysterious step. They formed a sword formation of 100 people in the sky. The aura was so strong that it soared into the sky. The sharpness of the swords was extremely dazzling. The middle-aged man who led the group was furious at the beginning. At this moment, he calmed down and sneered. In Xianpeng province, only the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven are powerful. However, ordinary celestial emperors know about the taboo here and will not barge in. You are quite strong and should be at the celestial emperor level. However, you still dare to barge in despite knowing that it is a taboo. Therefore, if I'm not wrong, you should be Lin Ling from Xianpeng province. He laughed confidently as if he knew that Lin Ling would come. Lin Ling, the hero of the human world? The king of Xianpeng province? Haha, you're just a country bumpkin. Do you think that the Forbidden City is a place where a filthy lowly like you can come close? The others were stunned for a moment and then laughed mockingly. You actually knew that I would come. It seems that someone has informed you. I wonder where you are martial artists from? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and asked indifferently. The Eternal Palace. The middle-aged man said proudly, it's one of the highest executive palaces in the human world. In fact, the Eternal Palace has no enmity with you. Of course, with your strength, you are not qualified to be our enemy. Then why did you stop me? Lin Ling frowned. Because of the ancient Ji family. We received orders to guard the Forbidden City and prevent outsiders from barging in. Therefore we stopped you. Of course, it's not that the Eternal Palace is against you. We just don't want an ant to enter here. The middle-aged man said indifferently as if Lin Ling was an ordinary martial artist. Although they did not join forces with the ancient Ji family to deal with Lin Ling, they would not allow Lin Ling to enter the Forbidden City. To put it bluntly, they did not take Lin Ling seriously. I understand now. Lin Ling smiled coldly. Ji family's Ji Mengling's plan. If Lord Yunhe's matter fails, I will definitely come here. Therefore they ask people to stop me. Their goal is simple. They plan to plot against me from the beginning. If they failed, I would be enraged and barge in here. At that time, I would have violated the rules of the human world. Even the 7 emperors would not be able to protect me. Impressive. The middle-aged man sneered and nodded. Lin Ling was indeed smart. At present, Lin Ling was the hero of the human world and had the 7 emperors behind him. Ordinary people could hardly touch him. However, if Lin Ling violated the rules, no one would object to killing him. The whole plan was linked together. That Ji Mengling was indeed impressive. Now, are you going to continue barging in? Or are you going to run away like a stray dog? The middle-aged man said again. The people behind him with ancient swords laughed. Lin Ling was no match for one of the highest executive palaces in the human world. Kill. Chapter 1738. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' murderous aura shook the sky. You have guts. Kill, don't show mercy. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. The sword formation began to operate. Surging sword origin power bloomed. Sword light crisscrossed and fought all enemies. Clang. Countless clones rushed over in an attempt to break through the sword formation. However, the sword formation was extremely powerful. It was interlocked and grew endlessly. It was an extremely powerful offensive sword formation. Do you know that you want to break through the sword formation of Eternal Palace? Eternal Palace is an ancient faction that guards chaotic demon sea. You are not qualified. The middle-aged man suddenly sneered, but his smile quickly froze. The tens of thousands of scattered clones in front of him actually gathered into a terrifying sword formation, transforming into a giant sword that reached the heavens and fiercely slashed over. How is this possible? The middle-aged man gasped. He knew that Lin Ling was using a cloning technique. However, ordinary cloning techniques were mostly used in chaotic battles. They could not be as orderly as an army, let alone form a sword formation. Lin Ling controlled the clones and formed a sword formation. How much soul power did he need to do that? Rumble. All the divine weapons and clones gathered together. Their offensive power was extremely terrifying. They attacked a corner of the eternal sword formation. The dozens of people guarding the sword formation could not withstand it. Their treasured swords were broken and they died. Without the dozens of people, the eternal sword formation lost half of its power. The expressions of the Eternal Palace warriors changed drastically. Previously, you used the sword formation to deal with me. Now, I will use the sword formation to deal with you. The tens of thousands of clones roared angrily. Their voices shook the clouds. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. Without the sword formation, they could not resist Lin Ling. Lin Ling, we only received orders to stop you. However, you have already broken through our sword formation. You can enter. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. Didn't you say that Eternal Palace is very arrogant and that it is impossible for them to be afraid of me? Why are you afraid now? Moreover, it is too late to beg for mercy now. Lin Ling said coldly. The tens of thousands of clones transformed into a river of swords and charged over. No, don't. The martial artists of Eternal Palace were all shocked. Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. Previously, they were also toying with Lin Ling because Lin Ling was an ant. But who knew that Lin Ling could break their sword formation and kill them in the end? Rumble. In the sky, the sharpness of the sword bloomed, and a murderous aura filled the air. A large amount of blood spilled from the sky. After a while, on the top of the Forbidden City, tens of thousands of figures stepped down and then merged into one person. It was Lin Ling. And behind him, the people from Eternal Palace were completely annihilated. Lin Ling didn't want to provoke the Eternal Palace, but if they dared to stop him, he would kill them without mercy. Today, he had to kill Xianyuan Zhoutian and Ji Mengling. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. A man should kill, and he should kill without mercy. The immortal work of 1,000 years was all in the killing. Who is so bold to break into the Forbidden City? It seems to be Lin Ling. Previously, young Master Ji said that Lin Ling is likely to kill his way here. Now it has happened. The deacons of the 3 highest deacons of the human realm are gathered here. Lin Ling dares to kill them? Kill him. The Forbidden City was vast and boundless. Other than the towering imperial city, there were many martial artists around. At this moment, they were all furious. Moreover, The news gradually spread, causing the three mysterious realms of the human realm to be shaken again. Lin Ling provoked the Hua tribe and the Yi tribe not long ago. Now, he is killing his way into the Forbidden City? He is crazy. I don't know what happened to make Lin Ling so bold. I heard that one of his subordinates died. He is going to seek justice. In Xianpeng province, a large number of martial artists flew towards the Forbidden City. Among them, martial artists from the Rainforest Sacred Land led the way. In addition, many martial artists from the Xianyuan realm and Xianhuang Dayu also came. To them, Lin Ling was too crazy. Among them, many were looking forward to Lin Ling dying in the Forbidden City. Some were also looking forward to Lin Ling creating another miracle. No matter what, for a subordinate, he dared to kill his way up to the ninth heaven. Such a magnanimous junior was admired by many. As time passed, a large number of martial artists gathered near the Forbidden City. They were all looking at the endless glory of the ancient imperial city. In the Forbidden City, Lin Ling didn't know what was happening outside. He knew that the entire Forbidden City was moving. Sure enough, everything was Ji Mengling's plan. She wanted to force Lin Ling to do something outrageous. Not only did the entire city not make Lin Ling retreat, the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker. What kind of person was Ji Mengling? Did she want to kill him so much? And Shenyuan Jiutian, they had laid out a detailed plan to kill him. Lin Ling, this is not Xianpeng province. This is the Forbidden City. You came here to do whatever you want. You are too bold. Even if the 7 emperors are here, they will kill you today. In the Forbidden City, a large number of experts appeared. Looking carefully, there were actually many heavenly emperors. Haha, today, I will kill Ji Mengling and Shenyuan Jiutian. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed without mercy. In the streets, Lin Ling walked towards the ancient imperial city. He had strong wine in one hand and a sword in the other. He drank as he walked. At the same time, he poured the wine on the ground as if he was toasting supremacy Ding Hai. It was also as if they were drinking 300 cups under the night sky. As the strong wine entered his throat, his murderous intent shook the heavens. Crazy, this is a true heavenly emperor. In the distance, the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. Only Lin Ling had the courage to kill his way into the Forbidden City alone. And in the streets, the ancient Ji family and Eternal Palace martial artists had extremely cold expressions. Their murderous intent surged. Lin Ling actually dared to threaten to kill young Master Ji and the 9 heavenly emperors. Shameless boasting. Kneel down for me. An expert from the ancient Ji family unleashed his innate talent and transformed into a towering giant. He strode towards Lin Ling. This person was an expert with the title of Heavenly Emperor, but he did not belong to the younger generation. His strength had reached the peak of the gold rank. The Emperor's legacy, the Emperor's footsteps. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. The buildings in the Forbidden City seemed to be swept up by a storm. They were all overturned and somersaulted in the sky. And in the sky, a golden foot ruthlessly stomped down. The Ji family cultivated the power of faith. The stronger one's talent, the faster they could absorb the power of faith and the stronger the power. However, even if martial artists had ordinary talent, as long as they absorbed the power of faith over a long period of time, their strength would be extremely terrifying. They could reach the peak of the Saint Rune martial arts realm. Boom! The foot stomped down as if it wanted to trample mountains and rivers. The entire earth shook. That is the Ji family's heavenly emperor Di Kan. He was extremely famous 100 years ago, but later on, he changed his name. I remember the last time I saw him. It was on the Martial Pavilion's Shen ranking. He was ranked 22nd. In the distance, an ancient martial artist exclaimed in shock. Can Lin Ling still be alive? Yes. Chapter 1739. Exterminating the world. As the giant retreated, the space flickered like water. A figure stood on the giant's shoulder with a sword hanging on his neck. Good wine. Good wine. Everyone heard the bold words. Heavenly Emperor Di Kan's expression changed drastically. How could Lin Ling destroy his Heavenly Emperor career? He turned to look at Lin Ling on his shoulder and was about to speak. Whoosh! A sword slashed and the giant's head fell to the ground. A gold-level Heavenly Emperor fell here. His strength has increased again. Wow! Seeing this scene, many people's hearts trembled violently. All along, Lin Ling's name moved the world because of his heroic reputation and his terrifying charisma. Now, they realized that Lin Ling's strength was not weak either. Take my sword, Eternal World. Boom! At this time, an expert from the Eternal Palace roared. A sword came from the horizon. It was the origin energy of the Transcendence Realm, extremely terrifying. That is the eternal energy. It is said that when cultivated to the peak, the sword will be immortal. The experts that came today were the oldest existences in the mortal world. It was as if they had opened the secret of the mortal world. The Eternal Palace is the ancient sword palace that guards the chaotic demon sea. It has been hiding in the mortal world. Who would have thought that it would appear in the Forbidden City today? Someone said secretly. None of the forces and experts that appeared here were simple. Lin Ling, you also use a sword. I wonder how powerful your sword is? In the distance, the sword cry became louder and louder. It was like thunder that tore the sky apart. A sword instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling stabbed with his sword. The tip of the sword clashed with the tip of the sword, causing an ear-piercing sound. All the houses in front of the Forbidden City turned into ashes. I really don't understand the sword, but I have strength. Lin Ling looked up and said indifferently. On the other side was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was refined like an immortal, but at this moment, his expression changed drastically. He had cultivated the way of the sword for 100 years and his attainments were extremely deep. He was an ancient heavenly emperor with half a foot in the silver rank. He was confident that as long as it wasn't a silver rank heavenly emperor, no one would be able to block a single strike from him. But now, reality told him that a swordsman didn't have to rely on the power of the sword. Just strength alone could crush everything. That's right, Lin Ling's 14 universe power crushed his sword Dao. I'm impressed. Despite your young age, your strength is already exceedingly high. In the future, you will surely become an expert that can shake the world. Sadly, you are too reckless. You shouldn't have come here today. That middle-aged man faintly spoke. It was as though he was telling Lin Ling that since he dared to come here, he would die for sure. Thank you for reminding me. Let me also remind you that you and I have no enmity. Unfortunately, you were too reckless. You shouldn't have used your sword earlier. Lin Ling stretched out his left hand, took a sip of wine, and said indifferently. He was also telling his opponent that if he dared to draw his sword, he would die. I am Eternal Palace's swordsman Qing Ling. You want to kill me too? That middle-aged man frowned. If I couldn't block your previous sword, then I would have died. If I could block it, then you would be the one to die. We are both swordsmen in a life and death battle. Why speak so much nonsense? Lin Ling smiled coldly. Tremendous strength slashed out fiercely, and the sword light was like thunder. Rumble! The void exploded. Previously, Lin Ling had used strength. Now, he erupted with the power of space source. Your sword can still be improved. Swordsman Qing Ling's expression changed drastically. He thought that Lin Ling's sword was only strong, but he was clearly wrong. In terms of source power, Lin Ling also had it, and it was stronger than his. Clang! He raised his sword to block, but the sword instantly broke, turning into sparkling fragments. Then, a sword mark appeared on his neck. Lin Ling walked past him, one hand holding a murderous sword, the other holding a wine jug. It was as though he could kill a person with every 10 steps and leave no trace for thousands of miles. Thud. At the same time, swordsman Qing Ling collapsed. Before he died, he said a sentence. Good sword. Bang. The crowd was in an uproar again. Lin Ling probably had few opponents among gold-rank heavenly emperors. Heavenly emperor powerhouses, each one was an existence that reigned supreme. Furthermore, each birth required the expenditure of endless resources. They were the elites of the mortal world's martial artists. But now, 2 of such terrifying powerhouses had fallen. Furthermore, they were both killed by one sword. Lin Ling dared to charge into Forbidden City alone. He indeed had a bit of confidence. Terrifying. If this continues, Lin Ling will probably be able to enter Forbidden City. Many people's blood boiled. Even some martial artists who disliked Lin Ling had their thoughts changed at this moment, admiring Lin Ling. Kill! There were still a large number of powerhouses in front of Forbidden City. At this moment, they roared one after another and then pounced towards Lin Ling. They did not believe that a mere Lin Ling could shake their dignity. If they allowed Lin Ling to enter Forbidden City, then what dignity would the ancient Ji family, Eternal Palace, and Shenyuan clan have? Dragons soaring into the universe. Facing the murderous intent that filled the sky, Lin Ling sneered. He drank a mouthful of wine into his stomach. Terrifying flames erupted from the soles of his feet. Bang! A divine dragon soared into the sky. A pillar of fire rose from the ground. The martial artists who approached Lin Ling were all turned into ashes. This was the transcendent realm of the source of fire. Who could block it? Rumble! The entire outside of Forbidden City turned into a city of fire at this moment. Who knew how many powerhouses died there? Amidst the flames that filled the sky, the man in the blue and white robe moved forward again. One sword, one flame, killing everything under the heavens. Is there no one who can stop him? Seeing this majestic scene, the martial artists of the three profound of the human realm all sucked in a breath of cold air. To kill a large number of heavenly emperors in one move. Among the younger generation of heavenly emperors, only Lin Ling could do this. Lin Ling was a super monster. The entire outside of Forbidden City immediately became silent. Only Lin Ling's footsteps were still moving forward. What was surprising was that the ancient Ji family and other powerful giants did not send out more powerhouses. They are waiting for the appearance of the 7 emperors. Finally, someone guessed the thoughts of the human realm's giants. As expected of the human realm's giants, they did things flawlessly. Before killing Lin Ling, they were actually waiting for Lin Ling's backer to appear. First, they would know who Lin Ling's backer was. Second, at that time, no one in the world would have any objections to killing Lin Ling. Forbidden City. At this moment, Lin Ling stopped and looked in front of him. In front of him was an ancient golden city wall. It was actually one of the city walls of the Avalon of 5 elements. This reminded him that these city walls were built by Li Xiaoyao in the past. Lin Ling, come in. At this time, a voice drifted out from the ancient Forbidden City. Many people finally understood that the human realm's giants were indeed waiting for Lin Ling. At this moment, in the vast Forbidden City, a large number of human realm's giants were gathered. They were divided into several groups and sat there. Some were drinking wine, some were chatting and laughing. Looking carefully, there were ancient Xiandi experts from the ancient Ji family, Shenyuan experts, and Eternal Palace experts. In addition, there were also experts from the Sky Clan at the ancient Jianghu immortal platform. On the other side, there were the 7 emperors. They were all sitting there with cold expressions. Obviously, there was a transmission array in the Forbidden City that allowed these ancient giants to arrive here first. Lin Ling, although you are a hero of the human realm, you are too overbearing to barge into the Forbidden City. At this time, a cold voice drifted out. It was Shenyuan Zhoutian. Chapter 1740. Entering the Forbidden City, as far as I know, someone planted a mole in Lin Ling's rainforest sacred ground in an attempt to assassinate Lin Ling, resulting in the death of one of Lin Ling's subordinates. That's why Lin Ling is here. An old man said coldly. He was Emperor Li's Ho. Emperor Li's Ho, do you have any evidence to prove that the mole is from the ancient Ji family? Beside Emperor Li's Ho, one of the 7 emperors sneered. He was a law overlord and had a good relationship with the ancient Ji family. The ancient Ji family belonged to Xianpang province, so their heavenly emperors were naturally from the 7 emperors' world. However, they were not from Emperor Li's Ho or Emperor Yu's side. Emperor Li's Ho fell silent. Without evidence, he could not refute it. Also, it's only one of his subordinates who died, yet he made such a big fuss. Does he think he has the final say in Xianping province and the 7 emperors' world? Another 7 emperor said coldly. This person was fat and had a round face, like a god of wealth. His name was Emperor Luo. These 7 emperors were all speaking for the ancient Ji family. They had completely forgotten that if Lin Ling had not won first place in the realm of true martial, the 7 emperors' world would not have the qualifications to be proud. Hee how loyal. For a subordinate, Lin Ling is fighting against the world. However, the human world has order. How can they tolerate Lin Ling doing whatever he wants? In my opinion, Lin Ling should be executed on the spot. While everyone was silent, a young man who looked like Pan and sneered. He was Ji Mengling. He was young, but he was extremely shrewd. All the plans were laid out by him. No, Lin Ling is a hero of the human world. How can he be executed so casually? It's because of his title that he can do whatever he wants. Heaven-blessed martial artist, as one of the 8 great desolates of the human world, what do you think? Emperor Xiaoyao, you represent the slaughter sect and are one of the 8 great desolates of the human world. What do you think? In the Forbidden City, everyone was discussing how to deal with Lin Ling. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li's had ugly expressions. Although they had the highest seniority here, the other 7 emperors were not on their side, so their words were not strong enough. This is the matter of the 7 emperors' world. They will naturally deal with it. We are just here to watch a good show. In the camp, a young man. Come. Was 2. The 2s. At this moment, a slender figure finally arrived at the Golden Gate. He wore a blue and white robe and held a flagon of wine in his hand. 1 man and 1 sword stepped into the world of the giants of the human world. Lin Ling is here. At the same time, terrifying killing intent radiated from Lin Ling. Except for the titled Xian, all the heavenly emperors felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they had seen the god of death. The giants of the human world looked at Lin Ling solemnly. Lin Ling was brave and smart. His talent was not weak. In the human world, he was indeed a junior who could not be underestimated. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had caused a disaster. He knew it was a trap, but he still dared to come to the Forbidden City. Lin Ling, do you know your crime? In the silence, a cold voice drifted over. In the distance, Ji Mengling was drinking wine. He was very beautiful. He did not look like a man, but more like a woman. You are Ji Mengling? Lin Ling did not answer his question. Instead, he asked a question. That's me. Ji Mengling nodded with a smile. Well, I'll say it here. Today, I'll take your head. Lin Ling nodded and said indifferently. His words made the crowd's eyes narrow. The giants of the human world gathered here. Lin Ling still dared to be so arrogant. Lin Ling, that's enough. You killed your way into the Forbidden City. What do you think the highest Deacon Palace is? Seeing Lin Ling's arrogance, Shenyuan Jiutian could not help but shout angrily. His eyes were full of cold killing intent. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. He looked around and found that there were indeed many experts. However, when he saw a young man, his body trembled. Behind the young man, he saw Yu and Anuer. Similarly, Yu and Anuer were crying tears of joy. After so many years, they finally saw Lin Ling again. Before this, they had already heard someone from the Jianghu Immortal platform saying that Lin Ling would be coming to the Forbidden City. At that time, they had already suspected that the Lin Ling in the rumors might be the Lin Ling in their hearts. Hence, they decided to follow the heaven-bestowed martial emperor here. However, who would have thought that the heaven-bestowed martial emperor was indeed Lin Ling? It's him. Tianzong also stared at Lin Ling. His expression was extremely unsightly. He didn't expect that the name of the young man he met in the chaotic Devil Sea was Lin Ling. He hurriedly turned and saw the excited expressions of Yu and Anuer. This caused him to be infuriated. The last thing he wanted was for Yu and the others to encounter Lin Ling. However, now that it had happened, he did not know how to explain it to the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. At this moment, Lin Ling let out a sigh of relief. He finally knew the whereabouts of Yu and the others. However, it was clear that the matter at hand was more important. He stared at Shenyuan Jiutian and said, Shenyuan Jiutian, you suffered a loss in my hands in the past. It seems like you haven't become smarter. You still dare to provoke me. Then let me tell you, no one in this world can save you today. A threat. It was another heavy threat. However, although it was a threat, those who were familiar with Lin Ling knew that he would do as he said. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. This is the Forbidden City. Don't you think you are too presumptuous? Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring everyone, the Luo sovereign said coldly. Beside him, the other 7 sovereigns also looked indifferent. Lin Ling ignored them and said indifferently, I don't think I'm arrogant. Someone planted a traitor beside me and killed my benefactor. Therefore I came to kill them. It's that simple. Then what do you want now? Ji Mengling sneered. Lin Ling did not seem to notice that the powerhouses of the mortal world were gathered here. Not only did he not admit his mistake, but he also ignored them. This action undoubtedly greatly provoked the 7 sovereigns. This was harmful to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, there might be a misunderstanding in today's matter. You can come back after you've investigated everything. Why don't I suggest that we give you 3 months? If you find evidence, we'll stand up for you. At this time, the tranquil sovereign of the 7 sovereigns spoke. Her voice was extremely gentle. She was Lu Susu's master. 3 months? No way. Many people immediately objected. Chapter 1741. The Battle of the Forbidden City. I can't wait for 3 months. Today is the day we decide everything. Moreover, those who kill must pay with their lives. This is the law of the world. Everyone here is a big shot of the human world, working hard for the peace of the human world. But what if someone bullies you and kills your people and the people of the world? What will you do? Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at the crowd. Everyone fell silent. The answer to this question was simple. The human world would not let this matter rest. The purpose of the human world's highest executive hall is to nurture experts to protect the human world. But if you can't even protect your friends and family, how can you protect the world? Today, my people were killed and I know who did it. But you want me to show evidence? Don't you think it's ridiculous? In the future, when the demon race and ghost race invade the human world, will you also look for evidence? Can't you resist without evidence? Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, spreading out of the Forbidden City and into the ears of countless people. Many people nodded. If you can't even protect your friends and family, how can you protect the world? As for evidence? Asking the ghost race and demon race for evidence? This was even more ridiculous. Lin Ling, you're right. Outside the Forbidden City, a large number of voices drifted in, causing the faces of the 7 emperors to turn ugly. So, what do you want now? The law overlord asked. Those who kill must pay with their lives. I, Shenyuan Jiutian, and Ji Mengling have no one to blame for my death. This is the most direct way for martial artists to settle their grudges. Lin Ling said indifferently. Do we have to fight just because you say so? Ji Mengling's face was ugly. She did not expect Lin Ling to turn the tables. Although she was not afraid of Lin Ling, she did not want Lin Ling to control the situation. I also killed many people from your ancient Ji clan. Don't you want to kill me? Since you're a martial artist and a man, you should avenge your people, and I will avenge mine. This is very fair. Lin Ling continued. Unless you're not a man. But looking at you, with your greasy hair and powdered face, you really don't look like a man. So if you have the ability, let's fight to the death. His arrogant voice reverberated through the air. The simplest way for a martial artist to resolve a conflict was to fight if he was a man. Fight. Outside the Forbidden City, a mighty voice drifted out. This kind of duel was very fair. Hearing the endless voices in the distance, the law overlord's expression turned ugly. He coldly said, You have violated the rules of the human realm and should die. What right do you have to issue a challenge? Shut up. I know I'm going to die, so I sent people to kill me. Those people are Shenyuan Jiutian and Ji Mengling. Also, this is between me and them. They didn't say anything. What right do you have to say anything? Lin Ling angrily bellowed as he looked disdainfully at the law overlord. With just one sentence, he had rendered the law overlord speechless. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that he would definitely die, so he was waiting for the law overlord to kill him. Come on. Most importantly, Lin Ling was very arrogant and actually told him to shut up. I agree with Lin Ling's words. Since they each have their own reasons, then let's fight to determine life and death. While everyone was silent, a voice suddenly reverberated. It was the carefree prince of the 8 desolates of the human realm. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He already knew that the carefree prince wasn't simple. Now it seemed that it was true. However, he didn't expect the carefree prince to speak for him again. Shenyuan Jiutian, let's fight. Ji Mengling, fight. Outside the Forbidden City, Tongtian's shouts grew louder and louder. The giants of the human realm in the Forbidden City looked deeply at Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was indeed powerful. With just a few words, he had shirked his crime and even set a life-and-death duel. At this moment, it seemed that they couldn't refuse because Lin Ling didn't deny his crime. He wanted others to kill him, but the people he wanted to kill must be Ji Mengling and Ji Mengling. Go and fight. At this time, an ancient voice sounded. No one knew who it was, but it was obviously the expert behind Shenyuan Jotian. Don't be afraid of him. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't kill him, then just withdraw from the battlefield. I will protect you. The voice was extremely overbearing. It was a life-and-death duel, but if Shenyuan Jotian was in danger, he had someone to help him. Ji Mengling, go and kill Lin Ling. You don't have to worry about being killed by Lin Ling. The Xian experts of the Ji family also spoke. Despicable. Hearing those experts' words, many people outside the battlefield shouted angrily. Was this still a life-and-death duel? It was too unfair. No matter what the result was, Lin Ling would die. However, if Shenyuan Jotian and Ji Mengling were defeated, they wouldn't have to die. How about it? You still dare to fight? Shenyuan Jotian immediately stood up and sneered. Although he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, it was better to have no worries. You are just an invincible gold-level expert, but we are diamond-level titled Heavenly Emperors. Lin Ling, if you want to fight, then let's fight. You don't have to worry. If I'm not as strong as you, I won't retreat. Death is nothing to be afraid of. Ji Mengling also stood up. She seemed to be awe-inspiring, but no one believed her words. Because the experts of the ancient Ji family would save him at any time. Do you dare to fight? This time, Ji Mengling took the initiative to challenge Lin Ling. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu's faces turned ugly. This was too unfair. Shenyuan Jotian and Ji Mengling were simply a disgrace to the mortal realm's giants. Come on then. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling would refuse. However, Lin Ling smiled coldly as if he didn't know that it was a trap. This made Emperor Li Shou and the others anxious. Lin Ling, you can't. It doesn't matter. If they dare to fight, they will definitely die. Even the people behind them won't be able to save them. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. He wasn't afraid of a fight. For Venerable Si Kongming, he wouldn't retreat. Since he dared to come here, he would definitely turn back. Swoosh! Shenyuan Jotian and the others walked out. Moreover, they were accompanied by a few titled Heavenly Emperors. It seemed that this was for insurance. Ugly. Seeing this scene, everyone cursed. However, Shenyuan Jotian and the others didn't care at all. Their sneers deepened. However, when they stepped into the center of the Forbidden City, Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. I said that no one can save you. After saying this, he slammed his palm heavily on the ground. At this moment, the entire Forbidden City shook. The souls of countless warriors roared out. War drums beat. Killing intent eliminated. The Avalon of 5 elements, the secret of the mortal realm, was activated. The center of the Forbidden City was completely sealed. Even if there were experts who wanted to save Shenyuan Jotian and the others, they couldn't do so now. The real life and death battlefield was born. Rumble. The golden light appeared majestically, as if a light curtain had shrouded the center of the Forbidden City. Its terrifying level of defense made the 7 emperors' faces turn ugly. As for the experts behind the ancient Ji family and the Shenyuan family, they were all furious. They felt as if they had been played by Lin Ling. Now, no one could interfere in this life and death battle. Life and death were up to fate. I wonder who will walk out of the Forbidden City in the end. Chapter 1742. The final battle in the Forbidden City. Sensing the ancient array around them, Shenyuan Jotian and the others' faces turned ugly. They were angry that Lin Ling had tricked them, but they were also surprised by Lin Ling's mysterious ability. Of course, they were not the only ones. After the 7th Crocodile Emperor calmed down, they were also shocked. Lin Ling actually knew the secret of the mortal realm? This is the Avalon of Metal, the leader of the Avalon of 5 elements. Even I find it difficult to control it, but he actually succeeded. It seems that we must keep him alive to learn how to control the Avalon of Metal. Emperor Duowen said excitedly. However, when everyone looked at the center, they couldn't help but frown. Although the battlefield was sealed, Lin Ling was alone while Shenyuan Jotian had several people on his side. Although Shenyuan Jotian and Ji Mengling's talents were only first-grade heaven-ranked, they were diamond-ranked heavenly emperors. Their strength was unfathomable and they were the true powerhouses of Wuxia. Among the 3 great legends of the mortal realm, they could be considered super geniuses because they had cultivated for less than 100 years. I don't know where you're getting your confidence from. Do you really think you can survive by sealing this place? Ji Mengling calmed down and said coldly. Our cultivation levels are higher than yours, and we have more people. Do you think you can win? Shenyuan Jiutian spat out. A cold aura emanated from his body. The few heavenly emperor powerhouses behind them were all sneering coldly at this moment. The Avalon of 5 elements won't be able to hold on for long. It will recover in 2 hours at most. To be safe, let's delay it for 2 hours. Of course, it would be best if we can kill Lin Ling in the process. Even if we can't, we don't have to be afraid of him. Ji Mengling continued. He was extremely intelligent and had already thought of a way out. Let's go. We'll support you. Shenyuan Jiutian waved his hand, letting those heavenly emperors take the lead. They really don't have the guts. They've lost all face. Many people sneered when they saw this scene. Shenyuan Jiutian's group had more people, but they didn't fight to the death. In order to be safe, they actually stalled for time and let the formation end on its own. Moreover, they planned to take turns to fight Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling, it's hard to win. Many shook their heads. Lin Ling was an 8th-layer saint. There was no way he could win against 2 first-layer Wuxiang, not to mention the other heavenly emperors. Big brother Lin Ling. On the other side, Yu Yu and Anuer were both worried. This battle was indeed going to be difficult. Lin Ling is worthy of being called a genuine person. However, he is also fighting with his back against the river. I can only hope that he can erupt with his full strength and squeeze out his own potential. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly die. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou also spoke. However, Lin Ling had no other choice. If he didn't fight, the others would use this crime to plot against him. Therefore, fighting was the best way. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling drank the last mouthful of wine. He also knew that this battle would be difficult, but he couldn't wait for 3 months. A true man would always seek revenge and repay kindness. 3 months was too long. He had to seize every moment. Kill! Holding the sword in his hand, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. Shenyuan Jiutian and Emperor Li Shou sneered. In their eyes, Lin Ling was like an ant. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would win. No one in the heavens or earth can save you. The sharp sword streaked across the sky. Its power was vast and majestic, as if it wanted to cut through the sky. You want to attack me first? Don't forget, I am a first-layer Wuxiang super genius. My dantian has long been filled with void force. Against me, you can't win. Shenyuan Jiutian shook his head in disdain. A dragon roared on his body and fiery red scales appeared on his right arm. According to legend, the Shenyuan clan was the descendant of God. Their bloodline was all divine dragon warriors. Thousands of years ago, you ambushed a severely injured martial god world expert and swallowed his bloodline. You, Shenyuan Jiutian, have the cheek to be proud. Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out. Shenyuan Jiutian laughed instead of being angry. History only recorded the winner and not the process. As long as he could kill Lin Ling, others would remember him as Shenyuan Jiutian. That was enough. However, just as Shenyuan Jiutian was about to attack, Lin Ling's figure suddenly changed. He gave up on Shenyuan Jiutian and actually pounced on the other heavenly emperors. Not good. This kid is going to attack from the weakest. Ji Mengling reacted and shouted angrily. Lin Ling was so cunning. What? Attacking me? You're courting death. One of the heavenly emperor's expression changed. His aura exploded as he roared towards the sky. Illusory lightning, boundless rain, unstoppable wind, everlasting fire, gold, silver, copper, iron 4 palms. These heavenly emperors were able to keep up with Shenyuan Jiutian and were naturally not weak. Among the gold-grade heavenly emperors, they were ranked at the top. Rumble. 4 palms appeared. It was actually the origin power of gold, silver, copper, and iron. It was extremely powerful. Lin Ling, come on. If I kill you, it will also be a great merit. The heavenly emperor laughed excitedly. However, in his eyes, Lin Ling did not retreat. He fearlessly shot towards him with a sword in his hand that flickered with a cold light. Rumble. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling actually resisted the 4 great origin powers. A terrifying force attacked, causing Lin Ling to spit out blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yu and the others shouted worriedly. Everyone was also surprised. Lin Ling was simply crazy, gambling with his life. As for the Heavenly Emperor who attacked, he was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed even louder. He actually injured Lin Ling? One had to know that in a one-on-one battle, he was confident that he was not Lin Ling's match. Their advantage was that they had more people, as well as 2 super geniuses, Shenyuan Jiutian. However, he could also injure Lin Ling. It had to be said that this was an achievement to be proud of. However, his laughter quickly stopped. The figure in front of him had suffered a heavy blow, but he still pounced over. The next moment, a sword hung on his neck. "Why are you so happy?" A cold voice floated over, causing the Heavenly Emperor to be stunned. In his eyes, it was a youth stained with blood. His eyes were cold and even had a hint of madness. This caused his heart to rumble. He finally understood why Lin Ling resisted his attack. It turned out that Lin Ling wanted to end the battle quickly. "You!" Just as the Heavenly Emperor was about to speak, a sword slashed across his neck. "Everyone, be careful. Lin Ling wants to defeat them one by one. Even if he doesn't injure himself, he still wants to kill 1,000 enemies." Ji Mengling saw Lin Ling's goal and could not help but shout angrily. Injuring himself and killing 1,000 enemies. This was a battle strategy of mutual destruction. Hearing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. However, after careful consideration, this was also the most suitable battle strategy. This was because once the time was up, the Avalon of 5-element spell formation would end. At that time, it would be obviously impossible for Lin Ling to kill Shenyuan Jiutian and Shenyuan Jiutian. Therefore, they had to deal with the weak as soon as possible. Of course, this was easy to say but difficult to do. After all, who would be injured in front of an expert like Wu Sheng before the battle? At this moment, Lin Ling was holding his sword and fighting. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had been injured previously. If not for his strong physical body, he would have died. There are 4 left. Kill. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling held his sword and pounced on the remaining 4 heavenly emperors. Chapter 1743. A bitter battle spread out. Play guerrilla warfare with him and exhaust him. Ji Mengling shouted angrily. Many people despised him. He and the 9 spirits of heaven were so strong, but they still played tactics. Young Master Ji's words are right. Hee, this is interesting. Lin Ling, come and kill me. The 4 heavenly emperors scattered and sneered. They knew that Lin Ling had to kill Shenyuan Jiutian and Shenyuan Jiutian, but they had to kill them before that. Otherwise, they would definitely attack Lin Ling at the critical moment. However, could Lin Ling kill them? Men, why fear a battle? Come. One of the tall and sturdy men laughed loudly. However, after he spoke, he took a step forward and left the place. The crowd in the distance was stunned. Then they cursed even more. The Heavenly Emperor had challenged Lin Ling to a battle, but fled at the critical moment. Did he think that Lin Ling was a mouse to be toyed with? However, after the man's voice, Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. He gave up on chasing the others and pounced on the man. The man panicked. Lin Ling was going to kill him? Young Master Ji, 9 heavenly emperors, save me. The man shouted anxiously, panicking. Ji Mengling's face turned cold. She waved her right hand, and the remaining 3 heavenly emperors pounced on Lin Ling in an attempt to save the man. Soaring Dragon Universe. However, Lin Ling had his back to them, but he sneered. He had been waiting for this moment. He stretched out his left hand, and the terrifying power of the origin of fire was brewing. On the ground, a flame emblem appeared. When the few people approached, it exploded. Rumble! A terrifying pillar of fire shot into the sky, causing the golden light barrier in the sky to sway. Bastard! Bastard! We've been tricked! Bastard! The 3 heavenly emperors shouted angrily. One of them could not react in time and was sent flying into the sky by the flames. When he crashed into Jin Xingtian's array, his body exploded and turned into a rain of fire. The other 2 reacted quickly and unleashed their ultimate skills. One of them was severely injured, while the other escaped by a fluke. Their strength was at the peak of the Saint Realm, but they were no match for Lin Ling at all. As for the man who had been hooting at the start, his mouth was wide open. He never imagined that he would become bait. But at this moment, the space in front of him began to ripple like water. A terrifying figure seemed to emerge from the depths of hell as a fist smashed out. You shouted at me, and now here I am. Lin Ling appeared like a ghost. Tong Tian dark armor. The man immediately shouted angrily, and a mysterious armor appeared on his body. It looked like a turtle shell. Rumble. Lin Ling punched the turtle shell, but the shell did not crack. This let Lin Ling know that the man had a divine armor. Haha, 100 years ago, when the barriers in the true martial realm were sealed, I sealed a lot of barriers and obtained a lot of merit points to exchange for this divine armor. I thought I would use it at a critical moment, but I didn't expect you, Lin Ling, to force me to use it. Now, with this divine armor, what can you do to me? The man sneered. He had dared to hoot at Lin Ling before, so he did have some ability. Divine armor. I have one too. Lin Ling said indifferently. He withdrew his left hand and slashed out with the sword in his right hand, causing the space to explode. Rumble. The divine armor suddenly cracked, and the man's eyes widened as he saw the sword slashing towards him. He suddenly knew that Lin Ling also had a divine armor. This sword was given to me by Xianyuan Zhoutian. What made the man even angrier was that this sword came from the Xianyuan clan. This meant that they had used their own swords to kill their own people. Whoosh. Finally, the sword slashed and the man was split into two. Next, there were two more Sky Emperors. What a crazy attack, killing two people in the blink of an eye. Why didn't Ji Mengling and the 9 Sky Emperors make a move? Did you just watch him get killed? They probably want to see Lin Ling's trump card. In the Forbidden City, the giants of the mortal realm were whispering, but they were not too surprised. Pah! Lin Ling stepped forward and walked towards one of the 2 Sky Emperors. That person was already seriously injured and was sitting on the ground, his face extremely pale. Lin Ling was coming to kill him. Lin Ling, although we will definitely win, we still feel uncomfortable watching you nibble away at our advantage. Now, I want to ask you, do you think you can win? Ji Mengling was still very shrewd. She stood there and said indifferently. I've said it before. I'm going to take both of your heads. Lin Ling said without looking at them. Ji Mengling and Xianyuan Zhoutian looked at each other and the sneer on their faces deepened. There are still 2 people left. No matter what, we can't let you kill them. Xianyuan Zhoutian nodded proudly. He finally made his move. The moment he stepped forward, a dragon roared and a dragon shadow appeared behind him. It was mighty and domineering. Divine Black Dragon Secret Art. The void exploded as countless black and white abyss dragons swam out and devoured the world. These were real dragons. A wisp of the power of law also erupted at this moment. The power of law was something that only a true powerhouse like Wuxia could possess. According to legend, if one's Dantian transformed into the source of void force, then one could erupt with the power of law with every move. If one fought against a Saint Realm expert, they would have a nearly 50% advantage. Seeing Xianyuan Zhoutian make his move, Ji Mengling sneered. Lin Ling wanted to kill the last 2 Sky Emperors, but they would not agree. What was happening now was just a warm-up. At present, Lin Ling had 2 choices. 1. Continue to kill, but the consequence would be being seriously injured by Xianyuan Zhoutian. 2. Give up. However, in this way, it would be even more impossible for Lin Ling to kill Xianyuan Zhoutian and the Sky Emperor. In a short moment, countless people became nervous. They were also looking forward to what choice Lin Ling would make. In fact, in this battle, Lin Ling had been at a disadvantage from the beginning until now. Kill! Lin Ling's face was cold. Without hesitation, he made his choice to kill the Sky Emperor. The Celestial Emperor's eyes widened. Was Lin Ling a lunatic? Did he really want to perish together with them? For a subordinate, he would kill everyone in the world. This showed how protective Lin Ling was and how much he valued comradeship. Wind Lightning Strike. At this moment, a large number of clones appeared. With divine weapons in their hands, they fearlessly pounced at the black and white divine dragons in the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling had clearly erupted with a powerful trump card. He used his clones to block the black and white divine dragons in the sky while his main body went to kill the Sky Emperor. You overestimate yourself. Xianyuan Zhoutian coldly spat out. He naturally knew what Lin Ling was thinking. Unfortunately, what was the use of this? Rumble. Countless clones pounced forward without fear of death. However, in the face of the black and white divine dragons that possessed the power of laws, they immediately exploded. Divine weapons also scattered all over the ground. However, this short period of time was enough. Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the Sky Emperor, his cold sword carrying a merciless light. "Lin Lin, you did it!" Countless people cheered. To be able to kill someone in front of Tu Wuxiang, in this world, there were very few people who could do it. However, just as Lin Ling's sword was about to slash down, a strange figure appeared behind Lin Ling. At this moment, it was looking at Lin Ling with a sneer. A terrifying dragon aura spread out, as if a real black dragon was staring at Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, be careful." When countless people saw this, their hearts trembled fiercely. Big Brother Lin Ling. Chapter 1744. The divine weapon was also broken. Everyone finally knew what Ji Mengling and Ji Mengling were thinking. They could actually kill Lin Ling, but they were careful in everything they did. Therefore they took every step carefully and did not attack casually. They would only attack when Lin Ling was killing the other Sky Emperors. Those celestial emperors looked like helpers, but they were actually bait. "You will never win this battle." The one who appeared behind Lin Ling was Shenyuan Jiutian. His right arm had turned into a dragon claw, and he clawed at Lin Ling. Time froze at this moment. Life and death, victory and defeat, the outcome seemed to be revealed at this moment. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know that danger was coming. He slashed out with his sword, and the injured Celestial Emperor was split into two. Blood splattered on the ground. Lin Ling's strong and decisive look made countless people gasp. Lin Ling was as determined as ever. After killing the Celestial Emperor, the dragon claw behind Lin Ling descended, wanting to tear him apart. "Ha ha!" Shenyuan Jiutian laughed coldly. Lin Ling could not escape. However, in a flash, Lin Ling's left hand slammed out, and he roared, "Dragon Claw!" Boom! Under countless gazes, a terrifying dragon claw appeared, bringing with it scorching flames. It surged and collided with the dragon claw of the divine dragon warrior Shenyuan Jiutian. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, and even metal Xingtian was shaken. Under countless gazes, one side was a world of flames, and the other side was a world of black and white. The divine dragon roared, and the two dragons collided. If one looked closely, the dragon claw between the two dragons collided. In the next moment, a figure spat out blood and flew backward, crashing to the ground. The other person did not fare well either, and his figure flew backward. Dragon claw collision. Many people gasped. Although it seemed that Lin Ling was injured, and Shenyuan Jiutian was only hit by the impact of the force, the collision just now still shocked them. Lin Ling had a dragon claw. If his previous target was not the Celestial Emperor, and Shenyuan Jiutian did not launch a sneak attack, then Lin Ling might not have been injured in the previous collision. Therefore, although Lin Ling was injured, he was defeated with honor. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up from the ground, his expression cold. He quickly took out the Void Mystic Gourd and took a big gulp. However, he realized that the injuries on his body could not be healed quickly. The power of laws of a martial saint is not that easy to recover. In the distance, he did not expect that. Lin Ling was Dragon Claw, and it also had the power of a true dragon. This caused his previous sneak attack did not kill him. This did not matter. Lin was 9 Dragon Claw True Dragon, and True Dragons, which caused his previous sneak attack not to failed to kill Lin. Dragon's Dragon Claw. True. There's one more person. Do you want to kill him? On the other side, Ji Mengling, who was in peak condition, said indifferently. He was also surprised by Lin Ling's Dragon Claw. If Lin Ling had reached the Wuxiang realm, he was sure that he would not be a match for Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling would not live past today. What do you think? Lin Ling's face was cold. With a dragon claw in one hand and an ancient sword in the other, he pounced towards the last Celestial Emperor. He wanted to kill this last person. In this life and death battlefield, only one side could leave alive. Either you die or I die. Therefore, Lin Ling would not show mercy. What a proud Celestial Emperor! The crowd stared at Lin Ling, who was fighting alone. Their hearts were filled with admiration. As for the people of the Rainforest Holy Land, they were all excited. This was their East Sovereign, Lin Ling. He fought for the Forbidden City without fear of death. I didn't expect this Lin Ling to have some ability. He can even kill 4 celestial emperors in front of 2 Wu Shang. Even some of the 7 emperors were visibly shaken. However, there was one more person left. Lin Ling was also seriously injured. If he wanted to face 2 Wu Shang, his chances of winning were even slimmer. Catoptric deflection. Yes. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's eyes were still firm. The space in front of him distorted. When he reappeared, he was not far from the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor's face was filled with panic. He no longer had the arrogant look from before. At this moment, he was frantically fleeing. Young Master Ji, Celestial Emperors of the 9 Heavens, save me! The Celestial Emperor roared. At the same time, a sword ruthlessly slashed at him from behind. Don't worry, you won't die. At this time, Ji Mengling's voice drifted over. A terrifying aura of light bloomed. The power of faith formed an aura that enveloped everything. Clang! The sword of 100 birds worshipping the phoenix was getting closer and closer to the Celestial Emperor. However, as if it was being held by the power of faith, it could no longer move. Kacha! The sword gradually bent, emitting a crisp sound. Lin Ling's expression changed. It was the power of law again. This Ji Mengling was indeed powerful. Lin Ling, can you kill him? In the distance, Ji Mengling sneered. The power of law that she controlled enveloped Lin Ling. Her faith was invincible. Clang! Finally, a crisp sound rang out. Countless people's hearts trembled. Lin Ling's sword was broken. The divine weapon was also broken. Now, how could Lin Ling fight? Die for me! Die! At the same time, Shenyuan Jiutian appeared behind Lin Ling. When he attacked Lin Ling with the power of faith, he attacked again sinisterly. Moreover, he used a terrifying method as soon as he attacked. It was as if a dragon was tearing Lin Ling apart. Seeing this scene, the 7 emperors shook their heads. Lin Ling did not have the power of law. All his methods were useless against Shenyuan Jiutian and Shenyuan Jiutian. Die for me! Die! At this time, Lin Ling ignored Shenyuan Jiutian behind him. He threw away the broken sword and clawed forward, resisting the power of faith. He was going to kill the Celestial Emperor even if he had to die. Madman! Die! Many people's hearts exploded. Lin Ling was going crazy for the sake of Shamu. No! Die! The Celestial Emperor's face was filled with fear. However, he could not block the dragon claw. He was ruthlessly swept across and his body was cut into 5 pieces. He could not be more dead. Against a Celestial Emperor who had become a saint, Lin Ling could be said to be invincible. At this time, Shenyuan Jiutian's attack finally arrived. The dragon claw grabbed Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his body emitted a crisp sound. At this moment, he clearly could not block Shenyuan Jiutian's attack. Lin Ling! Yes! In the distance, Yu Yu shouted, her eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou stood up, their faces filled with anger. Serves him right. If he hadn't activated the Avalon of 5 elements, you could have saved him. But now, Lin Ling has smashed his own foot with a rock. He's trapped himself in a cocoon of his own making. The Law Overlord sneered, taking pleasure in Lin Ling's misfortune. Lin Ling's sword was broken and he was seriously injured. He could not win. He was dead for sure. In this peak battle of the Forbidden City, Lin Ling had fallen. Someone like you wants to kill us? Laughable and lamentable. At this time, Ji Mengling's body floated, her right hand forming a finger. Supreme power of faith. Despicable. Chapter 1745. Defeated. Didn't you say that you had to kill us? But now you're the one who's dead. The sneer on Ji Mengling's face was extremely thick, and he even felt elated. Everything that happened today was his plan, and things were progressing according to his plan. He could finally kill Lin Ling. And after killing Lin Ling, he would also be a great contributor to the ancient Ji family. He would definitely be rewarded by the old man. Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. The finger of faith ruthlessly shot towards Lin Ling. I've been waiting for you to strike. However, at this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. His eyes were filled with madness. In an instant, Lin Ling was ignited. Terrifying flames soared into the sky. The song of the Yellow Springs was accompanied by millions of ghosts. It was as if the Yellow Springs' great emperor had descended. The most terrifying thing was that the flames formed an ancient fire dragon that roared through the heavens and earth. The law of fire. At this moment, the 7 emperors and the other experts all widened their eyes. One had to know that if Lin Ling wanted to kill Shenyuan Jiutian and Shenyuan Jiutian, he had to possess the power of law. This was the only way to win. So from the beginning until now, they didn't think that Lin Ling could win. But who knew that Lin Ling actually concealed the power of laws? What? At this moment, Shenyuan Jiutian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but only then did he realize that Lin Ling's dragonclaw had reached out and grabbed his dragonclaw tightly, preventing him from escaping. In front of Lin Ling, Ji Mengling was also a little afraid. Unfortunately, she had been too complacent before. She had calculated everything, but she had not expected Lin Ling to possess the power of laws. Go to hell, Long Teng Yu. The madness in Lin Ling's eyes intensified. The power of flames gushed out from his body. He had been learning martial arts since he was a child, and he had been the first to come into contact with a fire martial Dao. Fire had been his companion and comrade in arms until now. But at this moment, he wanted his fire to burn down the world. He deeply regretted Venerable Si Kongming's death. He had promised to protect his family and friends, but he had failed to do so. He felt guilty. Therefore, he went to the Forbidden City with his sword. Even if he violated the rules of the mortal world and faced the giants of the mortal world, he would never retreat. It was all for the sake of repaying that favor. If you don't go crazy, you won't survive. Boom. As if it could sense Lin Ling's anger and unwillingness, flames soared into the heavens. The power of laws was vast and mighty, as if it wanted to destroy the heavens and earth. The center of the Forbidden City turned into a terrifying sea of fire laws. At this moment, all the giants of the mortal realm stood up straight, their faces filled with horror. If Shenyuan Jiutian and Shenyuan Jiutian were super geniuses, then what about Lin Ling? A heavenly emperor who was only a saint realm heavenly emperor, but he possessed principles. If he didn't call himself a genius, who would dare call themselves a genius? So what I saw last time was real. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou were shocked. Last time, when Lin Ling defeated Yun Jiangshan, they were extremely curious. And now, the facts proved everything. Crazy flames, Lin Ling, Yen Zhu. Raise your sword and kill your way to the 9 heavens. A man should kill for his brothers, for the world, and for his women. The entire Forbidden City was in an uproar. Countless experts admired Lin Ling facing the siege of Tu Wushang. He was not afraid of death. With the power of the law of fire, he killed the Tu Wushang and turned the tables. This was the first miracle in the mortal world. We won. On the rainforest sacred land side, everyone cheered. Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, Ancestor Taiyan all looked at the sky, as if they could see Venerable Si Kongming standing there, smiling at them. Anyone who dared to invade the rainforest sacred land must be killed. Compared to the liveliness outside, the center of the Forbidden City was extremely quiet. Everyone listened to the sound of the flames burning, and their faces were gloomy. Gradually, the flames began to dim. One of the figures stood there like Mount Tai. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. However, his eyes were filled with a demonic desire to battle. It was Lin Ling. 3 months was too long. He had to seize every minute. The giants of the mortal world understood Lin Ling's will. He did not want to wait for 3 months. He wanted to kill the murderer now. And Lin Ling did it. Wait, look over there. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed. On the other side of Lin Ling, there were 2 figures standing quietly. They were Shenyuan Jiutian and Ji Mengling. They were not dead. They were not dead. Haha, good. You are indeed the proud bloodline of the Shenyuan clan. Young Master Ji is still alive. Seeing the 2, the giants of the mortal world, including the ancient Ji family, immediately cheered. Outside the Forbidden City, those who cheered were all silent at this moment. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. How could this be? Lin Ling was already prepared to die in this battle. He was seriously injured just to kill the murderer. However, the heavens were blind. The murderer was still alive. Lin Ling's efforts were in vain. You hit it well. You actually have the power of law. We were almost killed. Our careful treatment of you was not in vain. Linling, you are indeed difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, your final trump card failed. Ha ha ha, we are the winners. At this moment, Shenyuan Jiutian and Ji Mengling spat out a mouthful of blood. Then they sneered. Although they were seriously injured, Lin Ling's injuries were worse. Moreover, he did not have any means to defeat them. Melancholy blade of maple snow. However, at this moment, Lin Ling gritted his teeth and gathered all his soul power. He turned it into 100 soul blades and attacked. If you had used this move at the beginning, you would have had a chance to win. But now, you are seriously injured. Even your soul is injured. This soul power can't hurt us. Ji Mengling's eyes flashed with wisdom as she shouted coldly. She made a plan to deal with Lin Ling. Therefore, she was very clear about Lin Ling's current trump card. Naturally, she had been defending against Lin Ling's soul power all this time. Shield of Faith. It was as if the power of faith of thousands of living beings had gathered and turned into a huge golden ancient shield, blocking in front of Ji Mengling. Everything was as she said. If Lin Ling had used his soul power at the beginning, she might have been able to dodge it. But now, Lin Ling's soul power was no longer at its peak. The terrifying soul blade seemed to have hit an invisible wall and shattered. The power of faith was extremely powerful. Ji Mengling angrily shouted, "What else do you have, Lin Ling?" Yes. Lin Ling's face was pale. More blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After using his soul power, his footsteps were unstable and he almost fell down. He had already used all his strength, but he still couldn't block an expert of Wu Shang's level. He couldn't accept this. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. You can die now. You should regret what you have done. If you hadn't activated the Avalon of 5 elements, the 7 emperors would have been able to save you. But now, who can save you? Lin Ling, you have lost the battle of the Forbidden City. Vaguely, a large number of cold voices could be heard, causing Lin Ling's mind to ache even more. Trash, you dare to go against the ancient Ji family? Go to hell. You dare to stir up a storm for a mere Mizar? You don't have the right to do so. Chapter 1746. Peerless Divine Sword. The mocking voices sounded like thunder in Lin Ling's ears, causing him to open his eyes with great difficulty. He glanced at the people who were rejoicing in his misfortune. He wanted to fight. He wanted to continue fighting. Thump. Just as he was about to move, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. He almost fell to the ground. Ha ha! A large amount of mocking voices rose and fell one after another. Outside the Forbidden City, everyone was silent. They looked at the indomitable man with tears in their eyes. Even now, Lin Ling was still standing stubbornly with a strong backbone. He would never admit defeat. Lin Ling, the East Hall Master, was arrogant. Brother Lin Ling. Yu and the others were crying and shouting. But now, who could save Lin Ling? No one could break through the Avalon of 5 elements and enter the center of the Forbidden City. If I die, is everything over? All the things in Lin Ling's life flashed through his mind. He learned martial arts in the Gu Yen sect when he was 15 and entered the Heaven Mystics Kingdom when he was 16. Finally, a figure appeared in his mind. It was Venerable Si Calming. Gradually, Yu and the others appeared, as well as his grandfather and mother. In the end, a familiar yet strange figure appeared. It was Li Xiaoyao. Fight on. I, Li Xiaoyao, will never die standing. I will not be mocked and sympathized with by my enemies. Even if I die, I will die on the way. Fight, Lin Ling. The voice was like thunder, causing Lin Ling's closed eyes to move slightly. Your Majesty, use it. No one knows what will happen if you use it by force. Amidst the haze, the old voice suddenly rang out, causing Lin Ling to faintly have an idea. The peerless divine sword in the sword embryo. Fight. The extinguished flame in Lin Ling's heart burned again. He was not defeated yet. At this moment, in the Forbidden City, the mocking voices were still like waves. The ancient Ji family, the Shenyuan clan, the Eternal Palace, and the Arcane Emperor were all sneering. Young Master Ji, this plan was set by you. Now that Lin Ling has violated the rules of the mortal world, you can kill him. Killing a former hero of the mortal world and today's hero is not bad, but this is a great merit. Will the 9 Sky Emperors benefit me? Haha, of course not. The fruit of law that the ancient Ji family rewarded you, how about I give it to you? Under countless gazes, Shenyuan Jiutian and Ji Mengling, they were actually sharing the credit. Damn it! Hearing those words, the crowd outside the Forbidden City was furious. Look, Lin Lin is moving. However, at this moment, someone shouted in horror. Silence! The Forbidden City is dead silent. Can Lin Ling still move? This man's backbone was really tough. Haha, it's just a last-ditch struggle. His sword is broken, he is seriously injured, and he has no trump cards. What else can he do? Shenyuan Jiutian was not afraid at all. He shouted to the sky and waved his right hand gently. Roar! A dragon roared and pounced on Lin Ling. The power of the divine dragon warrior was all-powerful. Brother Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, Yu Yu and An Yuer shouted even louder. Beside them, Tianzong martial artist sneered. It would be great if Lin Ling could die here. His woman would belong to him sooner or later. Your heads are mine. However, at that instant, a cold roar could be heard, which was like a clap of thunder, causing the crowd to fall silent. Lin Ling did not seem to be seriously injured. My sword is broken. A new sword rises. Come out, the peerless divine sword. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Even if his bones were broken, he could still fight. He wanted to see the power of the peerless divine sword. Under thousands of gazes, Lin Ling drew in the void. A giant white sword seemed to fall from the sky. The moment the sword appeared, heaven and earth shook. A terrifying vortex of spiritual energy descended from the sky. The catastrophe of the divine weapon had arrived. Rumble! Colorful thunderbolts fell, shaking the Avalon of 5 elements. Finally, under the thunderbolt, even the defensive formation of the Avalon of 5 elements was destroyed. This! Everyone's eyes widened. What kind of sword was Lin Ling using? Everything happened in a flash. At the same time, Shenyuan Jiutian's dragon roared. 10th dimension. Suddenly, a low voice sounded. The sword appeared like water. Rumble! With a slash of the sword, the void shattered like glass. The terrifying thing was that the void reflected another world. In that world, one could see mountains, water, heaven and earth, and even warriors. 10th dimension? The power of the law of space? Bang! 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 The 7 emperors and other experts all stood up. Lin Ling actually had the power of the law of space? Swoosh! With a slash of the sword, the dragon was split into 2. It looked like a calm slash, but it was terrifying. This was no longer a slash of space, but a formation of the law of space. Seeing this, the entire Forbidden City fell into a dead silence. Countless eyes stared at Lin Ling's sword and gasped. A peerless godly sword? They never would have thought that Lin Ling was actually still hiding such a trump card. Lin Ling was stronger than the strong. It was as if there was no limit to his strength. Thump! Thump! Shenyuan Jiutian and Ji Mengling swallowed their saliva with difficulty. What kind of sword was that? It was too terrifying. In their eyes, Lin Ling's sword was not only huge, but also transparent, as if it was made of crystal. Moreover, there was a dense aura around it. A mere sword was able to make them feel so pressured. What kind of godly weapon was that? Unparalleled eternal power. Ji Mengling shouted angrily. The golden eternal power shot out as if all the living beings in the world were chanting. Too weak. Borrowing the faith of others for your own use, but your own faith is not strong enough. How can you control the faith of others? Lin Ling's long hair fluttered as he walked forward. He was like a peerless sword god, as if the sword was reborn. In fact, he was still seriously injured, but at this moment, he ignited the flames of battle. He gritted his teeth and stubbornly insisted on winning this battle. Break! With a shout, the sword light was like a crystal light. The space shattered again, and the 10th dimension appeared. It slashed through the eternal power, and the law of space was also cut by him. What a sharp sword, just like Lin Ling, showing off his ability. The hearts of the crowd trembled. Lin Ling was originally defeated, but with a single breath, he stood up again and made the peerless sword god descend. They knew very well that without willpower and battle intent, even if he had a godly weapon, it was useless. Because the godly weapon itself had a strong pressure, Ordinary people could not control it. Therefore, Lin Ling was able to hold the peerless godly sword by relying on his willpower. My peerless godly sword has been successfully forged. Your heads will be used to test it. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeves? At this moment, the eyes of the entire Forbidden City were attracted by Lin Ling. They watched as Lin Ling walked forward step by step and cut through everything with his sword. Divine Dragon Bloodline, Warrior Descends, Battle Heaven, Battle Earth, Battle Wilderness. Shen Yuan Jiutian roared. The dragon blood flowed through his body, and he turned into a divine dragon warrior. He took a step forward and a dragon claw appeared, clawing at Lin Ling. Chapter 1747. The Power of a Sword. Break! Lin Ling didn't stop. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. No one saw him draw his sword. They only saw Shen Yuan Jiutian pouncing towards him. However, Shen Yuan Jiutian fell from the sky with a pair of dragon claws. One sword, the powerful Wu Shang, the super genius of the Shen Yuan clan, had lost his power to fight. At this moment, Shen Yuan Jiutian was vomiting blood on the ground. His face was pale as he roared unwillingly. Who helped you? Why do you have such a sword? I have had this sword for a long time. It's called tyrannical singing. It has been with me until now. Lin Ling walked towards Shen Yuan Jiutian and stopped in front of him. He looked down at him from above. Shen Yuan Jiutian's body trembled. He didn't expect that the battle would turn out like this. They had won, but Lin Ling had turned the tables and regained control of the battle. You lost to me in the realm of true martial. You shouldn't have provoked me, Lin Ling. I can tell you that no one who provokes me, Lin Ling, has a good ending. No matter who it is, I will kill them all unless I am dead. Lin Ling raised his sword. His voice was overbearing. In fact, he was reminding everyone not to think about provoking Lin Ling's subordinates because he, Lin Ling, was very protective of his subordinates. No, wait, this wasn't my plan. I was just assisting from the side. Shen Yuan Jiutian shouted anxiously. This was the first time he felt fear. He didn't doubt that he would die. Assisting? Then you don't have to put your head too high in the Tower of Heads of Venerable Ding Hai. However, Lin Ling was still ruthless. It didn't matter if it was assisting or not. He dared to kill Lin Ling as long as Lin Ling was against him. This was because if he had not forcefully pulled out the unparalleled godly sword today, Lin Ling would have been the one to die. Lin Ling did not know the consequences of forcefully using the unparalleled godly sword, so he could not let Shen Yuan Jiutian take advantage of him. After you go to hell, apologize to my venerable sea calming. Whoosh! Blood splattered as the sword slashed down. The stiff dragon armor couldn't block the sword. Ahead Jiu Lu, Shen Yuan Jiutian, was rolling on the ground. Shen Yuan Jiutian was killed. Just as Lin Ling said, I will kill Shen Yuan Jiutian's head. Dang 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 dang. Shen Yuan Jiutian's Lin Ling lifted Shen Yuan Jiutian's bloody head with his left hand and walked towards Ji Mengling with his sword in hand. Actually, the person I want to kill the most is you because you are too sinister. You made such a detailed plan that I am disgusted by you. Of Shen Yuan of. When Shen Yuan Jiutian saw the bloody head in Lin Ling's hand, Shen Yuan Jiutian was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud. His face was filled with fear. The crowd couldn't help but laugh when they saw Shen Yuan Jiutian. Shen Yuan Jiutian had always been in control of everything. How could Shen Yuan Jiutian control the situation now? Lin Ling wasn't afraid of any sinister or detailed plan. He would destroy it with a single slash. You're scared. Lin Ling's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Shen Yuan Jiutian didn't know what to say. Shen Yuan Jiutian was indeed scared. Of course you're scared. My sword is fast and sharp. You won't feel any pain when I slash you. If you're scared, drink some strong wine to boost your courage. Lin Ling sneered again. He raised his eyebrows and a jug of wine landed in front of Shen Yuan Jiutian. Sarcasm. Utter sarcasm. Lin Ling seemed to be advising Shen Yuan Jiutian not to be afraid of death. Decapitation would only take the blink of an eye. This was undoubtedly the first time many people had seen such a method of killing. It was filled with sarcasm and extreme viciousness. Lin Ling, enough. You've won today. We 7 emperors have shown you mercy for the heinous crimes you committed before. Now, release Shen Yuan Jiu Tian. At this moment, a furious roar was heard. The Forbidden City began to tremble. The Law Overlord had made his move. He couldn't just watch Lin Ling do as he pleased. This battle is being watched by everyone. Law Overlord, it's best if you don't interfere. However, just as the Law Overlord was about to strike, an ancient aura erupted. A giant several hundred meters tall appeared. Its 2 palms were extremely large, and its entire upper body was even more majestic than the Forbidden City itself. Its 2 palms came together and slammed down, causing a terrifying aura to sweep out like a storm. Emperor Lis Ho. The Law Overlord's expression instantly turned ugly. Emperor Lis Ho looked old, but his strength was extremely frightening. At the same time, the sea roared as the sea god descended. Emperor Yu also made his move. In today's battle, I'd like to see who dares to stop Lin Ling. Under countless gazes, the sea seemed to come from the sky. An ancient ship floated above the sea, and a man in blue robes who seemed to be formed from water arrived with the sea god's halberd in hand. The 7 emperors all exploded with strength. This strength was enough to form a law that could dominate the world. I approve of Emperor Lis Ho. I approve of Law Overlord. 7 of the 7 emperors were divided into 2 camps. One camp had 3 people, one supporting Lin Ling and one opposing Lin Ling. Meanwhile, the eyes of the remaining 7 emperors flashed. This person was Emperor Dualyuan. He knew everything from the heavens to the earth. There was nothing in the human realm that he didn't know. He had always been neutral, so this time, the powerhouses of the human realm were all looking at him, wanting to see which camp he was on. Emperor Dualyuan, don't you want the 100 tomes of heaven and earth? Support us, and the 100 books of heaven and earth will be yours. The Law Overlord immediately said, wanting to recruit Emperor Dualyuan. Meanwhile, the crowd quietly watched this scene. A clash between the top powerhouses of the human realm had been born because of Lin Ling. If Emperor Dualyuan also supported the Law Overlord, then Lin Ling would be guilty today. Even if he could kill Ji Mengling, he would not be able to escape death. I believe that a martial artist should be loyal and righteous, magnanimous and fearless. Lin Ling killed his way up to the 9 heavens for the sake of his master. His righteousness shines through the heavens, and he is a man of true character. I don't think he's guilty. Besides, everyone knows that this is Ji Mengling's own scheme. Since that's the case, life and death, victory or defeat, should be decided by the 2 sides. Emperor Dualyuan stood up and voiced his opinion. Boom! The powerhouses of the human realm all paled. Emperor Dualyuan was supporting Lin Ling. That meant that Lin Ling had 4 sovereigns supporting him. Emperor Dualyuan, this isn't like you. Don't you want the 100 tomes of heaven and earth? The Law Overlord was furious. Emperor Dualyuan laughed. Of course, I'm curious about the 100 tomes of heaven and earth, but my words before represent my admiration for this junior, Lin Ling. More importantly, I'm curious as to how Lin Ling could so easily control the Avalon of 5 elements. Humph. This. Humph. The Law Overlord and the other powerhouses had ugly expressions, as if they had eaten a fly. They understood that if Lin Ling could not control the Avalon of 5 elements, Emperor Dualyuan might not have stood up for him. Chapter 1748. The real trump card was the divine martial world beast. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about the battle between the 7 kings. He raised his sword high with a crazed look on his face. He seemed to be saying in his mind, "Venerable Sea Calming, rest in peace. The mastermind will accompany you." Lin Ling, we can talk about this. Ji Mengling shouted anxiously. She knew that the 7 emperors couldn't help him. Tower of Human Heads. You can go to the highest position. Lin Ling's eyes became colder as he slashed down with his sword. Rumble! Rumble! The sword seemed to carry Lin Ling's anger, guilt, and regret. The ground was split open, and a deep sword mark was left on the ancient wall of the Forbidden City. It was terrifying. What a determined guy. The crowd looked at the man holding the sword with fear on their faces. Lin Ling had raised his sword to the 9 heavens and caused the 7 emperors to descend to the 9 heavens. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure, but who knew that after Lin Ling arrived, he would say that no one in the heavens or earth could save Ji Mengling and Ji Mengling. Lin Ling wanted to kill. Who could save him? See calming venerable. This is the last time I drink with you. When you are reincarnated, remember to find me. After killing Ji Mengling, Lin Ling smiled as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. However, he didn't look proud. He just missed the past. His eyes were wet, and the wine in the flagon appeared. He poured it on the ground to bid farewell to See calming venerable. The crowd looked at the scene and felt their blood boil. This was what a warrior should be like. Lord Dongzun. In the rainforest Holy Land, everyone had tears in their eyes. They looked at the two heads and were excited. The murderers had been killed. The 7 emperors won't touch you, but it doesn't mean that the Ji family won't kill you. The Xianyuan family won't let you go. Lin Ling die. At this time, the Xiandi experts of the Ji family rushed out. They were all filled with killing intent. They had to kill Lin Ling. They attacked in a flash. Even Emperor Li Ho and the others didn't have time to react. However, even if they did, Emperor Li Ho and the others would have stopped them. This meant that no one could help Lin Ling. Shameless. The crowd stared at the Xiandi experts who attacked. They all shouted. Lin Ling had fought so many battles. It was Lin Ling. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Ling continued to drink his wine. His eyes were clear, and there was no fear in his eyes at all. At this moment, he had already lost the ability to fight. Even if he had the peerless divine sword in his hand, it would be difficult for him to fend off so many celestial emperors. After all, it would be difficult for him to defeat a titled celestial emperor even if he was at his peak. However, he sneered in the face of Xiandi's attack. Originally, the murderer is dead. All the grudges should be gone with the wind. But you still want me dead. Go to hell. Lin Ling's cold voice carried a hint of madness as it mightily floated out of his mouth. At this moment, even the 7 emperors narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling wanted a titled celestial emperor to die? Where did he get his confidence from? Prince Xiaoyao, Tianzong, and the others were also shocked. Was Lin Ling hiding a trump card? If that was the case, Lin Ling might have a seat as the desolate's child of the human world. Everyone was curious. Meanwhile, the titled celestial emperors had disdainful expressions on their faces. How could Lin Ling defeat them? That was just a pipe dream. But at this time, Lin Ling whistled. The sound was very pleasant to the ears. It was like the sound of a stream. It spread far and wide. Boom, boom, boom. As if some taboo had been opened, the sky began to tremble. The clouds were rolling and an ancient air was coming. Under everyone's gaze, a huge 9-headed lion came down from the sky. Before it landed, one of the lion heads roared and a strong suction force was generated. Several Xiandi experts who were close to Lin Ling were sucked into the lion's mouth. No, what is that? The Xiandi experts shouted. They had no idea what was going on. Unfortunately, the 9-headed lion didn't bother to explain. It fell from the sky after it swallowed them. Boom. A few more titled celestial emperors were smashed into minced meat, and blood splattered everywhere. Roar. After landing on the ground, the 9-headed lion let out a furious roar. The remaining immortal emperors trembled under the roar and shattered like glass, turning into ashes. The Ji family and the Xiandi experts that Shen Yuan had left in the Forbidden City were all wiped out. Silence. This time, it was even quieter than before. Besides, not only was the Forbidden City quiet, but also the human realm giants who had been watching the battle in the distant corners of the world. Their expressions changed drastically. They had been waiting for Lin Ling's backer. Because Lin Ling had humiliated the Fire Tribe, many human realm giants guessed that Lin Ling might not be a simple person. Therefore, they chose to wait and see before they figured out who Lin Ling was. Of course, if Lin Ling didn't have a backer, they would have killed Lin Ling given his arrogant character. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling's backer had come to light. Divine Realm Beast. Emperor, you said in horror. Yes, it was the most ancient and mysterious beast king in the heavenly earth. Previously, Lin Ling had gone to the everlasting gate and came out alive from the mouth of the divine martial world-suppressing beast. At that time, the giants of the human realm were shocked, but they were not shocked. Now, they could not help but be shocked because Lin Ling was summoning the divine martial world-suppressing beast. It should be known that the divine realm beast didn't listen to anyone's orders. Even the Lord of the Sky on the ancient immortal plateau tempted it with treasures, but the divine realm beast didn't care. Now that Lin Ling could summon it, It explained everything. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can the divine realm beast listen to an ant? The law overlord said in disbelief. His face was distorted. Because from a certain point of view, Lin Ling was more noble than the law overlord. Little onion, you're finally here. At this moment, Lin Ling looked exhausted. It was difficult for him to even smile, but he walked forward and stroked the divine realm beast. Bang! At the same time, the huge divine realm beast lay down and wagged its tail as if it was trying to please Lin Ling. Boom! Everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. This was the first time they saw the ferocious divine realm beast show such a gentle side. And this scene proved that the divine realm beast really listened to Lin Ling plus. Lin Ling dared to raise his sword and attack because he was prepared. His final trump card was the divine realm beast. Roar! The divine realm beast didn't care about everyone's gazes. After wagging its tail, it picked up Lin Ling, put him on its back, and flew into the sky. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Ling seemed to be riding a 9-headed lion as he left proudly. His blue and white robe was as elegant as the clouds in the sky at this moment. It was otherworldly and revealed a mysterious color. Dongzun Lin Ling. After a moment of silence, outside the Forbidden City, loud cheers came one after another. Lin Ling had won this battle. On the side of the 7 emperors, the law overlord and the others looked terrible. It was as if they had been slapped by Lin Ling in front of everyone. Chapter 1749. Recovery. Because the divine martial world-suppressing beast was trying to please Lin Ling, it meant that Lin Ling was the most righteous and noble person in the world. Although he didn't believe Lin Ling was that kind of person, everyone in the world did. After all, the divine martial world-suppressing beast represented the divine beast of the human world. Hee hee, what a beautiful victory. Emperor Li Shou smiled faintly. The more he knew Lin Ling, the more secrets he felt Lin Ling had. It was very possible that Lin Ling was indeed the descendant of the firmament sword immortal. Lin Ling's subordinates, take these 2 heads back to pay respects to the dead. Emperor Yu said. Now that Lin Ling had left, he would do the rest for Lin Ling. Thank you, 7th Emperor. Thank you. In the distance, Lord Pu and Lord Watermist flew into the Forbidden City excitedly. They bowed and came before the 2 heads. They smiled coldly and stepped on the heads before taking them away. Ji Mengling and Lord Pu were very sinister. They had planned to kill Lin Ling. If Lin Ling died, many people in the rainforest would die. So they didn't show any mercy to the 2 heads. As for the ancient Ji family and Shenyuan clan who were hiding in the shadows, they wanted nothing more than to slaughter everyone in the rainforest Holy Land when they saw this scene. But now was clearly not the right time. Because Lin Ling had won a great victory, if they were to attack now, they would be violating the righteousness of the world. Let's go back. Let's go. The people of the rainforest left. The 3 Xian warriors of the human world looked at them with envy. It was good to have a strong leader. But when they thought of Lin Ling's protection, their hearts trembled. They couldn't afford to offend the rainforest Holy Land. Brother Lin Ling. Yes. In the Forbidden City, Yu and Anuer looked at the sky with worry. Don't worry, he won't die. He's just seriously injured and needs to find a place to recover. Emperor Li Shou stared at Yu and Lin Ling in confusion. He had also seen that the 2 devastatingly beautiful women were very worried about Lin Ling, so he explained. Then where did he go? Yu said worriedly. Emperor Li Shou smiled bitterly. No one knows. Indeed, no one knew where the divine martial world-suppressing beast had taken Lin Ling. Who knew where the divine martial world-suppressing beast was? The top battle in the Forbidden City spread like wildfire the next day. Everyone in the mortal world knew about it. Lin Ling, with his Saint Realm cultivation, had defeated a master on the level of Wuxia. For a time, he became a legend in the mortal world. One had to know that Lin Ling had not defeated an ordinary Wuxia master, but a monstrous genius. However, when a genius faced a genius, it was clear who was more monstrous. Lin Ling is so scary. I have a friend in the rainforest Holy Land. He said that Lin Ling has cultivated for less than 100 years. In the mortal world, he has cultivated for less than 100 years, but he can defeat a master like Wuxia. He is the first person. No wonder he is called a super genius. If this continues, Lin Ling will be titled Xian Di sooner or later. Many people admired him. One had to know that after reaching the Saint Realm, the improvement of one's realm would be even slower. If an ordinary warrior did not have any opportunities, it would take a lifetime for them to improve their realm. As for those with good talent, it would take decades or even 100 years. As for stepping into the 10 directions Wuxiang, it was even more difficult. This was because it was said that before stepping into the 10 directions Wuxiang, one had to transform the source of void force. This process had to be done carefully. If one was not careful, they would be turned into ashes. If they were lucky, they would never be able to step into the Wuxiang realm. Lin Ling is so famous now. I heard that many diamond-level heavenly emperors want to challenge him to obtain supreme glory. Unfortunately, Lin Ling has disappeared. No one knows where he went. However, Lin Ling dared to kill his way into the Forbidden City. He is not to be trifled with. Those who want to challenge him should be careful not to humiliate themselves. Many people were extremely curious about Lin Ling's whereabouts. They were also looking forward to the confrontation between Lin Ling and those top masters. As for those in the dark, many people wanted to erase Lin Ling even more. Among them were the ancient Ji family, the Shenyuan clan, and other ancient Shi clans. This time, they had suffered a double loss. At this moment, on the other side of the world, in a quiet cave, the sound of dripping water could be heard. The stones around the cave emitted a soft light, making the cave extremely bright. Upon closer inspection, a figure was lying in a pool. His skin was like a baby's skin, white with a hint of red. His long hair was casually scattered, giving off an unruly feeling. However, upon closer inspection, this person had delicate features and was not as domineering as imagined. This was because no matter how one looked at it, this was a handsome young man. This person was Lin Ling. Lin Ling lay quietly in the pool. The warm water nourished his injured body. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his eyes slowly. After regaining clarity, the first thing he heard was the crisp sound of dripping water. After looking around, Lin Ling found himself in a cave. "Your Majesty, you're awake." At this time, Elder Zi's voice came, which puzzled Lin Ling. Why was he here? He immediately recalled. Not long ago in the Forbidden City, when he was attacked by the titled Xian Di, he immediately summoned Little Onion. Then, Little Onion took him away. When he woke up, he was already here. Where is Little Onion? Lin Ling immediately asked curiously. That 9-headed lion left after bringing you here. I don't know where it went now. Elder Zi was speechless. Even Lin Ling was speechless, unable to understand Little Tsong Tu's intentions. After checking his body, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He had already reached the 9th layer of the Saint Realm, and in his dantian, the Saint Sea's energy was extremely vast. This. Lin Ling was surprised. It was caused by the water in this small pond. This is a rare water of dense mist. It is the essence of the heaven and earth's dense mist. If it was a cultivator of the cloud attribute, it would be a great treasure for them. But even so, this water is of great help to other cultivators. Not only has His Majesty's realm increased, but his injuries have also all healed. Purple Elder said with a smile. Those 9 beasts were not stupid. They could find such a precious place. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air and looked around. Only then did he realize that there was very little white liquid left in the pool. Little Onion knew that I was injured, so he brought me here. Lin Ling thought. Then he was overjoyed. Reaching the 9th layer of the Saint Realm could greatly increase his strength. After all, any martial arts mainly relied on the power of the dantian. When one's cultivation level increased, whether it was the power of the Saint Mark martial arts or the power of laws, their power would increase greatly. Lin Ling's current fire martial arts could use the underworld flame to display the power of laws. This did not depend on martial arts comprehension, and the power of the Holy See in his dantian was not much. It all depended on the divine fire in his body. However, when his cultivation level increased, the power of the laws would increase by 30%. Cultivation level was the source of power. Talent. One of the keys to increasing one's strength, and also the biggest reliance of a cultivator's strength. Martial arts. That was a method to display all the advantages that a martial artist possessed. Chapter 1750. Searching for the item left behind by Li Xiaoyao. How's the peerless divine sword? Lin Ling asked curiously. This time, the sword embryo is not complete and your majesty used it forcefully, causing the peerless divine sword to have a flaw. Now, it has to be reforged again. Elder Z said. Lin Ling gasped. Previously, he used it forcefully in a moment of desperation. However, the power of the peerless divine sword was so strong that it allowed him to control the power of law. One had to know that his physical body and the power of the Holy See could not support the power of law of space. However, with the sword in hand, he could control the power of law. This showed that the sword was extraordinary. Your Majesty, don't worry. This time, it won't take as long as the last time. Elder Z said again. It's a pity that the misty water was wasted. If Your Majesty was not seriously injured, Your Majesty's celestial demon overlord body would be upgraded again. At that time, Your Majesty's talent would be at the 10th grade of the heaven class. It's okay. It's enough to win this battle. The celestial demon overlord body will be upgraded sooner or later. Lin Ling did not mind. On the contrary, he was grateful to Little Onion. If Little Onion had not found such a treasure, Lin Ling's injuries would have taken a long time to recover. Then, Lin Ling sighed. This battle was the second time in his life that he had faced a life-and-death crisis. By the way, I saw Yu and the others in the Forbidden City. Recalling the scene in the Forbidden City, Lin Ling could not help but feel excited. Your Majesty, don't worry. At least now we know their whereabouts. I'm sure they are in the mortal world. Elder Z said. It seems that they should be in the Jianghu Immortal Plateau. However, their status seems to be very high. I'm afraid it will take some effort to see them again. Lin Ling said lightly. At this moment, he wished he could become stronger because his opponents were also getting stronger. Then, he stood up and felt the increase in his cultivation level. He could not help but feel like shouting to the sky. In his dantian, the power of the Holy See was extremely strong. Let's leave this place. After a long time, Lin Ling set off on his journey again. After arriving outside the cave, Lin Ling's expression involuntarily changed. The sky here was gray, as if it was not the mortal realm, but the fiend realm. Why did Little Onion bring him to the demon domain? Even Violet Elder was shocked. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Faintly, he saw a familiar figure. That person had been free and unfettered for an entire lifetime, walking through the world. The devil domain was like his back garden. Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling's eye of time actually saw Li Xiaoyao. He couldn't help but become excited. Moreover, memories also appeared like a tide. Li Xiaoyao had left a stone tablet here to seal the devil world. However, the eye of time told Lin Ling that he must find that stone tablet because Li Xiaoyao had left something there. It was extremely important to Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao seemed to know that he was going to reincarnate, so he left something in advance for his next life. Could this be the purpose of Little Onion bringing me here? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He couldn't help but sigh at his foresight in his previous life. Even if he had fallen, his previous life had made sufficient preparations for his next life to make a comeback. Go west. Lin Ling spat out a sentence and set off on his journey. He put on a cloak and transformed into a devil again. In the fiend realm, the sky was gray and the earth was gray. The whole world was like a wilderness. Lin Ling moved forward like a lone ranger, wanting to find the things left behind by his previous life. However, the fiend realm was very large. From time to time, there would be terrifying devil winds sweeping through. Moreover, under the earth, there were often terrifying devils hiding. This caused Li Xiaoyao's figure to disappear in Lin Ling's eye of time. It seemed that Li Xiaoyao in his previous life had passed by here and used a powerful movement martial art to instantly disappear. I only remember that the statue is in a mountain. Lin Ling frowned. If he could reach that mountain, he would be able to find the statue. Perhaps he would be able to obtain the things left behind by his previous life, and his strength would be greatly improved. Right now, he could only try his luck. The only good thing was that he was sure that the statue was in this area. Your Majesty, there are people in front. At this time, Purple Elder's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling to look into the distance. He saw several figures fighting a devil scorpion in the distance. Those figures had bone wings behind their backs. Obviously, they were from the devil race. After Lin Ling approached, those people also killed the devil scorpion. Then, they looked at Lin Ling cautiously. The leader was a young girl with dark skin and elf-like ears. She asked, "What devil race are you from?" Moon Rabbit Race. The other party was somewhat cautious. However, Lin Ling could sense that their strength was much weaker than him, so he relaxed. Moon Rabbit Race? There were 5 people from the Devil Race, 3 men and 2 women. The men were tall, and their facial features were somewhat similar to humans. However, there were 2 long teeth in their mouths, making them look like zombies. The women were the same. However, their appearance was not bad, so their small fangs gave people a kind of cute feeling. Moon Rabbit Race is the weakest among the Devil Race, but their temperament is not cruel. One of the men withdrew the bone wings behind his back and said indifferently, "Are you from the nearby Devil Race?" "Yes," Lin Ling asked curiously. He was sure that this was not the true martial world, but the depths of the Devil domain. "Yes, we are from the Wing Race," the young girl replied, curiously staring at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was covered with devil chi. However, his appearance was handsome, and there was a horn on his forehead, giving people a very unique feeling. "That's good. I am looking for a mountain with stone sculptures. I don't know if you have seen it before?" Lin Ling quickly said politely. "Stone sculptures? Devil god statues, right? That is a forbidden area." They looked at each other, and the young girl immediately said. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he did not know whether that place was the one he was looking for, he had no choice so far. "Yes, can you take me there?" "Yes," Lin Ling sincerely said. "This we can, but we can only take you to the vicinity. As for the Devil Mountain, we do not dare to go near it." The young girl pondered for a moment, and Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Rumble. At this moment, the black earth suddenly shook. Sand billowed in front of them, and the devil shadow was vast and mighty. The young girl and the others' faces changed dramatically, and the bone wings behind them opened. "Fool, why are you still not running? That is the blood crocodile race." "Ah!" The young girl was just about to fly away, but seeing Lin Ling standing there foolishly, she could not help but exclaim. She quickly pulled Lin Ling's hand and flew toward the sky. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Blood crocodile race? The Eye of Time quietly appeared, and in the rolling waves, a large number of huge figures appeared. They were blood-armored crocodiles that were as long as 10 meters. Most importantly, they were extremely fast, and they surrounded them from every corner. "Run! Why are you not running? If you run again, I will eat all of you." Angry roars drifted out from the ground, and the smell of blood permeated the air. In the sky, the few people's faces were ugly, and they reluctantly flew down. Although they could fly, the blood crocodile race had powerful explosive power. They could jump 1,000 miles high, and they could easily bite them down. After they landed, huge crocodiles began to crawl out from all directions. They opened their huge mouths, and it was a shocking sight. Chapter 1751. Overbearing Demon Race. The Wings Race's people were all trembling at this moment, especially the young girl. Her eyes were moist. Lin Ling looked over and found that the young girl's ears were twitching. She looked very cute. "So, it's the little bone pearl of the Wings Race. What? You don't recognize this young master?" Among the half-human, half-crocodile demons, a thin man walked out, causing the young girl to tremble even more. "Tell your tribe's leader that your little bone pearl is my woman. Tomorrow, I will come to marry my wife. Also, your tribe now belongs to the Blood Crocodile clan," the thin man lightly said. Several people were silent, not daring to raise their heads. They seemed to have been in contact with the Blood Crocodile clan for a long time. "Can't you hear my words? Answer me." However, their silence made the thin man angrily shout. Several Wings Races people immediately raised their heads and spoke. One of the men said, "Young master is right. We heard you. Don't you know how to flatter me? Do you want me to eat you now?" The thin man had the head of a crocodile. He opened his bloody mouth and spoke. "No, we will say it, we will say it." Several Wings Races people spoke incoherently. The perfect demon god used his omnipotent hands to create the Blood Crocodile clan. Their young master is the most handsome, the most domineering, and the most brilliant of the demon race. Every woman of the demon race wants to be his woman. Every demon race wants to submit to him and follow in his footsteps to unify the demon race and become one of the 5 great emperors of the demon domain. Young master is as handsome as a jade tree in the wind. He has a handsome appearance that even the heavens envy. He is the most admired existence of our demon race. Under threat, the Wings race's people couldn't help but praise. The blood crocodile young master was enjoying the praise. Lin Ling was also among them. He couldn't help but be astonished. Although he didn't know about the demon race's customs, such praise was too hypocritical. With a bloody mouth and a crocodile's head, they actually said that he was as handsome as Panin? He couldn't help but feel speechless. It seemed that the demon race was learning from the humans in many ways, but they didn't look alike at all. That's right. I like to hear your words. You guys can go. Remember, I'm going to your tribe tomorrow to marry Little Bone Bead. Also, the area around your tribe belongs to our blood crocodile clan. The thin man waved his hand and said. Hearing this, the young girl's eyes became even more moist. Demons could marry each other, but generally, if they were not of the same race, the outcome would be very miserable. It was said that after a powerful demon got tired of playing with them, they would generally be eaten. The girls in the nearby tribes were like this. However, although she was unwilling in her heart, how could she resist when she thought of the powerful blood crocodile clan? Let's go, Little Bone Bead. The men of the winged race hurriedly took the bone bead and left. Lin Ling was naturally among them. He didn't care about such things because he didn't know what had happened. Wait! However, right at that moment, the emaciated man shouted angrily. You don't seem to have praised me. That's why I'm in a bad mood. That's why you must die and be devoured by us. Eat. It's rare to meet a demon. How can I not eat one? The other members of the blood crocodile clan also roared repeatedly, appearing extremely cruel. Perhaps, this was also the atmosphere of the demon race. The weak were prey to the strong. Either you devour me, or I devour you. Among the few people, Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. These people of the blood crocodile clan seemed to be talking to him. Why aren't you praising him? Don't implicate us. The winged race people immediately complained to Lin Ling. If Lin Ling angered the blood crocodile clan, they would also suffer a calamity. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the young master of the blood crocodile clan was really good-looking, then in order to calm things down, he would praise a few words. However, from a human's point of view, the blood crocodile clan was indeed not very good-looking. Young master, he's not from the winged race. He's from the moon rabbit clan. This matter has nothing to do with him. At this time, Xiao Guzhu hurriedly said, wanting to plead for Lin Ling. Unfortunately, she was too inexperienced because it was fine if she didn't say it. Once she said it, it would ruin the blood crocodile young master's dissatisfaction. You're pleading for him? The thin man said coldly. Yes, the winged race's matter has nothing to do with him. Xiao Guzhu still said. Even Lin Ling secretly shook his head. This was going to kill him. Kill! Sure enough, the thin man roared. You're my fiancé, but you're pleading for others. If you make me unhappy, other than Xiao Guzhu, the other members of the winged race may die. Overbearing. This was the overbearing manner of the demon race. The few men of the winged race were all glaring at Lin Ling angrily. Xiao Guzhu seemed to know that she had said something wrong and couldn't help but cry. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling didn't want to cause any trouble, but it seemed impossible. Young master, can I sincerely praise you? Lin Ling said indifferently. Then say it. If you make me happy, I will consider not eating all of them. I will only eat one. The thin man sneered. The other members of the blood crocodile race also sneered, looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's flattery. Then I'll tell you the truth. You have a big bloody mouth and sharp teeth. It really has nothing to do with being handsome. Apart from your mouth, your eyes are also small green eyes. It's as if you haven't woken up yet and have no spirit. I don't think you're suitable for Panin's looks. Besides, your figure is thin and tall. Your skin is covered with lumps of scales. Lin Ling said bluntly. Boom. The faces of all the demon clan S changed greatly, and the winged race S were the same. Xiao Guzhu couldn't help but laugh. In fact, what Lin Ling said was what she wanted to say, but she didn't dare. As for your ability to be honest, not to mention dominating the demon realm, even in a small area, you are not invincible. Finally, I'm done. Lin Ling said again. All the demon clan S stared at Lin Ling, but they saw that Lin Ling's face was calm, as if he wasn't joking at all. Do you know what you are saying? The thin man's voice became lower and lower. I'm telling the truth. Lin Ling nodded, as if he didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. He's dead, he's dead. The winged race's faces were all pale. This moon rabbit race youth was very bold. Although they knew that young Master Blood Crocodile wasn't good-looking, how could he casually say such words? Most importantly, Lin Ling had implicated them even more. You still have one chance to take back your words. Young Master Blood Crocodile's eyes were filled with killing intent. You told me to tell the truth, so I am telling the truth. Lin Ling's face was still calm. Kill! Young Master Blood Crocodile finally let out a roar. The earth shook, and the Blood Crocodile race transformed into huge crocodiles again. Kid from the Moon Rabbit race, run! Xiao Guzhu shouted in panic. She spread her wings and flew up. The others did the same. At this time, they could only try their best to run. Chapter 1752. Winged Race. Little Guzhu, ignore him. He just distracted the Blood Crocodile clan. Let's take this opportunity to run. The men from the Wings clan said anxiously. Then they flew forward crazily. However, the little bone bead didn't leave. She continued to float in the air. For some reason, she felt that the young man from the Moon Rabbit clan was very pitiful. He shouldn't have died here. It was their Wings clan that had dragged him down. Boom, boom. On the ground in front of them, the waves of earth were still rolling, but they were gradually calming down. A moment later, a thin and weak figure slowly walked out from the waves of earth. He wore a black cloak and had a single horn on his forehead. He had delicate features, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Most importantly, he was dragging a 10-meter-long crocodile with his left hand. This person was Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, Xiao Guzhu's eyes narrowed. That was a brat from the Moon Rabbit clan? By the time all the dust had dispersed, the front had already turned into a mountain of flesh and blood. Those enormous ancient crocodiles had all been decomposed and died one by one. Not even the truth? At this moment, a calm voice drifted over. On the ground, Lin Ling was dragging the crocodile's tail with one hand and playing with a black demonic pearl with the other. He seemed to be very interested in it and then swallowed it into his mouth. That's right. Powerful demons can give birth to demonic orbs. After devouring them, the dragon claw's power can be increased. Lin Ling asked in surprise. This. The small bone bead opened its mouth wide, unable to say anything. According to her knowledge, the Moon Rabbit clan was the weakest clan in the Devil Race, and they were the clan that the Devil Race loved to devour the most. But now, a kid from the Moon Rabbit clan had actually defeated the Blood Alligator clan. In the distance, the men of the Wings clan also stopped flying and sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, can you take me to the Forbidden Mountain? Lin Ling raised his head. There was blood on his face, giving people an extremely evil feeling. Okay, but we have to go back to the tribe first. The little bone race subconsciously nodded. Lin Ling was the most demonic devil she had ever seen in her life. The group continued to move forward, but Lin Ling was silent. The divine martial world suppression beast had brought him to the demon zone. Hence, he would not miss out on the things that Li Xiaoyao had left behind. Once he had found that item, he would be able to leave the demon realm. Purple Elder, how long did I take to recover? Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of a crucial question. Your Majesty, according to my calculations, it's been close to a year. Elder Z's voice rang out, causing Lin Ling to gasp. While at this time, Little Bone Bead looked at Lin Ling curiously and said, The Moon Rabbit clan is the weakest fiend race. You actually defeated the Blood Alligator clan. Boy, you're too impressive. Lin Ling withdrew his thoughts and shook his head helplessly. With his power of 14 universes, ordinary devils weren't his match at all. He smiled and said, I was lucky enough to obtain a martial arts manual in the past and studied it a little. That's why I have such strength. Xiao Guzhu's eyes lit up. Human martial arts? Our chief, Uncle Gu, also knows human martial arts, but he isn't willing to teach us. He mostly instructs the tribal warriors. Kid from the Moon Rabbit clan, we'll bring you to the forbidden area. You have to teach me martial arts. No problem. Lin Ling smiled and nodded his head. That's great. When I become stronger, I want to learn from Uncle Gu and protect the tribe. Uncle Gu is the #1 warrior of our tribe. Little Bone Bead's ears twitched. looking extremely adorable. Uncle Gu? Lin Ling felt somewhat curious. The devil race was blessed by the heavens and had boundless strength. However, their martial arts techniques weren't very strong. Hence, he was somewhat curious about the fact that the devil race knew human martial arts. After that, Lin Ling thought of the devil pearls from before. He discovered that some devil races would produce such origin pearls. After consuming one, his fiend god overlord physique didn't improve, but the strength of his dragon claws did. Not long after, a towering wall appeared in front of them. Upon closer inspection, these walls were made from gigantic trees. Occasionally, there would be silhouettes flying in and out. This was the winged race's tribe. At this moment, Lin Ling's azure interspatial ring suddenly flashed. After he checked it, he couldn't help but feel agitated. Big brother Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian was the soul of the ancient flame devil. Back then, Gu Zhantian took the initiative to hand over the ancient flame devil to Lin Ling. When Lin Ling was weak, the ancient flame devil had helped Lin Ling many times, allowing him to overcome many dangers. Hence, Lin Ling was filled with gratitude towards Gu Zhantian and treated him as his big brother. Back then, when they parted ways in the ancient tomb, Gu Zhantian's whereabouts were unknown. After that, Lin Ling found out from Yen that Gu Zhantian was in the devil region. Initially, he wanted to find Gu Zhantian, but sadly, he encountered a ceiling formation and missed the opportunity. Who would have thought that he would meet Gu Zhantian again this time? Lin Ling stood there agitatedly while the other members of the winged race stared at Lin Ling in puzzlement. Little Bone Bead then said, "Little Rabbit, there's no need to be afraid. Our winged race is very easy to talk to." She thought that Lin Ling was afraid because in the legends, the Moon Rabbit race was also the most cowardly race. As for Lin Ling defeating the young master of the Blood Crocodile race, in truth, many members of the winged race were capable of doing so. What the winged race feared was the entire Blood Crocodile race. It didn't mean that they were afraid of the young master of the Blood Crocodile race. "Little Bone Bead, you've returned? Who is this devil?" At this moment, a large number of devils flew out from the tall walls. These people didn't seem old, but their muscles were extremely sturdy. Evidently, their strength wasn't weak. They were none other than the warriors of the winged race. Big Brother Bone Armor. Little Bone Bead stared at the devils and said, "He is from the Moon Rabbit race." The man in the lead was over 2 meters tall. The bone wings on his back were over 5 meters wide. At this moment, he spoke as he walked. "So he is from the Moon Rabbit race. However, Little Bone Bead, who allowed you to bring an outsider here?" His voice was filled with disdain. The Moon Rabbit race was extremely weak in the Devil region. Hence, he didn't place them in his eyes. Earlier, we encountered the Blood Crocodile race. He was the one who saved us. Little Bone Bead knew the rules and hurriedly explained. In the Devil domain, the strong preyed on the weak. There was the cunning Demon Fox clan and the Mystic Wolf clan. These devil clans liked to hide in other devil clans and then slaughter them. Therefore, the devil clan had always been very careful with those who were not of their clan. Just him. The man called Bone Armor sneered. He simply didn't believe that the weak Moon Rabbit race could defeat the Blood Crocodile race. "Then did you see how he defeated them?" the winged race asked. Little Bone Bead and the others couldn't explain it because after the battle ended, the Blood Crocodile race were all dead. They didn't see how Lin Ling won. "I suspect that he is from the Mystic Wolf race. He transformed his body in an attempt to deceive us and enter our tribe." The man called Bone Armor said coldly. No, he did save us." Little Bone Bead immediately started to defend herself. However, she was the only one who defended herself. The devils who were with her before were all silent because they weren't sure of Lin Ling's background. "Kill!" A bone spear appeared in the Bone Armor man's hand and he threw it towards Lin Ling. Chapter 1753. Seeing Gu Zhantian again. Xiao. The bone spear shot towards Lin Ling, causing Gu Zhu to panic. Just as she was about to scream, Lin Ling had already regained his senses. He stretched out his right hand and caught the bone spear. However, the bone spear was too powerful, reaching the force of 5 universes. Lin Ling had just reacted, so he didn't have time to unleash his strength, causing his body to be knocked back 5 meters. This caused Lin Ling to be secretly shocked. The devil race was indeed born with great strength. However, compared to his shock, the other members of the winged race were even more shocked. This kid from the Moon Rabbit race actually managed to catch the bone spear of the #1 young warrior of the winged race? As for the man named Gu Jia, his expression was extremely ugly. One must know that he was the strongest warrior of the younger generation in the tribe. In the future, he would be the leader of the tribe. But now, his bone spear was caught by the weak Moon Rabbit race. This was a huge humiliation to him. Good. You are indeed not from the Moon Rabbit race. You are from the Mystic Wolf race. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such great strength. Also, don't be too arrogant. I didn't use my full strength just now. Gu Jia's expression turned even colder, causing Lin Ling to be astonished. This Gu Jia attacked him without any reason, and when his attack failed, he actually blamed it on him? Stop! At this moment, an angry roar rang out. A large number of figures flew out, causing Gu Jia and the other warriors' expressions to change. Those who flew out were all powerful warriors of the winged race. They had a lifespan of several hundred years and were their seniors. Putong! Gu Jia and the others immediately knelt down on one knee. In the tribe, their status was strict. They were the younger generation warriors, so they had to respect the older generation warriors. What happened? A white-haired old man with a face full of wrinkles asked. Replying to the great elder, this devil is from the Mystic Wolf race. He tried to sneak into our tribe and kill everyone. That's why I wanted to kill him. Gu Jia raised his head and said, What? All the experts' expressions changed drastically, as though they were facing a great enemy. The Mystic Wolf race was notorious in the devil domain. They could transform into other devils and sneak into the devil race to devour everything. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the members of the winged race raised the bone spear in their hands. They were ready to kill Lin Ling at any moment. Xiao Guzhu instantly panicked, blocking in front of Lin Ling, wanting to explain. However, Lin Ling merely smiled and pulled the young girl behind him as he asked, Excuse me, is Gu Zhantian here? Although these devils were not weak, Lin Ling could still sense that they were ultimately much weaker than him. If he really wanted to kill, 3 incense sticks would be enough to wipe out everyone here. You know our leader? You really are from the Mystic Wolf clan. Speak, what is your purpose in coming here? How many Mystic Wolf clan members are approaching our tribe? The old man angrily shouted. Firstly, I'm not from the Illusion Wolf clan. Secondly, the purpose of coming here was to find the forbidden area. Third, I have no interest in eating fiends. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Lin Ling was considered short and skinny among the demons, but his calm demeanor surprised all the winged clan members. Are you not afraid of death? For some reason, the bone armor felt displeased when he saw Lin Ling's nonchalant attitude. He sneered. I'm afraid of death. But you guys won't be able to kill me. Lin Ling retorted. What a joke. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have some ability. Let me tell you, all the warriors of the winged race are here. As long as our bone spears strike, you will die without a doubt. The bone armor snorted. Let's not talk about how powerful your bone spears are. Even if they are powerful, you still won't be able to kill me. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. Looking at the tall walls, a familiar silhouette flew out. That silhouette was also looking at Lin Ling with excitement. The leader is here. At the same time, all the warriors of the winged race shouted in unison. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Now that their strongest leader was here, how could this brat be so arrogant? Haha, Lin Ling? Are you Lin Ling? Haha. However, to everyone's surprise, their leader wasn't enraged. Instead, he lunged towards Lin Ling with tears in his eyes. After that, under their gazes, their leader actually hugged Lin Ling. This. Haha. Upon seeing this, all the members of the winged race were shocked. Haha, big brother Gu Zhantian, I missed you so much after we parted back then. Haha. Little rascal Lin Ling. You also missed your big brother so much. How did you manage to find this place? Also, the devil chi on your body. Haha. After the two of them hugged, they surveyed each other. Back then when they were in the ancient tomb, the brotherhood between them was forged from iron. Now that they met again, they would naturally be extremely emotional. Lin Ling transmitted his voice. The devil chi on my body originates from a jade token. That jade token can conceal my aura as well as my identity as a human. Haha. He guessed that Gu Zhantian was the leader of the winged race. Hence, Lin Ling didn't want to implicate Gu Zhantian and didn't reveal his identity as a human. Gu Zhantian naturally knew that Lin Ling was a human. However, he didn't care at all. He turned and spoke to all the members of the winged race. Who allowed you to raise your bone spears? How audacious! He is my brother, a true brother. Kneel! Putong! All the members of the winged race knelt down on one knee. This was how it was in the devil race. The words of their leader were like the heavens. Earlier, they almost killed the brother of their leader. This was a great crime. However, they were also curious because their leader was extremely powerful. Yet, his brother was actually from the moon rabbit race. The difference was too great. Naturally, although they were curious, who would dare to say it out loud? So it's the brother of our leader. As expected of a hero of the devil race. I can see that this lord's strength is majestic, tall and mighty. I've long known that this lord is extraordinary. Kneel! We've offended you earlier. Please forgive us. Forgive us. The members of the winged race all started to flatter, causing Lin Ling to be speechless. From the perspective of humans, he couldn't be considered short. But compared to the devil race, he was short and skinny. Yet, these members of the winged race actually said that he was tall and mighty? Wasn't this flattery a little too fake? Hee, no worries. Ha ha. However, Lin Ling didn't mind at all. Among all the members of the winged race, only Bone Armor was the most unwilling. Earlier when he attacked, Lin Ling blocked his attack, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. And now, Lin Ling had become the brother of their leader. That meant that his status was even higher than his. How could he swallow this humiliation? Come. Lin Ling, let's go take a look at my tribe. Yes. At this moment, Gu Zhantian led Lin Ling forward. Bone Armor mumbled to himself, I don't know how he managed to climb up to the leader's thigh. But in the tribe, strength is everything. Once the leader knows of his strength, he would surely look down on him. Yes. He was obviously jealous. At this moment, a voice transmission suddenly sounded in his ears. Earlier, it wasn't that you didn't use your full strength. The voice was very soft. Only Bone Armor could hear it. However, this caused Bone Armor's expression to turn unsightly. Because, he knew that the person who spoke was a brat from the moon rabbit race. Just a mere member of the moon rabbit race, who gave him the guts to be so arrogant. Lin Ling spoke and couldn't be bothered with Bone Armor. In fact, if it wasn't for Bone Armor sneaking an attack on him at the start, he wouldn't have even bothered to retaliate. Because of his disdain, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered. Chapter 1754. Tribal hunting. Gu Zhantian brought Lin Ling back to his residence. Lin Ling discovered that Gu Zhantian already had a son and a wife. That boy's face had Gu Zhantian's features, and at the start, he was somewhat fearful of strangers. However, he soon became familiar with Lin Ling. As for Gu Zhantian's wife, she was kind and honest, warmly welcoming Lin Ling. Lin Ling left behind some treasures like the Void Mystic Gourd for them. After that, he smiled and started drinking with Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian didn't know how valuable the treasures Lin Ling left behind were. In fact, he didn't even know Lin Ling's strength because Lin Ling's body was shrouded in devil chi. As long as he didn't unleash his aura, no one would know that he was a human. Haha, big brother, you are really something. In just a few short years, you are already a father. Back then when I roamed the world, I came to the devil region and was heavily injured. Luckily, I was saved by the leader of the Wings race. After that, I stayed here and waited for the old leader to die before I took on the role of the leader. Gu Zhantian sighed, his words causing Lin Ling to nod his head. Although Gu Zhantian's words were simple, he knew that the process wasn't easy. Also, he could tell that Gu Zhantian had already treated this place as his home. It was like a man supporting the entire family. In the past, Gu Zhantian was an ancient flame devil. It was rare for him to have a wife and a child. He would definitely cherish these things. After that, Lin Ling roughly recounted his experiences. The two of them instantly drank and laughed. After parting in the past, everyone was different from before. And Lin Ling also revealed his purpose. Devil statue? That forbidden ground isn't a place ordinary people can enter. Lin Ling, if you want to enter, I can bring you there. Gu Zhantian reminded. Although the forbidden ground was dangerous, he couldn't allow Lin Ling to enter alone. Maybe because he had protected Lin Ling in the past. He was used to protecting Lin Ling, treating Lin Ling as his own younger brother. Big brother, there's no need. Since it's a forbidden ground, I will enter alone. Lin Ling felt warmth in his heart, but he didn't want to implicate Gu Zhantian. What do you mean by this? Do you think that I, Gu Zhantian, am afraid of death? Big brother, you've misunderstood. I'm the only one who can go to that place. Moreover, if you go and suffer any losses, how am I going to explain it to sister-in-law and the others? Lin Ling persuaded, his words causing Gu Zhantian to fall silent. However, he felt even more guilty in his heart. Because when they went to the forbidden ground, he actually couldn't help Lin Ling. Well, let's not talk about this. How's your tribe doing this time? Lin Ling changed the topic. Gu Zhantian sighed, roughly describing the dangers of the winged race. In the devil regions, food was the most important thing. For the sake of food, tribes would often devour each other. And in this region, the winged race wasn't the strongest. There were blood crocodiles, devil leopards, and bloodthirsty six-winged falcons. All of them were eyeing the winged race like tigers eyeing their prey, wanting to devour the winged race at any moment. For the winged race to be able to survive until now, it all depended on luck. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the winged clan acted like they were facing a great enemy when he came here. It turned out that they really had to be careful. To think that this place is so desolate. Big brother, have you never thought of migrating? Lin Ling asked. How could I not have thought of it? Sadly, the devil regions are so vast. Where would we be able to stay? We aren't from any powerful devil race. The 5 great emperors of the devil regions wouldn't protect us. Gu Zhantian shook his head. In the past, he was arrogant and unruly. But after he had a family, he also lost his lofty ambitions. He had to be careful with every step he took. I have a wine flask here. You can find the subordinates of the Eastern Devil King and take out the wine flask. Tell them that you are one of my subordinates, Lin Ling. They will protect you. Lin Ling contemplated for a moment before he took out the wine flask used to store the strong wine of the devil regions. Eastern Devil King. Gu Zhantian drew in a breath of cold air. This was the legendary Devil King of the legends. He contemplated Lin Ling from top to bottom and could only bitterly smile as he received the wine flask. Naturally, he didn't treat it as a big deal in his heart. Firstly, if they found the Eastern Devil King and the wine flask was useless, it would be considered as them deceiving the Eastern Devil King. At that time, their entire tribe would have to die. Secondly, during these years, he felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds and had already surpassed the ancient flame devil of the past. However, he didn't dare to proclaim himself as the hegemon of the devil regions. Also, Lin Ling's talent wasn't bad, but his strength shouldn't be able to surpass him. Hence, he felt that it was impossible for Lin Ling to accomplish the things he couldn't do. Lin Ling didn't know what Gu Zhantian was thinking. He was still thinking of a way out for Gu Zhantian. Night gradually descended. The night in the devil regions was even more dangerous. But today was the hunting night. This hunting night only appeared once a year, causing the entire winged clan to be extremely lively. Lin Ling, it just so happens that the hunting day for the wildebeest is here. If we miss out today, our winged clan would have to starve during winter. Come, let me bring you out to hunt. When Lin Ling appeared in the tribe, Gu Zhantian smiled, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat curious. In any case, they would be heading to the forbidden ground tomorrow. Since that was the case, he might as well take a look at the hunting day. Everyone moved forward in a grandiose manner and came to the bottom of a cliff. After that, they set up a table and sat down, drinking wine as they quietly waited for the time to arrive. The sky grew darker and darker. Not long after, the earth trembled as gigantic silhouettes appeared in the vast plains below the cliff. Upon closer inspection, they were actually ancient horses that were over 10 meters tall. These ancient horses had stiff scales and their galloping speed was extremely fast. Also, they seemed to be migrating and their numbers were so great that one couldn't see the end of them with a single glance. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled at this moment. Lin Ling drew in a breath of cold air. Was this the hunting ground? Every year at this time, the wildebeest would migrate. Hence, this is the best time for us, the winged clan, to hunt. Tomorrow, everyone will have meat to eat. Beside Lin Ling, Gu Zhantian sat there, drinking wine as he explained. The other members of the winged clan all laughed uproariously, extremely excited. Because this was their food for the winter. Leader, we are moving out. Sir Linling, please take a look at our strength. We will definitely reap a bountiful harvest this time around. The warriors of the winged clan all walked out, kneeling on one knee as they spoke, their morale surging. Good. Let's follow the usual rules. Let's see who hunts the most. The one who hunts the most will be rewarded with strong wine. Gu Zhantian waved his hands, causing the other warriors to be even more excited. Their gazes turned to Lin Ling, suddenly filled with anticipation. Lin Ling was the brother of their leader. Hence, they respected and worshipped Lin Ling. However, since their leader had already offered a reward, they also wanted to see what Lin Ling could take out. Hee, my elder brother has already offered a reward. As his brother, I can't lose face. I will take out the Void Mystic Gourd. The one who hunts the most will be rewarded with 10 Void Mystic Gourds. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't lose face for Gu Zhantian. All the warriors were puzzled. What was the use of the gourd? When you guys are heavily injured or have your limbs broken, this gourd can heal you within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Ling calmly spoke. All the warriors drew in a breath of cold air. This was a supreme treasure. Chapter 1755. 3 bone spears, as expected of Lord. Good, I, the bone barbarian, want to be number 1. Good. Lord Lin Ling, I won't disappoint you. Good. A moment later, the warriors let out cheers. They worshipped and respected Lin Ling even more. Although in their hearts, Lin Ling was a weak member of the Moon Rabbit race, at this moment, his seniority was only below their leader. The temperament of the devil race was just so direct. If they were enemies, they wouldn't be afraid even if the enemy was a great devil king. If they were friends, even if the enemy was as weak as an ant, they would still treat them warmly. Swish, 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 swish. Rumble. A chaotic battle broke out in the Great Plains. Many demonic wildebeests fell, shocking the heavens and earth. Even Lin Ling drew in a breath of cold air. Thinking about it, 10-meter-tall giant wildebeests fell, and there were so many of them. How could that not be terrifying? Gu Zhantian glanced at Lin Ling, and upon seeing Lin Ling's shocked expression, he laughed. This was the first time he saw such a scene, and he was the same as Lin Ling. Lin Ling, do you want to go and play? Gu Zhantian suggested. Lin Ling shook his head. If he went out, no one would be able to snatch the spoils from him. But Lin Ling's shaking of his head made Gu Zhantian feel that Lin Ling didn't dare to. But of course, this was normal. The first time he went out to hunt the demonic wildebeests, he was also somewhat timid then. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds of killing grew softer. At the foot of the cliff, a large number of corpses of the demonic wildebeests could be seen, causing the entire winged race to cheer. These corpses were their food for the winter. As expected of Bone Barbarian, becoming number 1 at such a young age. The position of number 1 warrior in the tribe will definitely be yours in the future. The warriors returned and checked their spoils of war. Bone Barbarian was actually number 1. He had killed 122 demonic wildebeests. At this moment, Gu Jia's face was filled with pride as he enjoyed the worship of the tribe. He was also looking at Lin Ling with a hint of provocation in his eyes. However, Lin Ling completely ignored him, which made his expression turn ugly. Obviously, he was young and full of vigor, and didn't easily admit defeat. Today, he hadn't managed to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of the tribe, and there was always a thorn in his heart. Lord Lin Ling, how about I have a match with you? The bone armor suddenly said. How dare you? Many of the older generation warriors immediately shouted angrily. They respected Lin Ling very much, but who would have thought that the bone armor would actually challenge Lin Ling? Don't worry, Lord Lin Ling is from the Moon Rabbit tribe. He naturally wouldn't dare to hunt in the front. Hence, for the sake of Lord Lin Ling's safety, let's hunt on the cliffs. Bone Barbarian laughed, his words mocking Lin Ling for not daring to enter the grassy plains. He then suggested, let's compete using 3 bone spears, and see who can hunt more demonic wildebeests. As long as I hunt more demonic wildebeests than Lord Barbarian, for every additional wildebeest, Lord Barbarian will be punished with 10 cups of wine. For every additional wildebeest, Lord Barbarian will be punished with 100 cups of wine. As the sound of his voice faded, the warriors all fell silent. They thought that Bone Barbarian wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. But if it was just a matter of drinking wine, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, it was a very normal thing for men to drink as punishment. Gu Zhantian's expression was extremely gloomy. He knew that Bone Barbarian was the youngest warrior in the tribe, and was arrogant and domineering. Hence, he wasn't willing to accept Lin Ling's challenge. However, this was simply humiliating his brother. But now, it wasn't good for him to speak up for Lin Ling. Because if he rejected on behalf of Lin Ling would also be ridiculed, losing all face. Sure. At this moment, Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and nodded with a smile, as if he didn't know that Bone Barbarian wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Little brat from the Moon Rabbit tribe, don't accept his challenge. You don't even know how to use bone spears. You won't be able to win against him. Elder brother Bone Barbarian is the #1 bone spear expert in the tribe. Last year, he killed 5 demonic wildebeests with 3 bone spears. At this moment, little Gu Zhu reminded, somewhat worried for Lin Ling, when men are talking, why are you interrupting? Bone Barbarian glared at little Gu Zhu, telling her to cover her mouth. He didn't dare to say anything, but his eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling, telling Lin Ling not to accept his challenge. However, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear her warning. He picked up a skewer of roasted meat and placed it in his mouth. After that he mumbled, no matter, it's just drinking wine anyway. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Yes. Then Lord Barbarian has accepted my challenge. Fine, I'll embarrass myself first. All right. Bone Barbarian couldn't help but laugh. He guessed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to kill 1 demonic armor wildebeest, and he would have to kill at least 4. If that was the case, Lin Ling would have to drink 40 cups. That would make Lin Ling vomit and have diarrhea. He would lose all face. Someone immediately took out a bone spear. This bone spear was extremely heavy and was made from the bones of demonic beasts. Bone Barbarian held onto one of the bone spears and stood at the bottom of the cliff, looking at the grassland ahead. One must know that it was currently night time and the distance was very far. In addition, the prey was huge. Hence, it was extremely difficult to kill a demonic wildebeest. Very few of the other warriors in the tribe could kill a demonic wildebeest with just a bone spear. Elder brother Bone Barbarian, do your best. The warrior's soul shines on you. Let Lord Lin Ling see the might of the winged tribe. At least kill 5 demonic wildebeests. Cheers. Many of the warriors from the winged tribe cheered. At this moment, even Gu Zhantian laughed. Maybe, he also saw this competition as a drinking contest between men. At this moment, cracking sounds could be heard from Bone Barbarian's body, causing Lin Ling's eyes to brighten. He discovered that the bones of the winged tribe were different from humans. They were flexible, like a bow. We of the winged tribe are born hunters. Bone Barbarian wanted to let Lin Ling know how powerful he was. He let out a low roar and bent his waist, his head actually touching the ground. The next moment, with a bang, he straightened his waist like a spring and the bone spear in his hand shot out like a shooting star. Powerful, this spear has the strength of 8 universes. Lin Ling praised, causing Bone Barbarian to be even more pleased with himself. Shill! The bone spear pierced through the clouds and shot towards the ground, directly killing a demonic wildebeest, stabbing it into the ground. Good one. The warriors cheered. The speed of the demonic wildebeest was extremely fast. If Bone Barbarian could kill it, it meant that Bone Barbarian was very powerful. Again. This time, Bone Barbarian's confidence was greatly boosted. He held the bone spear with both hands, once again assuming that posture, and then threw it out. Both spears shot out. The warriors all sucked in a breath of cold air. Bone Barbarian's skill in using bone spears had reached the point of perfection. Xiao xiao. Under countless gazes, the 2 bone spears created a miracle. One shot down 2 demonic wildebeests, the other shot down 3, a total of 5. Silence. On the cliff, there was complete silence. This was the first person in the history of the winged tribe to kill 5 demonic wildebeests with 2 spears. One must know that the demonic wildebeests were huge. Even if one was shot down, the bone spear wouldn't have enough power to kill a second one. However, Bone Barbarian could do this, which meant that the bone spear was very powerful. A total of 6. Hee hee. Lord Linling is going to drink 60 cups. Bone Barbarian wiped the sweat from his forehead and was in high spirits. Like all the youngsters, he was rebellious and wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat today. He did it. Lord, drink, drink, drink. The warriors cheered and asked Linling to drink, as if Linling had already lost. Chapter 1756. 3 bamboo skewers, leader, drink 2. We won't rest until we're drunk. Drink. The mood of the warriors grew even higher. Maybe, only on such a happy day would they dare to tease their leader like this. However, amidst their laughter, Linling suddenly spoke. Big brother, I haven't made my move yet, right? As the sound of his voice faded, the warriors fell silent. The bone armor had already killed 6 demonic wildebeests and Lord Linling still wanted to make his move? One must know that even if the other warriors made their move, they wouldn't be able to win against the bone armor. Let alone Linling, who was from the moon rabbit race. Lord Linling, are you drunk? A warrior teased. Although he respected Linling, Linling was from the moon rabbit race. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Hee, I'm half drunk and half sober. Let's use this drunkenness to try hunting demonic wildebeests. Linling drank the wine in his hand as he laughed boldly. Haha, as expected of Lord, not willing to admit defeat. This is our leader's brother. How would we know if we don't try? Those warriors started and laughed even louder. They naturally knew that Linling wouldn't be able to win. However, Linling still had the guts to fight. This was already worthy of respect. The bone armor also smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. As for Xianxia, he smiled bitterly. Linling had never played with bone spears before, and didn't know the difficulty of hunting demonic wildebeests. Bone spears? I've never played with them before. In that case, let's use bamboo skewers instead. 3 bamboo skewers instead of 3 bone spears. However, what made Xianxia even more speechless was that Linling actually used skewers with barbecued meat to replace the bone spears. Haha, Lord Linling must be drunk. The warriors laughed even louder. The bamboo skewers were made from devil leaf bamboo and were usually used to make chairs and stools. They weren't even tough enough to make weapons. Linling actually wanted to use them to hunt demonic wildebeests? This was the biggest joke in the world. I'm afraid it can't even pierce through the skin of the wildebeest. Some of the warriors laughed until tears flowed down their cheeks. One had to know that the skin of the demonic wildebeest was used to forge leather armor. One could imagine how tough it was. Linling seemed oblivious to the mockery of the crowd as he finished the 3 skewers on the table. Then, he picked up a bamboo skewer and waved it around. After familiarizing himself with it, he threw it out. Haha, Lord Linling, you're making fun of us. All the warriors shook their heads. Because when the bone armor hunted, he used all the strength in his body, making his body like a bow, while Linling sat and swung the bamboo stick. This was simply playing around. However, what surprised everyone was that after the bamboo skewers were shot out, they actually disappeared into the night. It had to be known that the winged race's eyesight was extremely good. Even at night, they could still see things in the distance. But they could clearly see that in the prairie ahead, not a single wildebeest had been hit by the bamboo skewers. The bamboo stick disappeared. Could it be that I didn't use enough strength? Some of the warriors were stunned for a moment before laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Lord Linling's bamboo skewers didn't seem to have enough strength. After flying out of the cliff, they fell down. They didn't even reach the prairie. Linling this. Xianxia also shook his head helplessly. Linling was probably drunk. Even he felt that Linling was joking. To think that using bamboo skewers would be so difficult. What made Xianxia even more speechless was that Linling actually shook his head as if this was the first time he knew that he was holding a bamboo skewer. Seems like this wine is definitely going to be drunk. Xianxia thought to himself as he bitterly smiled and shook his head. Only Linling knew that the bamboo skewers didn't fall down the cliff. Instead, after flying out of the cliff, they immediately turned into powder. The reason was simple. The strength he used was too great. The bamboo skewers weren't able to withstand it. However, after the first experiment, Linling had a better understanding of the strength of the bamboo skewers. Roughly 12 universes of strength was the limit that the bamboo skewers could withstand. 2 more skewers. Next, I'm going to win. Win. Linling calmly spoke. His words caused all the warriors to be stunned. Some of them even rolled on the ground in laughter. Even at this time, Lord Lin Ling still dared to boast. And at this moment, Lin Ling lightly waved a bamboo skewer. The bamboo skewer was like an arrow, piercing through the void. Rumble! A galloping demonic wildebeest seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its eye was pierced through and it fell to the ground. The craziness of this sudden change caused the faces of those laughing warriors to stiffen. Lord Lin Ling had hunted a demonic wildebeest. The bone armor also condensed his eyes. How could he succeed with a bamboo skewer? This must be luck. Impressive. However, you only have one bamboo skewer left. You only hunted one demonic wildebeest while I have 6. The bone armor sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but remind. All the warriors suddenly quieted down and stared at Lin Ling. They discovered that this Moon Rabbit clan was not simple. They didn't know whether it was luck or strength. Lin Ling didn't rush to use the last bamboo skewer. He calmly looked ahead as if he wanted to see through the tracks of those demonic wildebeests. Time quietly passed. The sound of the demonic wildebeests galloping on the prairie became less and less. Some warriors couldn't help but remind, Lord Lin Ling, the demonic wildebeests are all migrating away. If you don't act now, you won't have another chance. Yes. The remaining demonic wildebeests had successfully migrated and gradually disappeared into the distance. And at this moment, Lin Ling acted. The bamboo skewer shot out like lightning, causing the sky to explode. That terrifying aura caused countless warriors to widen their eyes and stare at the bamboo skewer. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could still hunt a demonic wildebeest. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling's previous success was only luck. But this time, what surprised them was that in the direction of Lin Ling's bamboo skewer, there was not a single demonic wildebeest. This meant that Lin Ling was shooting at the air. All the warriors' eyes widened. Could it be that the previous success was really luck? Hee, I won. The bone armor couldn't help but laugh. He was sure that Lin Ling relied on luck. But at this moment, something strange happened. Originally, the direction of the bamboo skewer didn't have any demonic wildebeests, but the demonic wildebeest seemed to be summoned and rushed towards Lin Ling's bamboo skewer. Xiao. The bamboo skewer pierced through the eyes of a demonic wildebeest and smoothly shot out. Then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th and even the 8th. When it reached the 12th demonic wildebeest, there was actually a demonic wildebeest that rushed over and was pierced through the head by the bamboo skewer. 13. Boom. All the warriors' hearts exploded. A single bamboo skewer killed 13 demonic wildebeests. In addition to the previous one, there were a total of 14 demonic wildebeests, surpassing the bone armor's 6. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling used a bamboo skewer. How is this possible? The wine cup in Gu Zhantian's hand was crushed by his grip. His face was filled with disbelief. Why were those demonic wildebeests rushing madly towards the bamboo skewer? All the warriors stared at Lin Ling in shock. If Lin Ling participated in this hunt, maybe he would be the true number 1. Wow, brat from the Moon Rabbit race, you are so powerful. Under the silence, Xiao Gu Zhu's voice rang out, causing the warriors to wake up. In their minds, other than shock, there was also a strong sense of bewilderment. How is this possible? Gu Jia, on the other hand, stared at Lin Ling anxiously. He was more confused than anyone else. Chapter 1757. Heading to the Forbidden Grounds, Big Picture? Bone Armor's expression changed as he hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Sir Lin Ling, please guide me. Although he was still unwilling to accept this, he couldn't deny that Lin Ling had won. Since the devil race was magnanimous, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Prediction. Lin Ling lightly spat out a single word, causing the hearts of all the warriors to tremble. Could this be the reason why the devil wildebeests charged towards the bamboo skewers? Prediction. This meant that it was not the demonic wildebeests that rushed towards the bamboo sticks. It was Lin Ling who had observed the path of the demonic wildebeests in advance. He knew where they would run to and from which angle to attack. It was the easiest way to kill the gathered demonic wildebeests. This was the highest realm of hunters. If this was used in a battle between martial artists, it would be able to predict the opponent's movements. Under the cover of the night, coupled with the speed of the devil wildebeests and the fact that Sir Lin Ling only used the bamboo skewers, Lin Ling was actually able to predict all of this. I'm sincerely convinced. Bone Armor recalled carefully. Suddenly, his entire body trembled as he kowtowed to Lin Ling. As a hunter, he naturally knew how difficult it was. He also knew why Lin Ling succeeded. Hence, he had no choice but to be convinced. Put on. All the warriors who mocked Bone Armor earlier all knelt down, sincerely convinced. Even Gu Zhantian drew in a breath of cold air. He discovered that he had underestimated this second brother of his. Get up, all of you. You have strength and innate physical advantages, but your skills are still very crude. Lin Ling smiled faintly. If there's a chance, I'll give you some pointers on martial arts techniques. Thank you, sir. All the warriors respectfully replied. Although they felt that Lin Ling wasn't strong, in terms of techniques, Lin Ling was indeed at the level of an instructor. He definitely had the qualifications to give them pointers. Second brother, Big Brother has no choice but to be convinced. Bone Armor, since you agreed to the bet, you have to accept your loss. Don't tell me you don't want to drink this wine? After Gu Zhantian recovered from his shock, he solemnly spoke. Drink, I will definitely drink. Even if I die from drinking, I will fulfill my promise. Gu Jia raised his head and said solemnly. He looked at Lin Ling with even more admiration. This was the first time in his life that he had obeyed someone. We'll drink with him. We'll drink as much as the Bone Armor drinks, because we've underestimated Lord Lin Ling. The other warriors also shouted loudly. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. The wine of the demon race had always been strong. Right now it was enough to make them drunk. The hunt ended just like that. The warriors drank until they were dizzy. Carrying their prey, they happily returned to the tribe. Their respect for Lin Ling grew even more. These guys are pretty cute. Lin Ling smiled and suddenly looked up at the sky. He was starting to miss his family and friends back in the rainforest. As he walked towards his residence, a slender figure was already waiting for him. Under the dim light of the night, the young girl's ears trembled. She was a little excited, and the bone wings behind her were retracted, making her appear slender and elegant. Little bone beads? When he saw the young girl, Lin Ling was immediately surprised. Lord, you promised me that you would teach me martial arts. The young girl said stubbornly. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. He had forgotten about this matter. Okay, I'll teach you martial arts so that you can cultivate another kind of power in your dantian. After that, Lin Ling smiled and nodded. This was a small matter. But soon he frowned. However, I'll teach you a human's martial arts. You're from the demon race. Your bones and body are different. If you cultivate, I'm afraid it will cause a bad reaction. Little bone beads were too weak. She could only learn from the basics. The basics of martial arts had strict requirements on the meridians, bones, and internal organs of the human body. So if the martial arts were wrong, it would be easy to go crazy. Lord, you didn't keep your promise. The young girl pouted. She didn't believe Lin Ling's words at all. Lin Ling was stunned. How could he not keep his promise? If your strength was stronger and your foundation was better, he wouldn't have such a headache. I know that the demon race can also cultivate humans' martial arts. Lord, you're so powerful. You can definitely find a suitable one for me. The young girl still pouted. Lin Ling sighed. I do, but I have to be more familiar with your bones, meridians, and so on. Then you familiarize yourself with it. The willfulness on the young girl's face instantly disappeared. She excitedly walked forward and held Lin Ling's hand to touch her body. Touching those bones, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Although little bone beads were from the demon race, she looked cute. Most importantly, she looked young, but her body was beginning to take shape. Touching her body like this, Lin Ling immediately had a reaction. And the young girl was naturally the same. Her breath was like orchids. Especially when she grabbed Lin Ling's hand and touched her dantian, she felt as if she had been electrocuted. Enough, enough. I've already found the cultivation art. Lin Ling hurriedly retracted his hand. If this continued, it would be terrible. He hurriedly drew out a set of cultivation art and hurriedly returned to his residence. The young girl's face was flushed red. Her elf-like ears were red as she skipped away in excitement. This lass. After entering the room, Lin Ling bitterly smiled and shook his head. This girl from the demon race was truly magnanimous. Haha, beauties love heroes. Little bone beads are the most beautiful in our tribe. Lin Ling, why don't you marry her? At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly appeared and teased. Evidently, he had also seen what happened earlier. Big brother will help you to marry her. Big brother, what nonsense are you talking about? In the devil race, the fates of beautiful women are all very tragic. If little bone beads remain in the wings race, other tribes will only eye her covetously. I heard that the blood crocodile tribe has already taken a liking to her. Hence, if you can protect her, it's also good for her. Gu Zhantian sighed. Lin Ling shook his head. I already have a wife, so I don't want to be a burden to others. As for little bone beads, don't worry. After I come out from the forbidden ground, your wings race will be safe. AI. Gu Zhantian also knew that Lin Ling's character was stubborn. Hence, he didn't try to persuade him anymore. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It wasn't that he feared that humans and demons couldn't be together. Rather, he felt that for matters of the heart, it was better to let nature take its course. The night passed silently. On the second day, Gu Zhantian brought Lin Ling to the forbidden ground. The sky of the devil region was still gloomy and the earth was vast. Occasionally, terrifying roars of demonic beasts could be heard. And in the air, a silhouette flew past with great speed. The person in front had a pair of 5-meter-long bone wings, exuding an imposing aura. This person's long hair fluttered in the wind and he had a squarish face, giving off a sense of resoluteness. And behind that person, there was a handsome young man clad in black robes. His gaze was deep as he stared ahead. The two of them were none other than Lin Ling and Gu Zhantian. Lin Ling, we've arrived. There's a devil statue in the mountain range ahead. That statue is a legend in this area and has a long history. After a long time, Gu Zhantian brought Lin Ling to a mysterious mountain. This place was filled with towering mountains and precipitous ridges. There was only a narrow path leading to the depths of the mountain. Why don't I accompany you? Chapter 1758. Devil God Statue, Big Brother. You can go back first. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Gu Zhantian wanted to say something but ultimately held himself back. He heard that the forbidden ground forbade any devil from entering. As long as one had devil chi on them, they would die without a doubt. So from a certain perspective, Lin Ling was more suitable than him to enter. As for why Lin Ling wanted to enter, he didn't know. Lin Ling and Gu Zhantian exchanged a few more words. After which, Lin Ling stepped onto the winding path while Gu Zhantian stood at his original location. Only after Lin Ling disappeared did he leave reluctantly. The winding path was completely silent. On both sides, there were towering mountain ranges that were as majestic as giants. It was as though all of them were looking down at Lin Ling. And Lin Ling could see that on top of these towering mountains, there were a large number of tombs, giving off an eerie feeling. Pack. What he stepped on were dried bones. Most probably, these were the remains of some unknown devil beasts that accidentally entered this place and died mysteriously. Little Onion must have his own motives for bringing me here. Lin Ling silently mused. He was even more curious about the item Li Xiaoyao left behind. Your Majesty, look, that's the devil extermination mist. At this moment, Violet Elder's voice drifted over. Up ahead, a 5-colored cloud layer could be seen drifting about halfway up the mountain. It was extremely beautiful. This type of cloud only appears in legends. It's said that it can exterminate devils and ghosts. It's one of the most mystical clouds in the world. If a devil breathes it in, it can purify everything. Violet Elder explained. Lin Ling hurriedly kept the jade medallion on him, causing the devil chi on it to dissipate. He finally understood why this place was a forbidden ground for the devil race. As he continued forward, the mountain range became even quieter, causing Lin Ling to feel as though he had arrived at the loneliest place in the world. On the winding path, Lin Ling actually saw a large number of devil pearls. These devil pearls were of various colors. Some were as big as a fist, some were as small as a grain of rice. It was as though these devil pearls were left behind by powerful devil kings. They all wanted to enter the forbidden ground, but all of them died here. Your Majesty, the demonic orbs can increase the power of the dragon claw. Collect them all. Old Z immediately laughed, causing Lin Ling to quickly nod his head and collect them along the way. These demon beads did not have much effect on humans, unless they were warriors who cultivated the devil Dao. However, they were of great help to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling sensed that the dragon claws could also increase his strength. Let's refine it as we go. We've already passed the demonic extermination cloud. Even if we release some demonic qi, it won't be much of a problem. Elder Z said. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smiled as he swallowed the devil bead, as if he was eating fried beans. He could clearly sense that the dragon tattoo on his left arm seemed to have come to life, as his arm began to heat up. The devil bead that he had swallowed was quickly digested and entered his left arm. When Lin Ling finished swallowing all the demon beads, he stretched out his left hand and suddenly opened it. A terrifying dragon claw appeared, and what surprised Lin Ling was that the dragon claw actually turned into 6 claws. There were 5-clawed golden dragons in the world. That was a divine dragon. But 6-clawed dragons? Could it be that there were more powerful existences than the 5-clawed golden dragon? My physical strength has increased by another universe. It has reached the power of 15 universes. Lin Ling was shocked. The body of the celestial demon overlord was the body of the ancient god overlord, so swallowing devil beads was useless. However, the dragon claw seemed to be able to swallow anything, and it continued to increase its strength. The human world has the Shen Yuan family. They claim to be the descendants of the gods and are divine dragon warriors. However, in front of your majesty is the divine dragon warrior. Elder Z was also shocked by Lin Ling's increase in strength. This place was accidentally brought to the demon area by the divine martial world suppression beast. Lin Ling had benefited greatly. After a long time, Lin Ling followed the winding path and finally reached the top of the mountain. What surprised him was that this place was very high, as if he could see the entire demon area. However, there was no more path. Your Majesty, look at the suspended corridor in the sky. At this time, Elder Z reminded Lin Ling. He looked over and saw that in the misty dark clouds, a large number of suspended corridors had appeared, and they were linked to the top of the mountain. However, there were too many suspended corridors. He didn't know which one to take. Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he took the wrong one, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. This world is really mysterious. It actually formed a corridor in the sky. It can be said to be a work of the gods. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. With his current strength, he could be considered to be one of the top in the human world. However, compared to the vast world, he still felt very small. Your Majesty, use the Eye of Time. Since Li Xiaoyao is waiting for you, he must have a way to guide you. Elder Z said. Lin Ling used the Eye of Time and looked at the corridors. After a long time, he saw Li Xiaoyao's figure at the top of the mountain. Li Xiaoyao's footsteps were steady as he walked toward a corridor in the east. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly walked toward the corridor in the east. He was sure that no matter who came here, it would be useless. Without the Eye of Time, it was impossible to reach the demonic god statue. The demonic god statue was also very famous in the vicinity. Many demons knew about it. However, they could see the statue, but they couldn't reach it. Lin Ling was the only one who could reach it. Walking along the corridor, they didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, a magnificent mountain appeared in front of them. It looked like the Five-Finger Mountain. In the misty clouds, a tall statue sat there. Looking carefully, it was Li Xiaoyao. This statue was wearing a long robe with long hair tied behind his head. His facial features were cold and incomparably handsome. His eyes were unruly as he looked at the entire world. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he had seen Li Xiaoyao's statue in the highest deacon's hall in the human world, that statue was already damaged, so this was the first time he had seen Li Xiaoyao. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling walked down from the corridor and arrived at the Five-Finger Mountain. He raised his head and looked at the statue. After getting closer, he realized that the statue was even more magnificent. At this moment, Lin Ling was excited. He was looking forward to what Li Xiaoyao had left for him. Before reincarnating, you had already made sufficient preparations. I wonder what you will leave for me. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His left hand subconsciously touched the statue. Rumble. At the same time, the huge statue began to shake and cracks began to appear. At this moment, the top leaders of the entire demon realm all looked into the distance. Their expressions were extremely complicated. They noticed that the demonic god statue seemed to be disappearing. As for why this was happening, none of them knew. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have arrived at the top of the white clouds. There, a figure looked at him with a smile. Although the appearance was blurry, Lin Ling knew that it was Li Xiaoyao. "It's here." The soft voice sounded as if it was him speaking. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Then, he smiled bitterly. "I left behind a cultivation method in the mortal world. It's the strongest cultivation method I'll use to enter the martial god world. This is what I left for you. However, that cultivation method isn't here right now. With your current strength, obtaining it will only bring you more harm than good." Chapter 1759. Blood Crocodile Demon King. I don't know what your current strength is, but in order for you to find the next stone sculpture, I have prepared a lot of things for you. These are my experiences of cultivation in this world. Remember, I have left behind 3 statues. They are in the demon domain, the ghost domain, and the human domain. The demon domain is the first statue. You must find the other 2 statues. The voice sounded like it was right beside his ear, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. Divine cultivation technique? Is there a god? Can a martial artist become a god? Even Purple Elder was shocked. He didn't expect that one could become a god in the martial world. It seems like there is always someone better than you. Remember, this statue has been here for too long and has lost its sealing effect. In 1 year, the demon domain's seal will break. In the past, I ruled this world. No one, no ghost, and no demon dared to disobey me. However, after I fall, the so-called ruler will also disappear. I look forward to seeing you rule the world again. Rumble. Along with the voice, the huge statue finally shattered, turning into sparkling fragments that covered Lin Ling's body, turning him into a statue. A large amount of memories began to appear in his mind. They were the memories of Li Xiaoyao when he first started cultivating. The mysteries within were shocking. Lin Ling's martial arts, forging, alchemy, and so on were all overturned. In Li Xiaoyao's words, the things that Lin Ling learned before were trivial, and the things that Li Xiaoyao knew were the most precious. The memories were like a tide, causing Lin Ling's soul force to increase crazily. At least, Lin Ling knew that Li Xiaoyao was a true martial god who had been to the martial god realm. After an unknown amount of time, the fragments on Lin Ling's body began to disappear like ice under the sun. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. "Your Majesty, how is it?" Purple Elder was worried. "It feels good." Lin Ling looked at the sky calmly. Then he couldn't help but smile. He suddenly understood a lot. The ultimate goal of the Fiend God Overlord body is the divine body, and I'm getting closer and closer to the 10th grade of the Heaven Realm. My fire martial Tao has the divine fire in my body, and the true power of the Yellow Spring Flame is to transform into the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and control all the ghosts. As for soul power, I've already reached the 180th grade, and I'm a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. Lin Ling's voice was filled with boundless confidence. He was determined to obtain the divine cultivation method. The ghost domain statue and the human world statue, one of them must have a set of the world's most powerful cultivation technique. It should be a powerful cultivation technique that fused one's essence, energy, and soul into one. If one could obtain it, they would be able to dominate the world. Let's go back. That's right, the Tyrant Song Sword needs to be reforged. The formation patterns that Li Xiaoyao left for me have opened up a whole new world for my forging. Lin Ling's footsteps were steady, like that of a sovereign. Step by step, he walked down the corridor and slowly left. At this moment, in the Wings tribe, the warriors were still talking about how miraculous Lin Ling was. As expected of the younger brother of our leader. The martial arts he left behind for us are actually so profound. He's from the Moon Rabbit race. His strength isn't strong, but he knows so many things. If we can learn these martial arts, our strength will definitely rise again. The warriors were all incomparably excited. Lord Lin Ling, from today onwards, is also the lord of me, Gu Jia. Gu Jia was the most arrogant, but at this moment, he worshipped Lin Ling the most. At this moment, Gu Zhantian had already returned. When he heard the commotion in the tribe, he couldn't help but laugh. Seems like his position as the leader of the Wings tribe was about to be taken away by Lin Ling. With regards to this, not only was he not jealous, he was actually extremely happy. Rumble, however, at this moment, the tall walls of the tribe collapsed. The earth trembled as a towering figure appeared, bringing with it a storm of blood. Blood crocodile race. The warriors of the Wings tribe were all shocked. The murderer of my son, where is he? A giant close to 100 meters tall stepped into the tribe. This giant had the head of a crocodile, with a large bloody mouth. Baleful aura gushed forth from him. This was none other than the blood crocodile Devil King. Speak! The voice of rage was like thunder, causing pain in the ears of all the members of the Wings tribe. Gu Zhantian's expression turned extremely unsightly. He naturally knew that the young master of the blood crocodile race was killed by Lin Ling. But now, how could he say it out loud? If you don't speak, all of you will die. The walls around the tribe all collapsed as a large number of gigantic crocodiles crawled out, causing the children in the tribe to be so frightened that they couldn't stop crying. The women all turned pale. Although they knew that in the Devil region, tribes could be wiped out at any moment, they didn't expect that today, it would be their turn. Lord, we don't know who killed your son. The warriors of the Wings tribe shouted. I don't care. In any case, since I don't see the murderer, all of you will die. That blood crocodile giant roared in rage, incomparably tyrannical. There was no room for mercy. I know who it is. But if we speak, can you spare us? The old man of the Wings tribe couldn't bear to see everyone die. Hence, he shouted. Old Bone, don't say it. But just as the old man's words faded, Gu Zhantian roared in rage. Lin Ling acted for the sake of the bone pearl. At this crucial moment, how could he be a coward and betray his younger brother? No matter if it was in the past or now, Lin Ling was his kin. He was someone he had to protect. Don't say it. However, what was shocking was that other than Gu Zhantian, Bone Armor also roared in rage, unwilling to betray Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling is from the Moon Rabbit race. He won't be able to block the blood crocodile Devil King. If we speak out, Lord Lin Ling will definitely die. As warriors, the most important thing for us is to protect our lord. Yes. All the warriors shouted, their eyes turning red. They would rather fight than speak out Lin Ling's name. They had already acknowledged Lin Ling. Hence, no matter how weak Lin Ling was, they wouldn't abandon Lin Ling. Haha, actually, even if you speak out you will still die. That brat from the Moon Rabbit race, I will definitely find him. The blood crocodile Devil King roared in rage. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of blood-colored light that actually coiled around a young girl on the ground, preparing to devour her. Little Bone Pearl. All the members of the Wings tribe roared. And far away, the other tribes were all laughing coldly. They wanted to see if they could get a share of the spoils during the battle between the two tribes. The Devil region was truly so heartless. I know that my son wanted to marry you. Now that my son is dead, you should accompany him. The beam of blood-colored light in the blood crocodile Devil King's mouth coiled around Little Bone Pearl and was about to be devoured. However, Little Bone Pearl's eyes were wide open. At this moment, she didn't feel any fear. Maybe because she was already used to seeing death in this desolate devil region. Roar! The mouth of the blood crocodile Devil King finally closed, swallowing Little Bone Pearl. As for the warriors of Gu Zhantian, they all roared as they charged over with their bone spears in hand. But at this moment, the blood crocodile Devil King let out a cry of pain. His closed mouth seemed to have encountered something, causing it to slowly open. The most terrifying thing was that it wasn't opened by his own will. Someone was forcefully forcing it open. Finally, a six-clawed dragon claw appeared from the mouth of the blood crocodile Devil King. Chapter 1760. Eliminating future troubles. After the cold voice, all the demons were shocked. In their eyes, the huge blood crocodile Demon King trembled. Its huge crocodile mouth seemed to emit a dragon's roar. Then, the huge flame dragon claw tore the blood crocodile Demon King's mouth open. Moreover, the huge blood crocodile Demon King was split into two. Boom! The blood crocodile Demon King died right before their eyes. What kind of strength was this? To be able to tear the blood crocodile Demon King apart. At this moment, all the demons were stunned. In the sky, accompanied by a rain of blood, a figure slowly floated down. This person was wearing a black cloak and had a single horn on his forehead. He wasn't tall, but at this moment, he was as terrifying as a Demon King. In his right hand was a little girl, and in his left hand was a terrifying dragon claw. It was this dragon claw that tore the blood crocodile Demon King apart. Lord Lin Ling. Moon Rabbit Race? The Wings race warriors were in an uproar. All along, they had respected Lin Ling, but subconsciously, they knew that Lin Ling was from the Moon Rabbit race. Therefore, they thought that Lin Ling wasn't strong. After all, the Moon Rabbit race had no other advantages in the demon domain apart from their speed. But now, Lin Ling had overturned their understanding of the Moon Rabbit race. This guy. Only Gu Zhantian knew that Lin Ling was a human, but he was even more shocked. One had to know that his current strength had already surpassed the ancient flame devil, reaching the 5th level of the transcendent realm. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling again, he subconsciously thought that Lin Ling's strongest trump card was still the ancient flame devil. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's strength had also surpassed the ancient flame devil, and by a large margin? The little guy I protected in the past has grown up today. Gu Zhantian's heart was filled with excitement, and he couldn't help but cheer. At the same time, the entire Wings race cheered. The surrounding blood crocodile demon king panicked, and without a leader, they fled in a frenzy. Only then did the little bone bead react. Her fairy-like ears trembled incessantly as she recalled the scene from before. She should have been swallowed up, but this Moon Rabbit clan brat actually tore apart the crocodile demon king and saved her. Little brat from the Moon Rabbit clan. Little Guzhu immediately looked at Lin Ling with gratitude. The newcomer was none other than Lin Ling, smiling lightly. For him, killing Blood Alligator Demon King was nothing to be proud of, because Blood Alligator Demon King was only at the peak of the transcendent realm. Moon Rabbit clan brat? After that, Lin Ling was stunned. No wonder the winged race warriors were so shocked. They still thought that he was from the Moon Rabbit race. Lord Lin Ling. At this moment, all the winged race warriors rushed over excitedly. As for the women and children of the tribe, they also surrounded Lin Ling, treating Lin Ling as the #1 god of war of the winged race. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling could only shake his head helplessly. At night, the demon domain became quiet again. But in this silence, the danger was even greater. However, the winged race didn't have much to worry about because Lin Ling was here. Subconsciously, they believed that Lin Ling was invincible. After escaping death, the tribe naturally wouldn't rest until they were drunk. That night, Lin Ling forged a bone spear for Gu Zhantian. This bone spear had reached the level of a divine weapon. Moreover, this divine weapon didn't have high requirements for the wielder's cultivation and strength. Such a bone spear could be called a divine weapon among divine weapons. Its power was that it contained the principle of paralysis. Those struck by the spear would be completely paralyzed, eventually losing the ability to fight. However, there were always pros and cons. The bone spear was powerful, but the runes inscribed on it were difficult to inscribe. It could be said that this bone spear was stronger than any low-grade divine weapon in the mortal world. That was because it was forged by Li Xiaoyao. Night fell and everything was quiet. The tribe gradually entered the land of dreams, and under the night sky, a silhouette silently left the tribe. This silhouette was none other than Lin Ling. One must know that other than the winged race, there were 2 other ancient devil races. They were the devil leopard race and the bloodthirsty 6-winged eagle race. Hence, Lin Ling planned to eradicate them. Today, the death of the blood crocodile king undoubtedly caused the 2 great devil races to feel immense pressure in their hearts. Although they didn't know what happened to the winged race, they were sure that the winged race definitely had powerful experts guarding them. Hence, under the cover of night, the 2 great devil races also started to discuss in a quiet mountain valley. Food is the most important thing in the demon domain. In the past, the winged race would provide us with devil meat every month. This was the reason why we allowed them to survive. But today, even the blood crocodile king died. The winged race cannot be underestimated. In my opinion, we should join forces to wipe them out. In the mountain valley, a thin and weak man spoke. His entire body was blood red, as if he was hiding in the shadows. Behind him, there was a large number of strange eyes. Obviously, all the devils under him were hiding behind him. Devil leopard race, don't speak as if you are very powerful. In the past, you didn't slaughter the winged race. Firstly, your devil leopard race wanted to reap without sowing, making the winged race search for food for you. Secondly, if you really wanted to fight the winged race head-on, many of your devil leopard race would have died. That's why you didn't slaughter the winged race. A hoarse voice sounded. It was as if an old man was speaking, but the voice made one's bones tingle. On top of an ancient tree, a pitch-black figure stood there and said sinisterly, So if you want to cooperate, we will devour 80% of the winged race. Bloodthirsty six-winged demon king. You should know that without the help of our devil leopard race, you may not be able to devour the winged race. The thin and weak man said unwillingly. Moreover, the winged race is getting stronger. Sooner or later, they will devour our two races. The mountain valley suddenly quieted down. Indeed, the winged race was gradually getting stronger. This was what they feared the most. All right, my race agrees. Yes. Tomorrow night, we will use the night to ambush the winged race and kill them all. Yes. The two great demon races finally reached an agreement. The demons in the mountain valley were all excited. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they had been eyeing the women and children of the winged race for a long time. Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you are discussing how to devour others. You are really in a good mood. But it's good that you are here. I don't have to search everywhere. Yes. However, at this moment, a figure slowly walked into the mountain valley. This person was wearing a black cloak, like a demon king under the night sky. He was Lin Ling. Who are you? Yes. In the mountain valley, all the demons were shocked. Weren't there demons guarding outside the mountain valley? How did this puny demon get in? Who am I? You are not qualified to know. You only need to know that I represent the winged race. Yes. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. When these words fell, all the demons sucked in a breath of cold air. Representing the winged race? Chapter 1761. Depart. My purpose for coming here is simple. Because I will be leaving tomorrow, but you guys are eyeing me covetously. So before I leave, I want to help my big brother eliminate some dangers. Lin Ling did not answer the other party's question. His lips curled into a smile, a bloodthirsty smile. A sword appeared from his loose cloak. It was a sword as thin as a silkworm's wing, but its sharpness was revealed. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards the skinny man. At the same time, his sword slashed out from the depths of hell. The devils were all taken aback. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move just like that. Furthermore, he was aiming for their leader. Kill my devil leopard? Do you have the strength to do so? The skinny man coldly snorted as he transformed into a gigantic devil leopard. Shill. However, as the sword slashed down, time seemed to have stopped for a second. The sword seemed to be far away, but in an instant, it appeared right in front of the devil leopard. What is this? The devil leopard was taken aback. A domain you don't understand, the laws of space. Swish! With a single slash, the devil leopard's head was chopped off. The entire valley was in an uproar. All the devils were shocked. This devil is so strong, let's go! On the ancient tree, the expression of the six-winged eagle king changed. 6 wings appeared as it shot up into the sky with lightning speed. Evidently it was afraid. However, just as it flew up into the sky, a ghostly figure appeared behind it, slashing down with a sword. If I want to kill you, it's useless no matter how fast you are. The one who appeared behind the 6-winged eagle king was none other than Lin Ling. Shill! Another sword slashed down. Time froze as the 6 wings were sliced off. After that, a figure fell from the sky, causing the entire valley to fall silent. In the blink of an eye, 2 devil kings were defeated. This person was too terrifying. Wait, I swear that I will never invade the territory of the winged race. On the ground, the devil kings screamed in fear. This was too terrifying. Even Gu Zhantian of the winged race wasn't this terrifying. Who was this devil exactly? He was very clear that he had provoked an extremely terrifying existence. If we were in the mortal world, I would believe you once because you won't be able to create any waves. But in the devil region, I will be leaving tomorrow. Who knows if you will go back on your words? A cold voice drifted down from the sky. I won't. I Luofa, swear that I will never invade. That devil king's body began to tremble. I'm sorry. You can only blame yourselves for having designs on the winged race. Lin Ling shot down from the sky, and the sword appeared in his hand. It was like fishing for the moon in the ocean. Boom! With a single slash, the power of law gushed out, and the ground cracked open. The bloodthirsty 6-hawk demon king was split into 2, and all the demons in the valley were scared out of their wits. If you don't want to die, leave this area forever. At the same time, the voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell sounded again. Rumble! The two demons in the valley began to flee frantically. They were scared. They were completely scared. In less than half an hour, the entire valley was silent. Only Lin Ling stood there with a smile. He could finally be at ease after returning to the mortal world. Then, Lin Ling looked at the sword in his hand. It was a thin sword that was 3 feet long. The sword light was like water, and it carried an elegant and murderous aura. This was a low-level divine weapon that Lin Ling had casually forged using Li Xiaoyao's forging skills. However, this sword was not weaker than the Tyrant Song sword because it possessed the power of law, and that was the ability to freeze time. Although the freezing time was very short, a moment was extremely crucial in a battle between cultivators. Wu Shang cultivates the power of law, but there are too many laws of heaven and earth. Whoever controls more laws will obtain the world. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Currently, he controlled a law of fire. Don't underestimate that law. It was even more powerful than the power of origin because it was also the essence of the power of origin. Even a wisp of fire carried supreme divine might. And with the help of the sword in his hand, Lin Ling also had the power of law in his space domain. As for the Tyrant Song sword, Lin Ling had naturally reforged it. Its power was definitely stronger than the current sword. After a long time, Lin Ling left. The sky gradually brightened. The warriors in the winged race tribe woke up one by one. They looked at the people around them and couldn't help but smile. However, most of them were looking at Lin Ling, as expected of Lord Lin Ling. His strength is even stronger than the tribe leaders. He is also our winged race's undefeatable god of war. Last night, he taught me a set of martial arts and gave me a bit more power in my dantian. Now, my strength has greatly increased. The warriors were in high spirits. They had no idea that Lin Ling had already left last night and killed the two tribe leaders. Gradually, the tribe became lively. The women and children all woke up. Lin Ling also spoke of his purpose. What? Lin Ling, you are leaving? When Gu Zhantian heard the news, he was instantly filled with reluctance. After that, he bitterly smiled. He wanted to leave together with Lin Ling but he couldn't abandon the tribe. Lord, where do you want to go? Isn't it good to stay in the tribe? When Gu Jia heard Lin Ling's words, he knelt down. Although Lin Ling looked the same age as him, in his heart, Lin Ling was his senior, a god of war. Lin Ling smiled. Because my home is no longer here. Hence, I have to return. But everyone, don't worry. We will meet again in the future. Upon hearing this, all the warriors knelt down as their eyes turned moist. Gu Zhantian also knew that Lin Ling had to return to the mortal world. Hence, he took out some wine to send Lin Ling off. Lin Ling gulped down a mouthful of the strong devil wine. He swept his gaze over the warriors. Don't worry. I believe that not long later, the name of the Wings race will spread throughout the mortal world. This time when I return, all of you can look for the Eastern Devil King and receive his protection. If you are unwilling to leave your homeland, you can continue to stay here. If there's a chance, I will come and visit you all. As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Ling turned and left. Put on. All the warriors kowtowed as they stared at the departing undefeatable god of war of the Wings race. Little rascal Lin Ling. Gu Zhantian's eyes turned even more moist. Only when Lin Ling had completely disappeared did he retract his reluctant gaze. As for the tribe, it was much quieter now. In their hearts, Lin Ling of the Moon Rabbit race was already their kin. Leader, not good, not good. The Devil Leopard race and Bloodthirsty Six-Winged Eagle race, they. At this moment, outside the tall walls, a figure flew in anxiously. After that, he retracted his wings and stared at Gu Zhantian and the others in shock. What? The Devil Leopard race is finally going to act? Gu Zhantian retracted his thoughts as his expression turned extremely unsightly. He had long guessed that as long as the Blood Crocodile race died, the Devil Leopard race would definitely act. Because, a mountain cannot hide two tigers. In this region, the Devil Leopard race wouldn't allow a stronger tribe to rise. Fight! Lord Lin Ling has just left. We must not throw his face away. All the warriors roared in anger. They wanted to continue fighting. No, leader. Things aren't like this. That warrior who spoke anxiously. Gu Zhantian waved his hands, indicating for that warrior to continue speaking. Last night, the leaders of the devil leopard race and bloodthirsty six-winged eagle race were killed and their tribes disintegrated. Right now, all of them have disappeared from this region. That warrior spoke word by word. Boom. Chapter 1762. Back to the mortal world, the two great devil clans had fought with them for many years and had always been a thorn in their hearts. But in a single night, all the enemies who had been eyeing them covetously all died? What the hell is going on? It's Lord Lin Ling. Abruptly, the bone armor gazed into the distance as it knelt down and kowtowed. Everyone trembled. It must be Lord Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling knew that they were about to leave. Hence he helped them to deal with the enemies in the vicinity and prepared an escape route for them. Little fellow, in the past, your elder brother protected you. Today, you have protected your elder brother. Gu Zhantian felt as though he was struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze as tears finally flowed out from his eyes. The young eagle of the past had finally spread its wings and soared into the skies. Who could obstruct it? Let's go to the territory of the Eastern Devil King. At this moment, Gu Zhantian waved his hands and roared, causing the countenances of all the warriors to change. The Eastern Devil King was one of the 5 great devil emperors of the devil region. He wasn't someone ordinary devils could get close to. The Eastern Devil King is acquainted with my younger brother, Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wants me to go, the Eastern Devil King wouldn't dare to neglect me. At the start, Gu Zhantian didn't believe Lin Ling's words because he didn't feel that a puny human like Lin Ling would be acquainted with the Eastern Devil King. But now he believed it. Because his brother, Lin Ling, was omnipotent. In fact, he was no longer the puny young man of the past. He was already protecting everyone. Since it's Lord Lin Ling's words, let's go. Yes. All the warriors stood up. They had incomparable trust in Lin Ling naturally. The truth was as such. When they went to the territory of the Eastern Devil King, they only needed to take out the wine gourd given to them by Lin Ling and they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the true martial realm. However, the current them didn't know this point yet. As Lin Ling left the devil domain, the ancient teleportation portal to the devil domain appeared in his mind. After a long time, a whirlpool appeared in the middle of an ocean. Without hesitation, he stepped into it. To Li Xiaoyao, the demonic city was like his back garden. Now, it was the same for Lin Ling. It was extremely familiar. The sealing barrier of Jianghu world was successful, but the seal in the depths of Devil area has begun to crack. 1 year later, the mortal world will welcome the dreadful Devil clan. Lin Ling thought. The seal in the depths of the Devil domain was left behind by Li Xiaoyao, but it had been too long, so the seal had gradually lost its effect. And with Lin Ling's current strength, he was unable to seal it, so he was unable to stop the invasion of the Devil domain. After passing through the teleportation array, it didn't take long for the familiar smell of the mortal world to assail him. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Although this trip to the demon domain was short, to him, it was as if he had been reborn. We must find the remaining 2 statues. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The current priority was to improve his strength, especially his god-devil overlord body, to reach the heaven realm. Although Lin Ling had obtained a part of Li Xiaoyao's memory, no matter what kind of memory it was, cultivation resources were indispensable. Return to the 7 Emperors' Heaven, where I can get merit points to exchange for treasures. Lin Ling had a plan in his mind. His body moved, and he shuttled between heaven and earth. Gradually, Xianpeng province was getting closer and closer. A year had passed since Lin Ling's battle in the Forbidden City. The storm caused by the battle in the Forbidden City had gradually calmed down. However, the name of Lin Ling was still known throughout the mortal world. However, during that year, many strong cultivators like Tiandi and Xiandi had been born in the mortal world. The world of Tiandi and Tiandi had also reached the peak of their era. In the 3 mysteries of the mortal world, many martial artists pursued the celestial emperors that they all worshipped, and in the Great Black Pung region, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the idol of all martial artists. It was not strength, but that magnanimous heart of martial arts that did not fear the heavens and the earth. Dragon soars in the universe. As Lin Ling passed by some sacred domains, he was shocked to discover that some of the younger generation martial artists were actually learning his martial arts. Besides, weapons like swords had become the norm. Young cultivators yearned for weapons like swords the most. When Lin Ling saw that, he shook his head helplessly and gazed into the distance. Gradually, the sacred rainforest was getting closer and closer. At present, Lin Ling didn't have any enemies in Xianpang province. However, in the mortal world, Lin Ling had many enemies. In the mortal world, there was the Ji clan, the Eternal Palace, the Shen Yuan clan, and the Yun clan. Behind him, there were hidden mortal world giants, such as Jianghu Celestial Stage and Champion University. But last time, when he summoned the divine martial world-suppressing beast, at least those mortal world giants restrained themselves. When Li Xiaoyao was growing up, he had some enemies in this world. If those enemies knew that I was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, they would be the first to kill me. So, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Lin Ling still felt a little pressured. After a short while, Lin Ling landed in the sacred rainforest. Suddenly, the entire sacred rainforest was in an uproar. Ancestor Tai Yan and the others all came out to greet him. They knew that Lin Ling had been taken away by the divine martial world-suppressing beast, so he was definitely not dead. They just didn't know when he would come back. Looking at his family and friends, Lin Ling's heart warmed. He hurriedly bowed to Ancestor Tai Yan and the others. Then, he went to pay his respects to Venerable Ding Hai. That night, the family was happy and harmonious. Lin Ling, we saw Yu and you in the Forbidden City. They have a child with them. That must be your child. When night fell, Ancestor Tai Yan looked at Lin Ling excitedly. When Lin Ling fought in the Forbidden City, they naturally saw Yu and the others outside. I know. They should be at Jianghu Celestial Stage. Lin Ling looked at the excited Ancestor Tai Yan and couldn't help but smile. Brat, hurry up and bring them back. Mo Nianchen suddenly knocked Lin Ling's head and complained. In the distance, Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and the others saw Mo Nianchen's action and their hearts trembled. Lin Ling was a guy who wasn't afraid of facing the giants of the human world. How dare Mo Nianchen knock his head? They immediately shook their heads helplessly. In the whole world, only Lin Ling's mother dared to scold Lin Ling like this. Lin Ling scratched his head as if he had been wronged. Mother, although I know that they are at the Jianghu Immortal Plateau, the Great Mystic region is so big that it would be difficult to find them in such a short period of time. However, they seem to be fine, which makes me feel relieved. Moreover, I have a feeling that I will be able to see them again soon. During the battle in the Forbidden City, Lin Ling couldn't talk to Yu and the others because time was limited. This time, he definitely wouldn't miss the chance to see them again. You're right. Mother was a little anxious before. However, Yu and the others are at Jianghu Celestial Stage. I'm afraid it will be difficult to see them again. Mo Nianchen frowned. No matter how difficult it is, no one can stop me. As long as I am titled Xian Di and become strong enough, even Jianghu Celestial Stage will have to give me face. Lin Ling smiled confidently, causing Mo Nianchen and Ancestor Tai Yan to laugh. They loved to see Lin Ling's confident look because only this kind of smile could bring them forward in the wind and rain. Right, where is the Fire Spirit Princess? Chapter 1763. Challenge. That little girl and little flame have both gone to the Seven Emperors' Sky to cultivate. Yuman Yun said with a smile. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The Fire Spirit Princess had become the disciple of the Seven Emperors' Sky? Moreover, she's now the Fire Spirit Heavenly the Arch. Even Little Flame has been given the title of Heavenly the Arch. Qin Xiaolan also laughed. Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It seems that the Seven Emperors' Sky has changed a lot in this 1 year. Not to mention the Seven Emperors' Sky, even the legends of the mortal world have changed a lot. I heard that many disciples of the Seven Emperors' Sky have been born in the Seven Emperors' Sky. Some of them have even been given the title of Heavenly the Arch. Right now, the Seven Emperors' Sky is filled with geniuses. Qin Xiaolan recalled what the Fire Spirit Princess had said when she returned. She told Lin Ling that this caused a flame to burn in Lin Ling's heart. His blood was also boiling with battle intent. Let's go to the Seven Emperors' Sky tomorrow. Lin Ling clenched his fists, filled with battle intent. The night passed quietly. The next day, Lin Ling went to the Seven Emperors' Sky early in the morning. Currently, he wanted nothing more than to obtain a large amount of merit points to increase his strength. Your Majesty, your current strength is above average among the diamond-level Heavenly Thearchs. If your Majesty makes a breakthrough and enters the Wuxiang realm, then no diamond-level Heavenly Thearchs will be a match for you. Along the way, Elder Purple would occasionally speak. Diamond-level heavenly thearchs were mostly from the Wuxiang realm to the Wuxiang realm. These powerhouses all controlled the power of laws, and their talents were definitely not weak. This was because if they could enter the Wuxiang realm, their talents would definitely reach the heaven tier. If an earth tier talent wanted to enter the Wuxiang realm, it would take even longer. This was also the reason why Princess Wuxia wanted to announce to the mortal world after obtaining the heaven tier talent. As for the diamond-level heavenly emperors, they were experts on the Martial Pavilion's Earth ranking. From another perspective, although Lin Ling didn't challenge the Martial Pavilion, he was actually ranked 3rd on the Xianxia ranking. At this moment, the 7 Emperors' Heaven was bustling with activity. After a year, the 4 mountains had been divided into 3 camps. One camp was led by Lin Ling, backed by Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou. The other camp was led by the ancient Ji family and the Eternal Palace, backed by the Law Overlord and Emperor Luo. The experts involved in the 3 factions were no longer at the level of disciples. There were even experts at the level of Xian Di. Obviously, the reason for the formation of this camp was Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling had killed the people of the ancient Ji family, which made the ancient Ji family hate Lin Ling to the core. It had become an irreconcilable hatred. If it were not for the fact that they were afraid of the divine martial world-suppressing beast, they would have mobilized their entire family to kill Lin Ling. At this moment, in a square on the floating mountain, a large number of experts gathered. Their auras were strong, and each of them was a domineering existence. A month has passed, and the battle between the 9 spirits of heaven and Ji Tianxian has begun. The crowd whispered as they glanced at the square. At this moment, there were 2 camps in the square. One camp was led by the 9 spirits of heaven, and the other camp was led by a young man with a face full of pockmarks. That young man was obviously from the ancient Ji family. He was titled as a heavenly emperor and was ranked in the top 20 among the gold-level experts. He seemed to have made an appointment with the 9 spirits of heaven a month ago, and today, he had come to accept the challenge. Where's Lin Ling? I haven't seen him for a year. Could he be dead? In the silence, before the young man with a face full of pockmarks could speak, a middle-aged man beside him sneered coldly. This person was also a heavenly emperor of the ancient Ji family. His name was Ji Yongjun, and his strength had reached the diamond level. He was Wuxiang's 2nd realm. In the past, they were like otherworldly experts who did not care about other heavenly emperors. However, after Lin Ling provoked the ancient Ji family, they also surfaced from behind the scenes. From this, it could be seen that the ancient Ji family's foundation was extremely deep. Even if you die, my brother will not die. On the other side, before the 9 spirits of heaven could speak, a bald young man sneered. It was Little Flame. Kill them, 9 spirits of heaven. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll do it. How dare you insult my husband? You must be tired of living, said a clear and melodious voice. The crowd looked over and shook their heads helplessly. It was the Fire Spirit Princess. Many people were extremely fearful of this little girl, because although she looked young, her strength was abnormally strong. With her heaven stage talent, there weren't many ordinary heavenly emperors who were her match. Most importantly, she was doted on by the Emperor of Li Shou, and simply allowed to do whatever she wanted. Of course that was normal. The Fire Spirit Princess was the youngest genius of Champion University. Now that the 7 Emperors' world had obtained her, it would be strange if they didn't dote on her. The Fire Spirit Princess had a fiery temper. She didn't like anyone, no matter who it was, she dared attack anyone. She hadn't been in the 7 Emperors' world for a long time, but ordinary celestial emperors were scared of her. On top of that, she had the support of the Fire Clan, so nobody dared offend her. Because a short time before, the Fire Clan's ancestor had come to the 7 Emperors' world and threatened to kill anyone who dared offend the princess. Of course, many celestial emperors were afraid of the Fire Spirit Princess, but that didn't include the Ji clan. Haha, in a year's time, the former hero of the human world, Lin Ling, has become a cowardly bear of the human world. You must know that if a martial artist doesn't advance, they will regress. Lin Ling is indeed a genius, but in a year's time, he has already regressed, said the middle-aged man of the Ji clan, smiling coldly. Not bad, the hero of the human world? The human realm was more like a coward. Lin Ling did not dare to return because there were many celestial emperors who wanted to defeat him among the 3 great legends of the human realm. Hehe. Everybody wants to be a genius. Apart from the old geniuses, New geniuses also want to be a genius. Hee hee. Lin Ling, come and fight me if you dare. Hee hee, said a large number of celestial emperors from the Ji clan. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling's divine martial world beast was extremely strong. Shameless boasting. Come and fight. Fight. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven had ugly expressions. In the past, when Lin Ling fought in the Forbidden City, no one dared to speak up. Now that Lin Ling had disappeared for a year, these people became complacent. Sure. 9 spirits of heaven. After you lose, I will challenge Lin Ling. If Lin Ling doesn't dare to fight, then get the hell out of the 7 emperors' heaven. On the other side, Xianxia walked out and moved his neck. A powerful aura bloomed as the power of faith transformed into a qilin. Both of you agreed to fight. Remember, this is a spar. The rules of the 7 emperors' heaven cannot be broken. Unless the other side refuses to admit defeat, you can't kill. At this time, a deep voice drifted out. It was Xian Di. This person was an expert with the title of Xian Di. With his seniority as the judge, it was very fair. However, it was clear that he was on the side of the 9 spirits of heaven. That's right. This battle will be a wager of merit points. Each person must take out 50,000 merit points, said an old man wearing a loose robe with talismans on it. This person was the talisman ancestor. He was obviously on the side of the Luo Emperor. This battle wasn't just about reputation, it was also about merit points. Chapter 1764. They were back. 9 spirits of heaven, you must not lose. Our merit points are all on you. The fire spirit princess shouted, making the 9 spirits of heaven nod. In her hand, the halberd appeared. Both of them are gold-level heavenly emperors. Their source strength has reached the peak realm. Moreover, their talent is similar. Let's see whose fighting spirit is stronger. Bai Yun Tiandi frowned. The unhindered heavenly emperor and the others were also a little worried. The current battle had reached a level that they could not see through. Fight! The 2 heavenly emperors were like meteors, crazily colliding. Boom! The plaza was protected by an array formation, but it still shook violently. The 9 spirits of heaven is Lin Ling's brother. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The spectators in the distance whispered. If the battle between the 2 was placed in the mortal world, it would be enough to sweep away any saint realm. Unfortunately, this was the 7 emperors' heaven, so there was no strongest, only stronger. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 collided, and a storm rose in all directions. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. On the left, the Faith Qilin appeared. It was like a Qilin god, and its every move was blessed by thousands of living beings. On the right, the halberd was divided into 9 souls, shocking the world and making ghosts and gods weep. The 2 of them fought for a full 2 hours, but at this moment, Xianxia sneered, 9 spirits of heaven, lose for me. Spear of Faith. It was unknown when a divine weapon appeared in his hand. The golden light was resplendent, making him seem as if he had transformed into a heavenly war god. As the spear appeared, the wind and clouds in the sky churned. There was the pressure of heaven and earth, and it actually carried a trace of the power of law. Although it was not the most complete power of law, it was enough to sweep away a gold-level heavenly emperor. Despicable, he actually used a divine weapon. That divine weapon is probably about to reach the middle grade. On Bai Yun Tiandi's side, everyone cursed angrily. A loss is a loss. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. Xianxia sneered and attacked the 9 spirits of heaven with his spear, but the 9 spirits of heaven did not have a divine weapon in his hands. Although Lin Ling had given him a divine weapon before, he was not proficient in those weapons and was still proficient in the halberd, so he did not want those divine weapons. Rumble! Wherever the spear passed, the 9 spirits of heaven spat out blood. His body flew backward, and his sky piercer was completely shattered. Moreover, the spear of faith didn't stop. It was still shooting towards the 9 spirits of heaven, with the intention of obliterating him. I admit defeat. The 9 spirits of heaven immediately shouted, but the spear of faith still shot out. How dare you! At this time, Transcendent Xian Di coldly shouted and waved his right arm. The formidable power of laws was like the 3 pure ones, enveloping the spear of faith and finally stopping its speed. Hee hee, There are times when martial artists can't control their strength in a battle. Since I didn't kill anyone, let's forget about it. Ji Tianxian put away his spear and said casually. This made the faces of Bai Yun Tiandi and the other experts turn ugly. Previously, they had seen that if it wasn't for Transcendent Xiandi, the 9 spirits of heaven would have died. All right, it's enough that you won, the symbol ancestor said faintly. Then, he laughed and said, 50,000 merit points. How much did you have to contribute to the human world to exchange for so many merit points? Not bad, not bad. His voice was filled with pride, which made Transcendent Xiandi feel extremely uncomfortable. Who's next? Bai Yun Tiandi, Little Flame, or Lin Ling? At this moment, Ji Tianxian was in high spirits. He looked down on the 9 spirits of heaven and said, right now, I already have 100,000 merit points. I'll put them all down. Any gold heavenly emperor can fight with me. Who dares? As expected of Ji Tianxian and the 9 spirits of heaven. Let them come up. If you don't dare, then you're trash. If you don't dare to fight today, then from today onwards, when you meet the heavenly emperors of the Law Overlord and Arcane Overlord, you have to kowtow. On the other side, the heavenly emperors of the Law Overlord side all shouted. Fuck your bullshit. The 9 spirits of heaven and the others cursed. Was there such a way to fight? If they didn't dare to fight, they had to kowtow. This Ji Tianxian was clearly teaching them a lesson on behalf of the ancient Ji family. Do you dare? Ji Tianxian sneered again. In the Battle of the Forbidden City, the ancient Ji family had lost face. Today, they naturally had to vent their anger. On the other hand, Xianxia frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the symbol ancestor sneered and said, seniors like us shouldn't get involved in a fight between the younger generation. Moreover, this is a fair fight. Even if you report this to Emperor Li Ho, you won't be in the right. After all, how can a martial artist grow without experiencing battles? Sometimes, pressure is motivation. You! Xianxia's face turned cold. The other party had gone too far. All right, I'll fight with you. If you have the ability, don't run away. At this moment, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Many people's faces changed. Someone dared to accept the challenge? They shifted their gazes and instantly saw a young man in a blue and white robe striding over with a smile on his face. Even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. He was as transcendent as the clouds in the sky. Lin Ling. At this moment, everyone gasped. They didn't expect Lin Ling, who had disappeared for a year, to return at this moment. Boss! The 9 spirits of heaven were excited. It was as though they had seen their strongest pillar. Over the past year, Lin Ling had been dazzling at the start. Now he had slowly dimmed. However, they still believed that Lin Ling was omnipotent. Baddie, you're back! Princess Fire Spirit was the most excited. She turned into a fire shadow and immediately shot towards Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling laugh. He was extremely happy to see his comrades and companions. He then lifted his head and saw Princess Fire Spirit pouncing on him. Like a little snake, she coiled around him. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Is this naughty little girl the Princess Fire Spirit or the second dream? He struggled to remove the naughty little girl from his body. Holding the second dream's hand, he walked forward slowly. He's Lin Ling. Looking at Lin Ling, the heavenly emperors who had been clamoring earlier all fell silent. When Lin Ling wasn't around, they were arrogant. However, after Lin Ling's return, they subconsciously felt a tinge of fear. Lin Ling. If not for the divine martial realm suppressing beast, who knows how many human realm giants would have killed him? The symbol ancestor's face was cold. He didn't get along with Lin Ling. At this moment, when he saw Lin Ling intimidating everyone into silence, he felt uncomfortable. You're the one who killed Ji Yuan and Ji Mengling, Lin Ling. This was the first time Ji Tianxian saw Lin Ling. He sensed that Lin Ling was only a 9th stage saint. He wasn't afraid and said coldly, do you know who Ji Yuan is? He's the grandson that the Ji family's old man valued the most. You've killed him. When the old man comes out of seclusion, you'll be dead. Who do you think you are? Nagging non-stop. Lin Ling glanced at Ji Tianxian and said rudely. Ji Tianxian wasn't polite to him either. He walked and said, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. I'll turn you into a dog. Do you believe me? Domineering. Chapter 1765. Announce the news. The corner of Ji Tianxuan's eyes twitched. Beat him like a dog? This was the first time he was looked down upon since he started practicing martial arts. He snorted and said, "You can fight me if you want, but you defeated Ji Mengling. Ji Mengling is a diamond-level heavenly emperor, so you should be a diamond-level heavenly emperor. Do you have the nerve to fight me? Don't forget, I said that I could defeat all gold-level heavenly emperors. Are you?" "That's right. Lin Ling, can you be any more thick-skinned? You're bullying the weak. If you have the ability, fight Ji Yangjun. Haha, let's see if you dare. You only dare to be arrogant in front of the weak. You're like a dog in front of the strong." The heavenly emperors from the law overlords shouted angrily, trying to suppress Lin Ling with their words. The symbol ancestor also sneered. Lin Ling was indeed not qualified to fight. He also wanted to suppress Lin Ling's spirit, so he was about to speak when Lin Ling asked, "May I ask, what is the strength requirement for a diamond-level heavenly emperor?" A diamond-level heavenly emperor is at the powerful Wuxia realm. Ji Tianxian said with his chest puffed out. Diamond-level heavenly emperors were at the true Wuxia realm, but it did not mean that Wuxia realm could enter the circle of diamond-level powerhouses. Baiyun Tiandi was one of the examples. You said that any gold-level heavenly emperor can challenge you, and the diamond-level heavenly emperors you mentioned are at the Wuxia realm. Then, I want to ask, what realm am I at? Lin Ling suddenly said. Silence. The heavenly emperors who were shouting earlier all fell silent, and their faces turned ugly. Lin Ling was actually only at the Saint Rudiment realm. In fact, he did not meet the requirements of the diamond-level heavenly emperor. In other words, he was still a gold-level heavenly emperor, but his combat strength was strong enough to shake a diamond-level heavenly emperor. Haha, Lin Ling is at the Saint Rudiment realm. He is still a gold-level heavenly emperor. Seeing that everyone was silent, Xianxia immediately laughed out loud. As expected of Lin Ling. Every time he appears, he makes people feel proud and elated. As for Ji Tianxian, he seemed to have eaten a fly at this moment, unable to say anything. You can't refute it? Then I'm qualified to fight you. Come, I'm going to beat you into a dog. Lin Ling sneered. His words were overbearing and grand. He didn't need to be polite to someone from the ancient Ji family. Lin Ling, teach him a lesson. He almost killed the 9 spirits of heaven. Princess Hualing also waved her little fist, causing Ji Tianxuan's expression to constantly change. He wanted to fight, but he wasn't Lin Ling's opponent. However, if he didn't fight, then his arrogant words from before would be like slapping his own face. He had never thought that Lin Ling would come back at this time and mess up his plans. I'll admit defeat on his behalf. Lin Ling, if you want to fight, why don't you fight me? While Ji Tianxian was silent, a figure suddenly walked over slowly. This person was about 40 years old. Of course, martial artists were slow to age, but in reality, he had cultivated for almost 200 years. He was a heavenly emperor powerhouse from the ancient Ji family, also under the law overlord. His name was Jianghu. Among the diamond-level heavenly emperors in the human world, his strength was also well known. He was stronger than Ji Mengling and Xianyuan Zhoutian because he wasn't a genius, but he was a powerhouse who had cultivated for a longer time. Jianghu, what is your strength? You have the nerve to fight? That means we can also let Wuxiangxiandi fight. On the side of the 9 spirits of heaven, everyone mocked. These people were so thick-skinned. If you dare to fight, then fight. If you don't, then we'll take away the merit points you lost earlier. Jianghu had cultivated for a long time, so he didn't care about the crowd's words at all. However, his words were more of a provocation. If they didn't dare to fight and took away the merit points, then the 9 spirits of heaven and the rest would lose a lot of money. Those merit points were extremely precious. If they were taken away, the 9 spirits of heaven and the rest would go bankrupt. All right, then we'll fight. But if we're going to play, then we'll play big. A total of 200,000 merit points to bet. Lin Ling naturally knew that the other party was trying to provoke him. However, he was currently lacking merit points, so he wouldn't miss out on it if someone offered it to him. You really dare to fight? Ji Yangjun was immediately shocked. Wuxiangxiandi's eyes narrowed. He knew that Lin Ling's strength could defeat Wu Shang, but Ji Yongjun could defeat Wu Shang, who was in the second stage. He was stronger than Ji Mengling and the rest. Interesting, Ji Yongjun, accept his challenge. If you don't have enough merit points, I've just completed a huge task in the mortal realm and was rewarded with 100,000 merit points. I'll give it to you to bet. Symbol Ancestor was afraid that Lin Ling would regret his decision and immediately said. With Symbol Ancestor's words, Ji Yongjun had nothing to fear. He instantly laughed coldly. If he defeated Lin Ling, he would get 200,000 merit points. That was a huge sum of money. Wait, although the bet has been made, Lin Ling, I suspect that you don't have 200,000 merit points. So please prove it. Symbol Ancestor was indeed astute. At this moment, he said coldly. Many people stared at Lin Ling as though Lin Ling was a swindler. This was because they knew that Lin Ling had disappeared for a year and didn't have any merit points. Do you think I'm like you? You don't keep your words. Facing Symbol Ancestor's questioning, Lin Ling was fearless. He was like an unsheathed sword that was pointed at Xian. This caused Symbol Ancestor's face to turn ugly instantly. Back in the Avalon of 5 elements, Lin Ling had also refuted him. Today, he did it again. It was as though he, an expert with the title Xian, was actually a piece of trash. However, the cold smile on his face became even more intense. He wanted to see how Lin Ling was going to obtain a huge amount of merit points in a short period of time. The others also stared at Lin Ling. One must know that merit points were hard to obtain, and they were accumulated over a long period of time. It was simply impossible to obtain 100,000 merit points in a day. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling smiled indifferently and looked towards the sky. Emperor Yu, Emperor Li Shou, I have news to announce. The crowd instantly went into an uproar. Lin Ling actually went to look for Emperor Yu and the rest? Idiot. Do you think that Emperor Li Shou and the rest will privately give you merit points? You don't know at all. Merit points are distributed by the highest authority in the mortal world. Emperor Li Shou and the rest don't have the right to privately give you merit points. Symbol Ancestor's face was filled with mockery. Lin Ling, speak. Lin Ling's return had actually attracted the attention of the 7 emperors. Therefore, after Lin Ling spoke, Emperor Li Shou's voice was heard. The Devil Region's ceiling boundary will be broken in a year's time. At that time, the Devil race will invade. Lin Ling said indifferently. This sentence was like a thunderbolt that caused everyone's hearts to rumble. This was big news that concerned the safety of the entire human race. You're spouting nonsense. You must know that you're spreading rumors and bewitching people. Do you know your crime? Symbol Ancestor had originally thought that Lin Ling would say something else. However, all he said was this. He immediately sneered. However, Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. I've said it before. Do you think that I'm like you and the people behind you who don't keep their promises? I'm not a hypocrite. Chapter 1766. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The battle with Wu Shang. Lin Ling, you must know that if this is false, you're lying to the highest authority in the human world. A low voice sounded at this time. It was the Law Overlord's voice. He naturally knew that Lin Ling was secretly scolding him. Lin Ling did not have a good impression of the Law Overlord. Back when he went to the Forbidden City, the Law Overlord had no enmity with him but had repeatedly harmed him. Thus, Lin Ling did not give him any face. Law Overlord, you must know that if this is true, you're a sinner of the human world if you don't report it to the highest authority in the human world. Lin Ling said word by word. His voice became louder and louder, and he said that the Law Overlord was a sinner in front of countless people. A sinner! The world echoed with Lin Ling's words. The 7 emperors, one of the strongest in the world, had actually been scolded as a sinner by a weak celestial emperor. For a moment, the world fell silent. It was clear that the Law Overlord was furious. Others respected him, but this was the first time someone had looked down on him. I have a jade talisman here that records the location where the barrier was broken. Get someone to check it out immediately. Lin Ling then took out a jade talisman, and the Law Overlord appeared in the sky. He took the jade talisman with a serious expression and sent a voice transmission to the highest authority in the human world, asking the experts guarding the teleportation array in the demon domain to check it out. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was Lin Ling. No matter where he was, He was always the center of attention. The law overlord, symbol ancestor, and the others had cold expressions as they waited for the results. If Lin Ling's information was wrong, they would do everything they could to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling seemed to be able to guess what they were thinking. He muttered to himself, "Don't think of anything bad. Your schemes will never succeed." The symbol ancestor's face twisted when he heard this. Lin Ling was very confident. After an unknown period of time, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky. A man carrying an ancient coffin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was the king of the northern desert, the strong cultivator who guarded the demon region. King of the northern desert, what's the situation? The law overlord was the first to speak. He did not seem to be worried about the demonic realm's seal. Instead, he wanted to know if Lin Ling was lying. The northern desert king completely ignored the law overlord. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling. He had met Lin Ling once in the fire tribe, but he had never imagined that this brat would be able to stir up such a huge wave in the human realm. Every time he appeared, the human realm would be shaken, and this time was no exception. "The news is true," the king of the northern desert said coldly. Boom! Everyone's heart exploded. A year later, the demon race would really invade? Suddenly, they all looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's words were correct. He had once again become a hero of the human realm. The information this time is extremely crucial. Lin Ling, you have saved countless people. The human realm's highest deacon palace will reward you with 300,000 merit points. The Northern Desert King said respectfully to Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling's information was truly crucial. 300,000? Countless people gasped, and their eyes were filled with envy. The symbol ancestor's eyes widened. He had worked hard for a year and only managed to save 100,000 merit points. However, Lin Ling had obtained 300,000 merit points in a day. Comparisons were odious. Although the law overlord did not appear, everyone knew that he was definitely fuming right now. No one knew how Lin Ling knew about this sensational news. His disappearance and reappearance were all mysteries. Symbol ancestor, are you very jealous? I have a suggestion. You can also tell the human realm's highest deacon palace that the seal of the ghost region has also been broken. Lin Ling suddenly looked at the symbol ancestor. The symbol ancestor's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously asked, "Are you serious?" If he told this information to the human realm's highest deacon palace, he would be able to obtain 300,000 merit points. Sorry, I was just teasing you. However, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders at the next moment. Many people could not help but laugh. You! The symbol ancestor was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. However, Lin Ling did not bother about him. Instead, he looked at Jianghu and said, "Now that I have 300,000 merit points, let's use 300,000 merit points as a bet for this battle." You! His words were filled with contempt, as if he was saying, "Jianghu, you want to bet, but do you have that many merit points?" Jianghu's face darkened. He could not answer, as he did not have that many merit points. He knew that Lin Ling was mocking him, but he did not realize that this was not the end of it. Why not add another 100,000 merit points? Lin Ling, 1 year later, the devil race will invade, and the Avalon of 5 elements will come into play. You seem to be very familiar with the Avalon of metal. I wonder if you can tell me how to completely control the Avalon of metal. This is also a great contribution. As long as you disclose the method, the human realm's highest deacon palace will reward you with another 100,000 merit points. Yes. At this moment, a voice asking for advice was heard. Many rumors emperor appeared in the sky. Yes. The crowd was in an uproar. Many rumors emperor was asking for advice from Lin Ling. Moreover, he was being rewarded with 100,000 merit points. Lin Ling had returned for less than a day, and in the blink of an eye, he had obtained 400,000 merit points. Previously, Jianghu had questioned Lin Ling's merit points. Now, it seemed that he had no right to do so, as he had even fewer merit points than Lin Ling. This made Jianghu's face turn even uglier. He stood there as if he had been slapped hard in the face. All right, after this battle, I will draw the runes of the Avalon of Metal and let you control it. Lin Ling laughed. He did not expect many rumors emperor to give him 100,000 merit points. He could not miss this opportunity. Good. Good. Many rumors Emperor laughed with satisfaction. He stared at Lin Ling and said, "You guys seem to be about to fight. Good, I will be the judge." Good. This. Good. Symbol ancestor felt like vomiting blood. If many rumors Emperor was the judge, he would definitely side with Lin Ling. However, he did not have the right to stop many rumors Emperor now. Thank you, many rumors Emperor. Thank you. Lin Ling bowed politely and finally looked at Jianghu. Do you have enough merit points now? I will only bet 200,000 merit points. If you want to fight, then come. Jianghu said indifferently. When he saw Lin Ling nodding, he laughed coldly. Thank you for giving me 200,000 merit points. Human world hero Lin Ling. After he finished speaking, he strode to the center and waved at Lin Ling. On symbol ancestor's side, many people were shocked by Lin Ling. When they saw Jianghu, they immediately cheered. Lin Ling, go. Don't tell me you don't have the guts to fight. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked out. He could naturally sense that Jianghu was at the second level of the martial saint realm. The origin of the illusory force in his dantian was extremely condensed. He might be able to carry the power of laws with a wave of his hand, which was twice as powerful as Xianyuan Zhoutian and the others. Fortunately, Jianghu's talent was Earth Tier 10. Perhaps this was his only flaw. Don't tell me you are going to use that peerless divine sword. Chapter 1767. The Power of the Law of Space. Without that sword, you're nothing. Sun God, come out. Jianghu roared angrily. The power of faith formed a blazing sun, and the terrifying thing was that a figure could be seen in the blazing sun. It seemed to be the sun god. It was said that the power of faith of the Ji family was guarded by countless gods. There was the god of Kailan, the sun god, the lord of the moon, and so on. The terrifying power of the law was overwhelming. Even with the protection of the array, ordinary heavenly emperors still found it difficult to breathe. Their origin energy could not withstand the overbearing power of the law. Divine light illumination. Endless rays of light burned and scorched everything. The ground melted like water. Lin Ling remained still, but his eyes flickered. He shook his left hand and a dragon claw appeared. 6 claws roared. At the same time, thousands of clones appeared behind Lin Ling and pounced on Jianghu. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding was heard. The terrifying thing was that when the dragon claw collided with the rays of light were as hard as metal. However, Lin Ling's strength was not weak either. With the power of 14 universes, the reward of the ancient god Empyrean, and the dragon claw, he was like an ancient war god. Lin Ling's combat strength is terrifying. He's indeed a legendary genius. He's the only one who can challenge Wu Shang's second heaven realm as a saint realm cultivator. Quiet as a virgin, moving as a cunning rabbit. This is Lin Ling. The giants of the mortal realm watched the battle calmly. Their faces were solemn, as if they were watching a dazzling star slowly rising. Unfortunately, physical strength can sweep away the power of origin, but it's a little powerless against the power of the law. No one can escape from the law of heaven and earth. The Supreme Xian Di frowned and said, "Yes, the power of void origin has the power of the law. Lin Ling can't win against Jianghu in a head-on battle. 100 years ago, the ghost race invaded the ghost realm, and the Thousand-Skull Great Emperor came. That Thousand-Skull Great Emperor seemed to be killed by Jianghu, and he took the credit. The Northern Desert Lord and Sovereign Duo Wen also spoke up. They could see that Lin Ling's strength was invincible in the Saint Realm and he could even fight against a first-degree Wu Shang, but facing a second-degree Wu Shang would be difficult. The symbol ancestor was naturally able to see the gap between them. A dark and cold light flashed across his eyes. If this battle continued, Lin Ling would definitely lose. There was no doubt about it. Thank you, hero of the mortal world, for the 200,000 merit points. Symbol ancestor said proudly. Wushang Xiandi and the others snorted coldly. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He realized that Jianghu's power of law was very domineering, and he could not get close to him at all. He was like the sun god, and his ancient divine emperor body had already been pierced full of holes. However, when his gaze fell on the sword in his hand, he suddenly revealed a cold smile. He also had the power of law, and he currently had 2 of them. Lin Ling, You killed young Master Ji Yuan and Ji Mengling in the past. Today, I will kill you in front of everyone. At this moment, Ji Yongjun let out a fierce roar, and his body shone brightly. He was like the sun god and he reigned supreme. If you can kill me, then do it. Why do you have to talk nonsense? Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The 10 million doppelgangers in front of him had all fallen, but the tall ancient divine emperor body was still like a giant, and he moved forward majestically. The enmity between him and the ancient Ji family was irreconcilable, but he did not expect that Ji Yongjun would dare to kill him in front of the 7 emperors. Since he dared to kill him, why should he let him live? Ji Yongjun, don't think that you are stronger just because you have cultivated for a long time. I can tell you that you will regret it if you try to kill me. Lin Ling's sword stabbed out fiercely. He did not retreat even when his body was engulfed by the power of law. Regret? I, Ji Yongjun, have never regretted anything since I started learning martial arts. Lin Ling, come on, let's see how you will die. Divine light illuminates the 9 provinces, and the sun shakes the world. In the sky, something terrible happened. 9 suns appeared, and the shadow of the golden crow could be seen in the suns. It seems that Ji Yongjun wants to kill Lin Ling. If he explodes with the power of law of the sun god, Lin Ling will die for sure. Emperor Duo Wen frowned. Ji Yongjun had 2 power of law, and Lin Ling could not resist at all. However, just as he finished speaking, the sword light in front of him flashed by like the moon in the night sky. It was dazzling. This sword could be called the coldest sword. But what was shocking was that although the sword was slow, it had the power of law of heaven and earth. It looked slow, but it was actually very fast. What? Many titled Xian experts were shocked. They thought that Lin Ling's power came from the peerless divine sword, but the sword was also extraordinary. Clang! Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The power of law of space bloomed and froze time. In the sky, the sun seemed to have stopped moving. That small area was completely frozen. A sword came from the horizon and appeared in the sun in the next moment, hanging in front of Ji Yongjuan's neck. The murderous intent gushing out from the sword made Ji Yongjuan's pupils tremble violently. The power of law of space has frozen time for a short period of time. Seeing this scene, Emperor Li Ho and the other mortal world giants gasped. Lin Ling's domain of space was endless. The previous peerless divine sword could cut through 10 dimensions and cut through everything. Now, the sword could freeze time and shorten the distance between the 2 sides. It could control life and death in an instant. Your power of law is very powerful, but I wonder if your neck is powerful as well. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared in front of Ji Yongjun and said indifferently with the sword hanging on his neck. Ji Yongjuan's whole body trembled. Did he lose? How could he lose? He raised his eyes, which were filled with madness. He could not lose to a junior in the Saint realm. Die! Light of the sun! His whole body turned into the sun, and the power of law erupted again. Obviously, he did not want to admit defeat. He wanted to kill Lin Ling even at the cost of his life. Bastard! Emperor Li Ho and the other experts immediately shouted. Ji Yongjun had violated the rules of the duel. And Lin Ling was so close to Ji Yongjun. How could he block it? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's face was still calm as if he had expected it. He said coldly, I'm waiting for you to make your move. Dragon soars to the universe. His left hand stabbed out fiercely, and the 6 claws were shocking. On the dragon claws, the terrifying power of law of fire burst out, causing the scene of the underworld chant to appear behind Lin Ling. In the eyes of the crowd, they seemed to see a divine dragon clawing at the sun with its claws. Lin Ling also had the power of law, and he had 2 of them. Whoosh! The dragon claws were invincible. They broke the sun and clawed into Ji Yongjuan's chest. Flames erupted and burned his whole body. Ji Yongjuan's power of law was very powerful, but it did not mean that he could block the power of law. He had lost this battle because he had underestimated Lin Ling. He should not fight to the death because if Lin Ling got close to him, he would die even if he was Wuxiang. Whoosh! Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his huge dragon claws high, and Ji Yongjun was on top of them. Boom! Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. Lin Ling defeated Wuxiang, who was in the 2nd heaven realm, as a saint. He had made history as the first in the 7 emperors world. No one could stop him. Chapter 1768. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' human realm's big shot at this moment. Lin Ling was like a divine dragon, like a war king. Endless flames burned around his body and it was a ghastly sight. Smack. After that, Lin Ling threw Jianghu into the ground with his left hand and smashed him into meat paste. The heavens and earth became even more silent. Even the symbol ancestor felt a tinge of fear rising within his heart. Lin Ling had defeated Xianxia not long ago. He had thought that Lin Ling's strength was barely enough to defeat a first-level martial saint. However, within a short span of a year, the strength that Lin Ling had displayed caused even him to feel terrified. Of course, it wasn't just him. Even Lin Ling's friends, Bai Yuntiandi and the North Sea Celestial Emperor felt a chill in their hearts. After all, Lin Ling was like a junior to them in the past. However, the brilliance that Lin Ling was emitting now was something that they had to look up to. This guy, I really don't know how he cultivates. He has so many trump cards and his fire talent isn't simple at all. He might have already reached the heaven realm. Emperor Li Ho muttered. Lin Ling had too many secrets. He was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. Many people didn't notice Lin Ling's fire talent. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had already stepped into the circle of diamond-level celestial emperors. Moreover, his combat strength was so strong that it made countless celestial emperors feel respect and envy. Great, it's just a spar but you killed people quickly. Lin Ling, do you know your crime? Cold. It was the Law Overlord's voice. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling to emit such a tyrannical brilliance. However, the more it was so, the angrier he was. During the Battle of the Forbidden City, you ignored the heroes of the world and openly killed Ji Mengling and Xianxia, as well as many experts from the ancient Ji family. You were lawless and did whatever you wanted. What do you think the Deacon Hall is? The majestic voice continued, causing the crowd's eyes to flicker. Wasn't the Battle of the Forbidden City agreed upon? Lin Ling and Ji Mengling had settled their grudges. Why did the Law Overlord want to settle the score now? Ji Mengling aside, Xianxia was the celestial emperor of the ancient Rhythm Immortal platform. What did that have to do with the Law Overlord? The great calamity of the mortal world is approaching. Every expert is very important, but you want to kill Lin Ling, you are endangering the mortal world. Another voice was heard, and a shadow appeared in the sky. This person was wearing a large cloak and had a bloated body. He was imposing without being angry. It was Emperor Luo. Lin Ling, die. However, to everyone's surprise, after the voices of the Law Overlord and encompassing sovereign were heard, a majestic aura came from afar. Golden light shone resplendently as they transformed into half-gods, looking down on the land. You killed me, Ji Yuan. An angry voice filled with pressure floated out majestically. The old master of the Ji family. The crowd was shocked. No one had expected that Lin Ling would cause such a commotion when he had just returned. Moreover, many people had heard that Lin Ling had killed Ji Yuan, and Ji Yuan was the most doted grandson of the ancient Ji family's old master. Moreover, among the countless bloodlines, Ji Yuan's talent was the most terrifying. Once he awakened, he would become a divine body. It was a pity that the Heaven's Chosen One was killed by Lin Ling before he could even be born. No wonder the ancient Ji family wanted to kill Lin Ling so badly. You are Lin Ling. However, to everyone's surprise, someone came from afar on a dragon. The divine dragon roared, and thousands of divine spirits seemed to have been summoned. A large number of beasts appeared in the sky. Divine dragon warrior, Shen Yuan. At this moment, even Emperor Li Shou's eyes narrowed. Beside him, Emperor Yu also appeared and stared ahead fiercely. Besides Shen Yuan, the Sky Overlord is also here. This time, it's even more lively than the Forbidden City. The Sky Overlord. Someone heard Emperor Yu's voice, and his expression changed drastically. The Sky Overlord, the other overlord of the ancient immortal platform, he was also here. Many people couldn't help but sigh. In their lives, they had never had the chance to see those big shots of the mortal world. However, today, all the big shots of the mortal world were here for Lin Ling. It made people feel that Lin Ling had stirred up a storm in the mortal world. What a terrifying guy. But those people don't seem to have good intentions. Lin Ling, we're in trouble. At this moment, countless people subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. If they were in the same situation, they would be trembling with fear. So they wanted to see if Lin Ling would show any regret. However, they were disappointed. In the sky, Lin Ling's expression was calm, as if he didn't know what kind of danger he was in. You killed me, Ji Yuan, go to hell. Among them, the old master of the Ji family was the most impulsive. He was like a god of war, and after arriving, he attacked ruthlessly. Stop. At this moment, Lin Ling only had Emperor Li Shou and a few others behind him. Emperor Li Shou immediately appeared beside Lin Ling and blocked Old Master Ji's terrifying attack for him. The two big shots collided, and a storm swept in all directions. It was as if heaven and earth were being torn apart. Emperor Li Shou's expression was extremely cold. He naturally knew the purpose of these people. They were here to kill Lin Ling. First, Lin Ling was too dazzling. In the true martial realm, the Fire Tribe, and the Forbidden City, he had aroused the dissatisfaction of the older generation experts. Second, Lin Ling was a hero of the mortal world. Most importantly, his talent was not weak. Those experts had the idea of killing those who didn't belong to them, so they didn't want Lin Ling to grow. Emperor Li Shou, are you still going to protect your child? What kind of justice do you have in this world? The law overlord sneered and gave Lin Ling a huge crime. You killed so many people of the Ji family. No matter what, there must be an explanation today. Old Master Ji knew that he wasn't a match for Emperor Li Shou, so he calmed down. Emperor Li Shou, step aside. The Deacon Palace of the mortal world has rules. Breaking the rules is the same as breaking the law. Sky Master and other experts also spoke. If Lin Ling was an ordinary celestial emperor, then no matter how arrogant he was, they wouldn't bother to kill him. However, Lin Ling's talent was too terrifying. They couldn't see through him, so they put down their pride and took the initiative to attack. Yes. Hand Lin Ling over. Although I'm also a celestial emperor of the Seven Emperors Sky, this is a public matter, not a private matter. Don't think that just because you have the divine martial world-suppressing beast, Lin Ling, you can do whatever you want. You broke the rules of the mortal world. Even the divine martial world-suppressing beast can't save you. Kill him. Many experts who came with the mortal world giants snorted coldly. The entire Seven Emperors Sky was filled with curses. The 9 spirits of heaven, Bai Yun Tiandi, and the others were all worried. They didn't think that Lin Ling would become the enemy of the entire world. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He took out a flagon of wine and slowly drank. His calm demeanor instantly angered countless celestial emperors. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the Sky Master? Kill him. No one had ever dared to face a giant of the mortal world. Yet he was still so arrogant and unruly. To the giants of the mortal world, this was a huge insult. I say, are you guys done with your bullshit? Lin Ling finished a mouthful of wine and coldly spat out a sentence. Chapter 1769. Who dares to kill me? Law Overlord, you said that I killed Ji Yongjun. Why didn't you speak up when he wanted to kill me? Lin Ling stared at the Law Overlord. The latter's pupils constricted and he was speechless. He wanted to kill you, but he didn't succeed. You killed him, so you broke the rules. Emperor Luo sneered and tried to pin Lin Ling to death by pointing at Lin Ling's crime. And the Forbidden City. How many Xiandi from the ancient Ji family did you kill? How do you explain that? The Human Realm Overlord said coldly. Those people deserve to die. Lin Ling said expressionlessly. Do you have dog eyes? They wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead. Then you guys settle the score. Are you going to stand up for me and kill my murderers after I die? A bunch of hypocritical old fogies. I know why you want to kill me. It's because I challenged your authority and didn't put you in my eyes. However, I can tell you that if you want others to respect you, you don't have to rely on strength. Instead, you have to rely on your heart. If you are like Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu, thinking for the common people of the world, I, Lin Ling, will definitely kowtow to you. But the truth? You are still stubborn and ignorant. The demon area will invade in a year. Instead of worrying about these important matters, you are interested in killing an ant like me. Don't you think it's shameful? If the Deacon Palace of the human realm is filled with people like you, the human realm will be doomed. Lin Ling's voice was like a string of cannons. The human realm overlords' faces turned ugly. However, Lin Ling was right. The demon area's barrier was about to break. Instead of worrying about the human realm, they came to kill Lin Ling. Wasn't that shameful? What right do you have to speak? We are the human realm overlords and have made great contributions to the human realm. What right do you have to be compared to us? Emperor Luo shouted angrily. He didn't expect Lin Ling's words to be so sharp. Is that so? In that case, who had sealed the most enchantments in the true martial world? As for the shattering of the demon domain boundary, who was the one who announced the news? In terms of qualifications, I don't know if I'm qualified right now, fat pig. Lin Ling sneered as he stared at Luo Huang fearlessly. These people were obviously trying to kill Lin Ling by force. However, did they think that Lin Ling would not retaliate? The Luo Huang pointed at Lin Ling, his heart bursting with anger. He was indeed very fat, but Lin Ling was the first person in the world who dared to call him a fat pig. That's right. Lin Ling is now a hero of the human world. He has made 2 great contributions to the human world. How could he not have the right to speak? At this time, the Northern Desert Lord also spoke. He was not a private person, so he admired and was grateful to Lin Ling because the news of the demon domain boundary being broken had saved countless lives. Not 2 great merits but 3. As the Northern Desert Lord's voice fell, Emperor Duowen's voice drifted out. In the current Avalon of 5 elements, aside from the Avalon of wood and water, the other 3 Avalon of 5 elements are not completely under control. However, Lin Ling seems to know how to control the Avalon of metal, so if he announces the method, it will be a great contribution. I know why you're here. Isn't it because Lin Ling went against your wishes and embarrassed you? That's why you want to kill Lin Ling. However, to the common people of the world, you don't have the right to kill him. The highest authority in the human world, the Deacon Hall, serves the human world. It's not a place for you to abuse your power for personal gain. Emperor Yu coldly said, causing the law overlords and the others to frown and fall silent. Indeed, they wanted to kill Lin Ling, but it was more for their own face and personal gain. As for the people Lin Ling killed, first, they killed Lin Ling first. Lin Ling retaliated, so Lin Ling did not commit any crime. Second, they deserve to die because Lin Ling is a hero of the human world. Do they have the right to compare? Emperor Li Ho also spoke, his aura domineering. From another perspective, all the experts of the ancient Ji clan are dead. They are not more valuable than Lin Ling. Bullshit! The old man of the Ji clan immediately roared. Their entire clan was dead, and they were not more valuable than Lin Ling? This was shameless boasting, but Emperor Li Shou's next words left him speechless. Then may I ask, in the ancient Ji clan, who made more contributions to the human world than Lin Ling? If you can't be sure, you can go ask the 3 Xian experts of the human world. The martial artists of the world will tell you the answer. This time, no one could answer. In terms of contributions, who in the ancient Ji clan could compare to Lin Ling? If one were to ask the 3 great myths of the mortal world, then many people would refuse to accept Lin Ling. However, if one were to ask the 3 profound mysteries of the mortal world, then there would be countless people who would be grateful to Lin Ling. They didn't need to ask to know this result. Therefore, the ancient Ji family deserved to die. Let me tell you one more thing. Lin Ling can summon the divine martial world suppressing beast. Have you not thought about his background? Emperor Li Ho sneered and said again, divine martial world suppressing beast? The law overlord and the other human world giants were shocked, and their eyes flashed. The divine martial world suppressing beast was said to be that man's mount. Could it be? You are saying that he is the disciple of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian? The Sky Lord's expression changed. He had missed this point. I am not sure if he is the disciple of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, but he might be related to him. Of course, this is only my guess, so you don't have to be too afraid. Now, do you still dare to kill him? Emperor Li Ho sneered. Everyone's eyes flashed. As giants of the human world, how could they not know about Sword Immortal Tsang Tian? It was said that Heavenly Earth used to be the residence of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. Although this expert had disappeared, no one could guarantee that this expert would not return. As giants of the human world, none of them were fools. Now they could kill Lin Ling, but if the legendary Sword Immortal Tsang Tian returned, they would all die. No one wanted to be the first one to eat crabs. Come and kill him. Emperor Li Ho shouted again. The giants of the human world who were rushing over were all silent at this moment. Law Overlord, come, I will let you kill me. If you don't dare to kill me, then you are a coward. Lin Ling's face was cold as he looked at the experts and said. If he had not gone to the demon area, he would have been frightened when facing these terrifying giants. However, after facing Li Xiaoyao's statue, he was not afraid of these experts. Li Xiaoyao had been free and unfettered all his life. When he dominated the world in the past, these giants of the human world had not been born yet. The sky was silent. Countless people stared at the scene with shock in their hearts. Today, all the giants of the mortal world had come, and all of them had declared that they would kill Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling had asked them to kill him, and they did not dare to do so. This was extremely ironic. Could it be that these giants of the mortal world had come here to be clowns? Chapter 1770. If you want to fight, I'll fight you. In the Battle of the Forbidden City, the hero of the mortal world, Lin Ling, commanded the wind and the clouds. It is said that Lin Ling is frank and fearless. Today, I see that he really lives up to his reputation. I'm Shenyuan Nanfeng. I overestimate myself and want to challenge the hero of the mortal world. Moreover, I heard that the hero of the mortal world, Lin Ling, is never afraid of challenges, so I guess you won't refuse this battle. At this moment, a young man walked out from beside the Sky Lord. South Shenyuan Peak? The crowd stared at the young man and their expressions changed drastically. 5 heaven monarchs. Baiyun Tiandi and the others frowned. This Shenyuan Nanfeng was extremely powerful. After cultivating for 100 years, his strength had already reached Wu Shang's level. Moreover, his talent was a terrifying 4th-grade heaven realm. He dominated all the heavenly emperors and was one of the 5 strongest heavenly emperors in the human world. South of Nanshan, Peak of Peak, Long Yunlong. He actually dared to challenge Lin Ling. He's the strongest contender to be titled Xian Di in 100 years. In the Heavenly Emperor War 3 years ago, he seized the 3rd position. All of the heavenly emperors sucked in a cold breath, as if seeing the arrival of a monarch. Even the symbol ancestor was secretly shocked. Although his title was Xian Di, his potential was inferior to Shenyuan Nanfeng's. This was because the latter would surpass him sooner or later. After all, he was a genius at the level of the Huang's son that the Shenyuan family had focused on nurturing. Lin Ling secretly activated his Eye of Time. He could see that the young man was very strong. He was probably the strongest person he had seen so far other than Prince Xiaoyao and the other mysterious young men. Most importantly, he vaguely saw a green dragon hidden in the young man's body, as if it was the dragon that had been hiding in Spirit Mountain. This was a powerful divine dragon warrior. You're a heaven-grade 4th-level talent and Wu Shang's 4th-stage realm. Do you think that I can win against you? Don't tell me that the Jianghu immortal platform only knows how to take advantage of people's perilous state? Facing Shenyuan's Southern Peak's declaration of war, Lin Ling wasn't foolish enough to admit it immediately. He is a hero of the mortal world, after all. He is the center of attention and is fearless. He should not be afraid of this battle. In the sky, Shenyuan Nanfeng smiled. His smile was gentle, but suddenly, his expression changed. He said coldly, "Warriors protect the mortal world. They have to constantly increase their strength. You Lin Ling are afraid of everything. You don't have to be a hero of the mortal world. So, do you dare to fight?" He took a step forward, and an azure dragon coiled around him. This was a real dragon. "Do you dare to fight?" His voice reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. It was like a law that made millions of people submit to him. Many human realm big shots had cold and gloomy eyes. They couldn't personally kill Lin Ling, but their disciples could. Moreover, this was a fair battle. Thinking about it, Lin Ling wouldn't have anything to say. Even if news of this spread to the 3 mystics of the human realm, those martial artists wouldn't say that they were overbearing. If you don't dare to fight, then your title as the hero of the mortal world will be taken away. Shenyuan Nanfeng said again, as if he was the one who decided Lin Ling's identity. Suddenly, voices rose from all around. Lin Ling, the hero of the mortal world, is an existence revered by all martial artists. Why don't you dare to fight today? That's right, that's right. If I were him, I would definitely accept the challenge. Then, I would beat the 5 heavenly monarchs until they can never rise again and step into the camp of the strongest 5 in the heavenly emperor's world. Lin Ling won't refuse him. If he refuses, then he's a coward. Those heavenly emperors seemed to be flattering Lin Ling, but in fact, they were mocking Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what you said before was just an excuse. You and I are both heavenly emperors who have cultivated for hundreds of years. Therefore, I'm not bullying the weak. If you don't dare to fight, then your title as the hero of the mortal world will be taken away. The three mystics of the human realm don't need a coward. Shen Yuan Nanfeng shouted again. Then he looked at the Sky Master and said, My lord, I refuse to accept Lin Ling as the hero of the mortal world. I hope that you can report this matter on behalf of all the heavenly emperors to the highest deacon palace in the human realm, and take away Lin Ling's title as the hero of the mortal world. Currently, the heavenly emperors of the human realm did not dare to touch Lin Ling. Firstly, it was because of the Tsong Heaven Sword Immortal. Secondly, Lin Ling's title as the hero of the human realm was taken away. However, if that title was taken away, then they would not have to be so afraid of Lin Ling. All right, I will mention this matter to the highest deacon palace in the human realm. The Sky Master nodded. I also agree with the Sky Master's suggestion. The Law Overlord and Luo Overlord both sneered. Many of the heavenly emperors of the Seven Emperors world had ugly expressions. Were those two heavenly emperors of the Seven Emperors world? Why were they helping an outsider? Let's go. As if they knew that Lin Ling did not dare to fight, the heavenly emperors of the human realm all turned and left. Wait. However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Countless people looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. Since you have already come to my door, I, Lin Ling, have no reason to be afraid of a battle. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. However, if I lose, my title as the hero of the human realm will be taken away. However, what if you lose? Lin Ling said word by word. Silence. Everyone fell silent. Lin Ling actually wanted to fight? One had to know that Lin Ling was only in the saint realm, while Shen Yuan Nanfeng was already half a step into the pinnacle of the human realm. He was known as one of the 5 great heavenly monarchs. There was no suspense in this battle. Could it be that Lin Ling was provoked by Shen Yuan Nanfeng and lost his mind? Haha, do you think you can win? Shen Yuan Nanfeng laughed loudly. Cut the crap. Why don't you tell me what happens if you lose? Lin Ling ignored Shen Yuan Nanfeng's ridicule and said indifferently. If I lose, the title of the 5 great heavenly monarchs will belong to you. Everything I have will belong to you. Merit points, treasures, and so on. I can tell you that I have accumulated 2 million merit points. Is that enough? Shen Yuan Nanfeng said proudly, looking at Lin Ling with contempt. Lin Ling dared to fight? He was courting death. 2 million merit points? Many people suddenly gasped. Shen Yuan Nanfeng was really willing to pay a heavy price. However, many people also shook their heads. Although there were many merit points, Lin Ling obviously could not get them. Lin Ling. Emperor Li Shou and the others looked anxiously at Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not gain any advantage in this battle. Lin Ling shook his head at Emperor Li Shou and the others and said again, Then let's fight, but I have a condition. Say it. As long as you dare to fight, I will satisfy any of your conditions. I can even let you find a helper to fight with me. Shen Yuan Nanfeng did not expect Lin Ling to accept the challenge, so he said boldly. Of course he was qualified to say that proudly. I don't need a helper, but this battle will be in 3 months. Lin Ling said indifferently. Such a small condition? I can agree to it, but I hope you won't use the 3 months to run away. Shen Yuan Nanfeng didn't care at all. 4 martial artists, breaking through to the next realm was measured in years. 3 months wouldn't change anything. Lin Ling is crazy. He is currently in the 9th stage of the Saint Realm. He can reach the peak of the Saint Realm at most in 3 months. Even if he reaches the Wuxiang Realm, in terms of talent, he is no match for Shen Yuan Nanfeng. Shen Yuan Nanfeng has mastered the power of law, which is beyond everyone's imagination. Chapter 1771. Pride. Let's go. The Sky Lord looked at Lin Ling indifferently, as if to say that he only had 3 months to live. Then, he led everyone away. The Dharma Overlord and the others sneered, leaving behind a sentence and also disappeared. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lin Ling, take care of yourself. Their meaning was obvious. Lin Ling was too dazzling, so it caused the human world's legend to be dissatisfied. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Ling seemed to not know the sarcasm in their words and replied indifferently. After a while, everyone left, leaving only the heavenly emperor powerhouses under Emperor Li Ho and the others. They were still in shock. They did not expect that today's battle between the 9 spirits of heaven and Xianxia would cause such a huge commotion. Everyone, let's disperse. Emperor Li Ho looked at the crowd and waved at Lin Ling, signaling for Lin Ling to follow him. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the fire spirit princess spoke. Scoundrel, you will definitely win. Kill the 5 heavenly monarchs. Among everyone, only the fire spirit princess still had confidence in Lin Ling. The others fell silent. Although they knew that Lin Ling would definitely dominate the heavenly emperor world, it was simply impossible in 3 months. Lin Ling rubbed the back of the fire spirit princess' head and left with a smile. If it was in the past, he would not have such confidence. But now, he was confident that he could enter the Wuxia realm in 3 months and defeat Xianyuan Nanfeng. Following Emperor Li Ho and Emperor Yu, Lin Ling came to a mountaintop. There was a small pavilion there, and there was a chess game in the pavilion. Looking into the distance, it seemed that the world of the 7 emperors could be seen. Lin Ling, you're messing around. After Emperor Li Ho sat down, he immediately reprimanded. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then his heart warmed. He knew that Emperor Li Ho was worried about him. You shouldn't have been provoked by them. As for Xianyuan Nanfeng, he is one of the 5 heavenly monarchs. He has the talent of the heavenly realm. He was born with the power of the law. You are only a 10th grade Earth-rank talent. It will be very difficult for you to win. Emperor Yu sighed. His words were also filled with complaints. He thought that Lin Ling was too impulsive. Thank you for your concern. Lin Ling bowed slightly and looked at the 2 emperors with his clear eyes. In your eyes, if I accept the challenge, I will undoubtedly die. However, a cultivator's path is one that goes against the will of the heavens. If the path of the martial Tao is too smooth, it will cause a cultivator to lose their edge and become addicted to it. Only when one is in a life or death situation will one feel pressure and want to become stronger. Otherwise, one will remain stagnant. What's more, the world of martial Tao is about surpassing one's predecessors. If I can't even surpass Xianyuan Nanfeng, how can I reach the heavens? There are only 2 results in this battle. Xianyuan Nanfeng wins and his name moves the world, or I, Lin Ling, win and step into the world of stronger cultivators. That's all. Hearing this, Emperor Li Ho's expression eased a little. I know what you mean, but the opponent you are challenging is too strong. 3 months is not enough. 3 months is enough. If Xianyuan Nanfeng dares to challenge me, I will make him regret it. Lin Ling said softly, but his voice was filled with unparalleled confidence. Emperor Li Ho and Emperor Yu narrowed their eyes. They realized that Lin Ling was not reckless and impulsive, nor was he trying to show off. Instead, it was a kind of pride that came from his soul, a kind of inviolable pride. At this moment, they felt that Lin Ling was not an insignificant cultivator. Instead, his head held up the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. It was as if he was above their heads. This time, Emperor Li Ho and Emperor Yu did not speak. Their hearts were constantly rumbling. Although they did not think that Lin Ling could win, they were still convinced by Lin Ling's pride. After a long time, Emperor Yu did not say much about the previous topic. He sighed, the great calamity of the human world is coming, but the internal strife is endless. When will it end? Emperor Li Ho let out a soft sigh when he heard this. Lin Ling also felt the same. In fact, he was not afraid of Xianyuan Nanfeng. Instead, he was afraid of the invasion of the demon race a year later. At that time, if he, Lin Ling, was not strong enough, he would be annihilated by the powerful demon race. However, there was still a year's time. By the way, last time in the Forbidden City, when I fought with Shenyuan Zhoutian, 2 girls were worried about me. Emperor Li Ho, do you know their whereabouts? Lin Ling suddenly asked. During the battle in the Forbidden City, Emperor Li Ho and Emperor Yu also saw Yu Yu and Anuer, so they naturally had an impression of them. They are my wife. I see. They are the daughters of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother in Jianghu Immortal Platform. We have also seen them in the highest Deacon Palace in the human world. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother? Yes, the strongest existence in Jianghu Immortal Platform. Her status is comparable to the Sky Lord. Most importantly, Her master is an extremely terrifying existence in the highest deacon palace in the human world. Even we have to look up to her. And that woman is said to be the most ancient existence in the world. She is comparable to the firmament sword immortal. There are even rumors that the firmament sword immortal and that woman came from the same master. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu said solemnly. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's master is so powerful? And she came from the same master as the firmament sword immortal? Lin Ling frowned. The firmament sword immortal was Li Xiaoyao's chief disciple. Could it be that the mysterious woman was also Li Xiaoyao's disciple? However, there weren't many stone statues in the demon domain that had memories of this, so Lin Ling's mind was a little fuzzy. Perhaps he could only recall the memories when he saw someone. If they are your wives, it might be difficult for you to see them because the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother likes them very much. She doesn't allow ordinary people to get close to them. Moreover, they are accompanied by Tianzong martial artists who seem to be in charge of protecting them. However, Tianzong martial artists are the desolate sons of the human world. So, you can't get close to them. Emperor Yu explained. If it was an ordinary person or even the Shenyuan family, they could take Lin Ling away to find them. However, it was a little difficult for the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Because the latter's strength and status were not weaker than theirs, and she had a terrifying master, so they had to avoid her. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face became solemn. Although he had a part of Li Xiaoyao's memories, his current strength was too weak. Fortunately, with Li Xiaoyao's memories, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people's. For now, Lin Ling, you should focus on the battle in 3 months. In order to help you improve your strength, we are going to let you enter the secret realm to cultivate. You can quickly improve your strength there. Emperor Li Shou said. For now, use your merit points to exchange for treasures to cultivate. Then wait for our news. Emperor Yu said. Lin Ling quickly bowed respectfully, said a few more words, and then left. Emperor Yu and Emperor Yu looked at Lin Ling's back. They didn't know why, but although that back was thin and tall, they had a feeling that that back shouldn't appear in this world. Instead, it should appear in the martial god realm. Chapter 1772. Undercurrents were surging. The news of Lin Ling's return spread throughout the 3 mysterious realms in just a day. What surprised everyone was that the demon race would invade in a year's time. Secondly, it was the battle between Lin Ling and the 5 heavenly monarchs. Among the 3 mysterious realms, Lin Ling had once again become a hero. He was the idol of many martial artists. However, among the 3 legendary realms, Lin Ling had once again become a thorn in their side. Many experts and geniuses were jealous. Of course, the demon race's invasion also caused the peaceful human realm to be like boiling water. Those hidden experts and characters from 10,000 years ago all came to the surface. Because of the calamity of the human realm, it was useless even if they went into seclusion. If they couldn't stop the demon race, they would all die sooner or later. Of course, there were also some martial artists who weren't afraid of the demon race. Because the world was in chaos, the emperor's horoscope would appear. They were looking forward to it. Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling again. This guy is in the limelight. Lord Martial God. Don't be afraid of him. He only has 3 months left to live. In the Jianghu immortal platform, the heaven-warping martial emperor also received the news. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he spoke. This news must not be leaked to Yu and the others. We have to hide it from them. Tell them that Lin Ling is still missing. Yes, Lord Martial God. An expert bowed respectfully. Martial God played with his fingernails and thought, this Lin Ling is really a cockroach. But you want to snatch my woman? I am the son of Huang. Where did you come from? Who do you think you are? At the same time, in the ancient rhyme immortal platform, within a mysterious immortal cave, a woman wearing a green robe was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, a voice drifted in from outside the immortal cave. Master, Yao Qi requests an audience. Yes. Come in. Yes. The woman was like the most elegant empress in the world. She waved her hand and said. At this moment, a woman around 30 years of age walked into the cave. She was none other than the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, the strongest expert in the Jianghu Immortal Foundation. She respectfully bowed and said, Master, there are rumors in the outside world that the enchantment in the depths of the Devil region has been destroyed. His voice caused the green-robed woman to tremble. Her beautiful eyes looked into the distance. Has the ceiling barrier he left behind finally been broken? The barrier was broken, but where was he? Her voice carried a wisp of excitement and nostalgia, and there was even worship in her eyes. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother remained respectful. She knew that her master was thinking about the #1 man in the world. The demon race's invasion was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Along with it, Lin Ling, who had spread the news, also became famous. Lin Ling, you're really powerful. However, you're still too weak right now. Grow up quickly so that I can devour you. In the middle of an ancient lake, a young man dressed in black stood in the middle of the lake and smiled faintly. His smile carried a hint of evil. Rumble! At the same time, a terrifying murderous aura erupted, causing the lake water to transform into water dragons that shot into the sky. The water sprinkled down like rain, landing on the bodies of some martial artists in the distance. Their eyes immediately turned red as their murderous aura filled the air. Obviously, they were affected by the killing intent. Son of Heaven, your path of slaughter is getting stronger and stronger. A tall and sturdy man appeared in the lake at an unknown time. This person was low-key and calm, but if one looked into his eyes, they would definitely find that an even more terrifying murderous aura was brewing. Compared to Master's murderous aura, Son of Heaven is still too weak. His master, the Imperial Exterminator, was one of the most ancient existences in the world. According to legend, he had once fought with the #1 expert in the world, but in the end, he was defeated. Devour more experts and your path of slaughter will improve. That Lin Ling you suggested last time is not bad, but you have to wait until he becomes stronger. The man's voice was hoarse. Lin Ling, I will definitely devour him and turn my path of slaughter into the great law of slaughter. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I hope you won't disappoint me. Only then will my many times of helping you not be in vain. The young man raised his head, and the evil smile on his face became even thicker. He was Son of Heaven. In the past, he had helped Lin Ling many times. It was not because he had a good impression of Lin Ling, but because he didn't want Lin Ling to die so easily. In his heart, Lin Ling was only nourishment for his path of slaughter. That's right. To cultivate the path of slaughter, one must kill everyone in the world, family, friends, and even master. When you cultivate to the peak, Master will let you devour him. Remember, all emotions are fleeting. Killing is the most important thing. In the past, Master lost to the #1 expert in the world, Li Xiaoyao, but he didn't kill me. In the end, he cut the grass without removing the roots. Not only was I not grateful to him, I also wanted to kill him many times. Unfortunately, I was not as strong as him, so there was nothing I could do. The man coldly spat out these words. He actually dared to bewitch his disciple into devouring him. This was the cultivation path of the path of slaughter. The entire mortal world was filled with turbulent undercurrents. However, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. Right now, he only had one goal, and that was to increase the level of his fiend god overlord physique. This time, he had obtained a large amount of merit points, and all of them were exchanged for heavenly treasures. 5 wood heaven-shaking liquid, the body-tempering liquid from the martial god world. In Li Xiaoyao's memories, there was a type of body-tempering liquid that was even more precious than elixirs. It was precisely used to increase one's vitality. And this was Lin Ling's confidence. If he followed his previous cultivation method, it would be impossible for him to catch up to the southern Shenyuan peak in 3 months. However, according to Li Xiaoyao's method, it was much easier. The 5 wood heaven-shaking liquid was not only a spiritual liquid for cultivation, but also a spiritual liquid for curing poisons. In Li Xiaoyao's memories, this was a type of spiritual liquid that the martial god world always carried around with him. It could cure a myriad of poisons. However, the materials required for the 5 wood heaven-shaking liquid were very rare. In order to save merit points, Lin Ling considered buying some of them from the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth. After cultivating in seclusion for a few days, Lin Ling felt that his realm was slowly increasing. Then he exited seclusion. Several divine weapons appeared in his hands. These divine weapons were treasures that Lin Ling had exchanged for with merit points. They were then forged by Lin Ling. They were so powerful that they already carried a touch of the power of law. One must know that the power of origin was the most primitive power of heaven and earth. However, the power of law was the power that controlled the power of origin. The power of law was the symbol of Wuxia's strength. Whoever had more power of law would be stronger. This time, Lin Ling was cultivating in the rainforest sacred land. When he walked out, everyone smiled slightly. "Big brother, you're out." Little Flame rubbed his bald head and said with a smile. Lin Ling threw a stick-like divine weapon over. "Catch it. This divine weapon can help you increase your strength by 30%. Little Flame's strength was estimated to be at the early Saint Rudiment stage. However, after holding the shining divine weapon, his face suddenly changed. An indescribably powerful force came from the stick. He stared at the 9 spirits of heaven and shouted, "Second brother, how about we fight?" Chapter 1773. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. "Alright, this time, I'll defeat you in 3 moves." The 9 spirits of heaven walked out with a smile. He had fought Little Flame many times, so he was familiar with this scene. Ancestor Taiyan and the others were also watching the battle between the two. Naturally, they knew that Little Flame could not win, but it would be good if the 9 spirits of heaven could give Little Flame some pointers. "Second brother, I'm sorry, take this." At this moment, Little Flame seemed to have transformed into a giant ape. The giant stick in his hand smashed down, and the wind and clouds surged. The law was overbearing. "This." The 9 spirits of heaven's eyes widened, and an irresistible thought rose in his heart. When did Little Flame become so fierce? "No, you have the power of the law. How can we fight?" The 9 spirits of heaven did not dare to take the stick, and immediately jumped out of the battle circle. Everyone stared. In the past, Little Flame was no match for the 9 spirits of heaven, but now, the 9 spirits of heaven was defeated in 1 move. How could this be? Could it be the divine weapon in Little Flame's hand? But how could a divine weapon have the power of the law? Subconsciously, everyone looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling smiled faintly. This stick looks like a beginner divine weapon, but in fact, it already has half the power of the law. Because it is not engraved with runes, but a boundary. Boundary? Bai Yun Tiendi and the others widened their eyes. They had heard of runes, but they had never heard of a divine weapon engraving a boundary. The boundary was obviously bigger. It was because of the boundary that the demon race could not easily invade the demon realm. But Lin Ling actually engraved a boundary in a divine weapon? This was too crazy. This is the first time I've heard of it. The North Sea Celestial Emperor Hongyan's mouth was wide open. Even with her knowledge, this was the first time she had heard of a divine weapon engraving a boundary. "How do you know about these powerful things?" the North Sea Celestial Emperor asked. She was a diamond-level Celestial Emperor, the strongest among them, but in front of Lin Ling she was like a child. "Well, I figured it out myself." Lin Ling shrugged. Those spirit formation runes came from Li Xiaoyao. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. "Unfair, boss," the 9 spirits of heaven shouted. "Although you gave me a divine weapon in the past, they were all saber, spear and sword. I disdained using them. But this time, I give up the halberd, and use your divine weapon." The 9 spirits of heaven shouting, "Hong Yen, Hong Yen, Hong Yen, Hong Yen. Yen, take the halberd, Ling Yumum." Lin Ling waved his right hand and threw a white halberd at Shenyuan Jiao-hun. Shenyuan Jiao-hun was stunned for a moment before he started dancing. In fact, merit points could also be exchanged for divine weapons, but there was no halberd type of weapon. That was why he had never used a divine weapon. But now, Lin Ling had personally forged a halberd for him. "Boss, I love you." Stroking the halberd in her hand, the 9 spirits of heaven rushed over and hugged Lin Ling. She wanted to kiss him, but Lin Ling kicked her away. "I want one too, bad guy. I want a divine weapon too, so I can protect Grandpa, Auntie Nianchen and the others." The Fire Spirit Princess jumped around Lin Ling. She was very cute. "Although controlling these divine weapons does not require much strength, you must be in the Saint Realm, so I have prepared them for all of you." Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a large number of divine weapons flew out, one for each person. Everyone laughed happily. "Of course, the materials needed to forge these divine weapons cost me a lot of merit points, so you have to give me some merit points." Lin Ling said. "No problem, I'll give them all to you." The unhindered Heavenly Emperor and other powerhouses nodded, especially Bai Yun Tiendi. Although she was in the first heaven of Wuxiang, she had never controlled the power of law. But now she had. Ancestor Extreme Flame, Yu Mingyun, Qin Xiaolan, and the others smiled as they looked at Lin Ling. Although they were also tempted by the divine weapon, they also knew that with their current strength, they wouldn't be able to control it even if they had it. Next, I'm going to Splendid Land to buy some treasures. When I come back, your strength will be greatly improved. Lin Ling said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 spirits of heaven immediately said that they would go together and give all their merit points to Lin Ling. It's rare for the family to be reunited. Let's go. Ancestor Tai Yen suggested. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he was not afraid of anyone in Xianpeng province, so it was not a big deal for the family to go together. Moreover, it was just buying materials. After buying them, they would come back and mix them. It would not take much time. Splendid Land was more lively than usual at this moment. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, who were rarely seen, could be seen everywhere. A year later, the demon race will invade. Many hidden powerhouses in the mortal realm will come out. Sensing the turbulent undercurrents in the world, Bai Yun Tiandi and the other powerhouses frowned. Faintly, they felt some pressure as if a storm was coming. However, subconsciously they looked at the young man in the lead. For some reason, their hearts relaxed. It was as if no matter how big the storm was, the young man would block it all. Hee, little Bai Yun, do you like him? He's your junior brother. You're an old cow eating young grass. North Sea Celestial Emperor, what nonsense are you talking about? Oh, it's fine if you don't like him. Anyway, I like him. I'll follow him for the rest of my life. Also, even if you don't admit it, I'll secretly tell Lin Ling. How dare you? Everyone chatted and laughed as they followed Lin Ling to the splendid mountain and river. After that, Lin Ling let everyone walk freely while Lin Ling went to the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth alone. The Great Hall of Heaven and Earth was the auction house in Xianpeng province. This time, Lin Ling needed several materials that were difficult to find in ordinary places, except for the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth. However, what made Lin Ling helpless was that he did not meet Lu Susu this time. However, the powerhouse guarding the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth knew Lin Ling. Because the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth was backed by the tranquil Emperor of the 7 Emperors, it did not take much time to buy those treasures. After buying all the required treasures, Lin Ling let out a sigh of relief. This time, his strength could be greatly improved. Then, he went to look for Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. They played around in the splendid landscape for a day, which gave Lin Ling a rare chance to relax. In the evening, they found the most luxurious restaurant and went in to eat and drink. However, when everyone stepped into the restaurant, an oppressive atmosphere spread out. It should be known that in addition to the cultivators from Xianpeng province, there were also cultivators from Shenyuan and Shenhuangdayu opening shops and markets in Splendid Land. After Lin Ling and the others entered, they discovered that this restaurant was not opened by the cultivators from Xianpeng province. Moreover, there were many powerful cultivators in the restaurant. After Lin Ling and the others stepped in, the people in the restaurant were stunned for a moment. Then, they continued to eat and drink indifferently. In their hearts, these people should be coming to this restaurant for the first time. They did not know that this restaurant was actually a place where the 3 Xian experts of the mortal realm exchanged information. The people who came here were either rich or noble. Moreover, they were called kings. Something is wrong. That is the Black Mountain Heavenly Emperor. A Heavenly Emperor expert from 500 years ago. He disappeared for a long time. I did not expect him to appear again. Chapter 1774. Do you know who you've offended? Those women aren't bad. Waiter, let them drink with us. Cold. At this moment, a cold and domineering voice suddenly rang out. In a corner of the restaurant, a one-eyed man was drinking wine and speaking indifferently. And he seemed to be referring to Yu Yun and the others. In the restaurant, the corners of many experts' mouths curled up, revealing cold smiles. No matter where they were, unfamiliar newcomers would always have no status. The waiter in the restaurant pondered for a moment, then walked towards Lin Ling and said at the same time, "That guest is not weak. If you don't mind, please let the woman beside you drink with us. After this, the restaurant will reward you handsomely." Yes. Obviously, the waiter knew the one-eyed man and knew how terrifying he was, so he followed the other party's request. Haha, those women are indeed not bad. I'm also a little tempted. Why don't we call one of them to drink with us? In the restaurant, the other experts also smiled faintly, as if they were also a little tempted. As for the experts who lived by martial arts and did not like women, they were all curious. They stared curiously at Lin Ling, wanting to know how the young man would respond. Although Lin Ling's reputation had risen, it did not mean that everyone knew him. Moreover, many of the experts here had come out of seclusion and had been cultivating for 500 to 600 years. The waiter's request stunned Lin Ling for a moment. Then he stared indifferently at the waiter and said, "I'm here to eat, not to drink with you. Seeing that you don't know anything, I'll give you a chance. Go over and slap that guy. Then I'll overlook your rude words from before." "Yes." "What?" "Yes." The waiter's pupils constricted and he snorted coldly. "What if I refuse?" "Yes." Right now, he was working for an expert, so he was not afraid of Lin Ling. Moreover, it was Lin Ling's first time in this restaurant, so he probably did not know the rules. Lin Ling smiled. Asking his wife to drink with him. Was the other party reasonable? "I know you're unwilling, but you have to know that there are many ancient existences in this world that you can't afford to offend. For example, our Yunlai restaurant." The servant continued with an indifferent expression. "So before you do anything, you better find out where this place is." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling grabbed his head with his right hand and ruthlessly smashed it into the ground. The rigid golden diamond cracked open, and the servant was stuffed into the ground, leaving only his head outside. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and instantly fainted. Before, he had wanted to tell Lin Ling where this place was, but Lin Ling didn't even bother to listen and directly attacked. The restaurant suddenly quieted down, and the eyes of the experts flickered. They had already seen that this group of people was not weak, all of them at the peak of the Saint Realm, and 2 of them were even on the same level as Wuxia, but they were still not optimistic about this group of people because the owner of the restaurant was from the famous Yun family. Although the famous Yun family was not comparable to the ancient Ji family or the 3 great Shi clans, the Yun family had an ancient origin and had a good relationship with the giants of the mortal world. In addition, they were responsible for recording the history of the mortal world. So many people gave them face. One had to know that in this world, strength was respected, but if one did not have the strength to dominate the world, then the other great forces in the alliance would be one of their strengths. "There's a good show to watch." Some of the masters suddenly sneered. The Yunlai restaurant had survived until now, so it had naturally encountered many such situations, but those who dared to behave atrociously here would not have a good end. "Sir, do you know who you have provoked?" At the same time, the one-eyed man took a sip of wine. He had been here for many years and had a good relationship with the Yunlai restaurant, so the previous waiter had spoken up for him. Lin Ling smiled again and walked towards the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man toyed with his wine cup and didn't even look at Lin Ling as he said, "Experts are as common as clouds in this world. Some people, some things once provoked, will lead to earth-shattering revenge. Therefore, you shouldn't have acted rashly before. You should have asked clearly about the origins of this restaurant and the people who appeared here." His words made the 9 spirits of heaven and the others laugh. Although the restaurant seemed to have a great origin, Lin Ling was not someone they could easily provoke. "Since you have already provoked me, what do you want?" Lin Ling finally spoke. "Kill you." The one-eyed man still did not look at Lin Ling, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. However, invisible waves of energy began to roll out from his body. This person was the famous heavenly emperor 500 years ago, and his strength had now reached the peak of the Saint Realm. The waves of energy turned into ghost heads, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they stared coldly at Lin Ling. At this moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became extremely gloomy. However, the wave of energy from the single-eyed man's head had just surged when a golden claw clawed at him. The terrifying thing was that as soon as the claw appeared, all quintessence energy was swept away, and it caused the pupils of the spectators to narrow. In the next moment, the one-eyed man was grabbed by the head and raised high. Lin Ling did not even bother to say anything. The dragon claw in his left hand grabbed the one-eyed man and slammed him into the ground. Kacha! The luxurious golden diamond cracked, and another head appeared on the ground. It was as if a radish was buried in the ground, leaving only the head above the ground. "Since you opened your door to do business, is this how the restaurant treats its customers?" Lin Ling looked indifferently at the depths of the restaurant. "Customer, this is the restaurant's negligence. Please forgive us. Today, customer, you are eating and drinking here. Everything is free." At this moment, A middle-aged man walked out of the restaurant and bowed respectfully. This restaurant was used to exchange information. When Lin Ling and the others came, he thought they were newcomers, so he did not give them any face. However, who knew that this group of guys was also very overbearing, treating people like radishes. It was impossible not to be afraid. However, although he was afraid, it did not mean that his backer was afraid. He smiled and said, "This restaurant is opened by the famous Yun family. It is an honor for you to come here." His words reminded Lin Ling of the backer of this restaurant. Bang! Lin Ling threw a punch at the table beside him, and it turned into dust. The shockwave was shocking. "So do you still want to do business?" For him, it was just a meal, but these people wanted his wife to accompany them. If it were not for ancestor Tai Yan and the others, Lin Ling would have torn down the restaurant. These guys have guts. Staring at the broken table, many experts' faces changed. The restaurant had announced their backer, but the young man was still not afraid. "Yes, yes, yes. Servants, quickly bring out the best food and wine." The owner of the restaurant hurriedly shouted. Soon after, the waiters carried out the dishes. The owner of the restaurant smiled obsequiously. Lin Ling could not be bothered to make a fuss about it on account of ancestor Tai Yan and the others. Everyone quickly sat down. More than 10 people began to eat and drink. It was very lively. These guys are really fearless. They caused trouble here, but not only did they not leave, they even began to eat and drink here. The Yunlai restaurant has rules. Any newcomer who comes will be humiliated. After 2 or 3 times, the restaurant and customers will recognize him. This kid broke the rules. The experts in the restaurant whispered, but they were looking forward to the show that was about to come. Although their voices were soft, Lin Ling's soul force was powerful, so he naturally heard them. This made him speechless. He did not expect that a simple meal would cause so much trouble. Chapter 1775. In the Yun clan's restaurant. "Come, Xiaoyan, drink with Grandpa." "All right, Grandpa, Aunt Nian Chen, Xiaoyan will drink to you." In the crowd, ancestor Tai Yan and Mo Nianchen were the weakest, but they respected them the most because they were Lin Ling's elders. Therefore, they all laughed heartily. Of course, they could see that the restaurant wasn't ordinary, but they believed that Lin Ling could solve everything. At that moment, outside the restaurant, many people were talking. "I've heard that in a year, the Demon Clan will invade. The Deacon Palace is going to open the Vine Leaf World." Indeed. Celestial emperors who have less than 200 years of cultivation are all qualified to enter. Besides, apart from the 3 legends of the human world, even Wuxia can enter. Hee hee. Hee hee. In Champion University, Celestial Emperor Wuxia is also qualified. Yes. He's lucky, but Sister Yun is also qualified. Yes. I've received an invitation, but I'm more interested in the Great Evolution Mountain, where Xiandi went. I've heard that there are many mysterious places there. Yes. Sister Yun will be able to go once she becomes a titled Celestial Emperor. Yes. Everybody's eyes twinkled. They could hear that those people were geniuses of the Celestial Emperors. They had all received an invitation to go to the mysterious places. "Sister Yun, I'm going to the restaurant. I've heard that some people dared cause trouble in our restaurant. I'm going to take care of them." Yes. A young girl about 15 or 16 years old entered the restaurant first. She glanced at the restaurant manager and walked toward Lin Ling under the manager's reminder. The guests were excited because the owner of the restaurant had come back. "I won't talk nonsense. I'll give you a chance. 1. Break one of your arms and get the hell out of here. 2. Die." Yes. Lin Ling and the others were still eating, but the girl walked over and said coldly. To her, people dared come to her restaurant and break the rules. How audacious. "Grandpa, come and eat more." However, Lin Ling and the others didn't seem to see the young girl's threat. Lin Ling was constantly picking up food for Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. As for Little Flame and the rest, they were having a drinking competition and acted as if they did not see the young lady. This scene undoubtedly caused the people in the restaurant to suck in a breath of cold air. The members of the prestigious Yun clan had arrived, yet these people were actually ignoring them? "Do you know who I am?" At first, the girl wanted to resolve the matter quickly, but she didn't expect to encounter such a situation. "Young lady, don't you want to know what happened?" We're here to eat, and we won't give you a penny less. However, the moment we entered the restaurant, you insulted us. We didn't blame the restaurant, but you're blaming us? Lin Ling and the others ignored the young girl, but Yu Man Yun and Qin Xiaolan still decided to reason with her. Shut up. I don't care what grievances you've suffered, but the restaurant belongs to my family. I have the final say here. If I think you're wrong, then you're wrong. However, the young girl didn't give them any face at all. She didn't care who was right or wrong. She just wanted to chase away these filthy trash so that they wouldn't affect the mood of her sister and the other geniuses. Yu Man Yun and Qin Xiaolan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She wants them to shut up? The restaurant belongs to the prestigious Yun clan. No matter what your background is, you can't afford to offend them. The young girl said again. Hualing, get rid of this annoying fly. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke, and he didn't even look at the young girl beside him. Kill her. Hualing had always been domineering and willful. She immediately smiled like a little witch. Yu Man Yun and the others weren't as heartless as Lin Ling, and they hurriedly persuaded her, Don't, just teach her a lesson. Got it. Hualing turned into a fire shadow and shot toward the young girl. She reached out with her small hand and formed a small area of burning clouds. The young girl's eyes narrowed. She didn't expect these people to dare to attack. She shouted angrily, How dare you? Bang! Hualing imitated Lin Ling and grabbed the young girl's head and slammed it into the ground, leaving only the young girl's head outside. At this moment, she was spitting out blood, and her face was full of anger. Hee, the third radish, Hualing said with a smile. Meanwhile, the restaurant was silent. All the powerhouses stared at the 3 radishes on the ground. Their bodies were cold and trembling. These guys were crazy enough. Your Excellency, you're quite bold. My sister was just advising you, but you attacked her. At this moment, a large number of figures finally walked in from the door. The woman in the lead was wearing a green robe and carrying a golden bow on her back. At this moment, she had a cold expression. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang. The crowd gasped. They came here all year round and naturally knew the background of that woman. She was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Yun clan, Yun Tang. She was the most senior among the Yun clan disciples. Your sister was just advising us? Noble families really know how to slander people. If your restaurant doesn't welcome people, you can just say so. But your sister said that we should all cripple one of our arms and get out of the restaurant. At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice floated out. Yun Tang's eyes twinkled. Even so, you wouldn't dare humiliate her. She looked at the 3 radishes on the ground and pulled a long face. Those guys were treating her sister like radishes? The more she looked at them, the angrier she got. She threatened them, if you offend the prestigious Yun clan, you'll probably die here. Xiao. At that moment, Lin Ling turned into a ghost and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Yun Tang. He had a sword on her neck and said, What did you say before? Say it again. How fast? Yun Tang's expression changed drastically. She wasn't weak in Champion University, but in front of that young man, she couldn't fight back. At that moment, a sword was on her neck and she could die at any moment. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation in her restaurant. Your Excellency, you wouldn't dare kill me because if you kill me, the prestigious Yun clan won't let you off. Yun Tang took a deep breath and said firmly. However, just as she finished speaking, the words of the person beside her made her not dare to be firm. Lin Ling, it's actually you. Next to her were the 3 legendary geniuses of the human world. Princess Wuxia, Ji Tianxian. At that moment, they were both astonished. The restaurant was in an uproar. Lin Ling, surprisingly, it was Lin Ling. Who didn't know Lin Ling in the human world? He wasn't very strong, but he had a strong background. He was only a saint and he didn't fear the leader of the sky. He was the first of the 3 legendary geniuses of the human world. Do you still dare say what you said before? Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Yun Tang's expression to stiffen. Previously, she had thought that Lin Ling would not dare to kill her, but now she did not dare to think so. At least, if there was no one stronger than Lin Ling in the restaurant, Lin Ling did not need to be afraid to kill her. However, she was a dignified young lady of a prestigious family. How could she swallow this humiliation when she was asked to lower her head and admit defeat? Chapter 1776. Astraline Xiandi. I was wrong before. Yun Tang hurriedly apologized. As she said this, her body trembled. She actually bowed her head and admitted defeat. This was a complete loss of face. What a snob. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. He withdrew his sword and slowly walked towards Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. Now, no one dared to provoke Lin Ling. Those heavenly emperors who were watching a good show were secretly lucky that they did not make a move before. Otherwise, their end would have been very miserable. As for the owner of the restaurant, his face was ghastly pale. Earlier, he'd thought that Lin Ling had offended the wrong person, but now he knew that he was the one who'd offended the wrong person. A mere Yunlai restaurant was like an ant when compared to Lin Ling. Yun Tang's eyes were cold. She led the geniuses to another table and sat down. Previously, they were like the top geniuses of the mortal world, high-spirited. However, after entering the restaurant, they were silent. The reason was naturally because of Lin Ling. Humph, he's only relying on the divine martial realm beast. The giants of the mortal world do not dare to touch him, but the other heavenly emperors do not put him in their eyes. Brother Tianxian, why do you say that? Because if the giants of the mortal world touch Lin Ling, it would be bullying the weak. However, if the other heavenly emperors touch Lin Ling, no one will object. Those geniuses whispered as if they were cheering themselves on. However, what they said was true. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to see, but the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. The giants of the mortal world did not dare to touch Lin Ling, but the powerhouses of the same generation could. Lin Ling, you only have 3 months to live. We are looking forward to the battle with the 5 heavenly monarchs. Ji Tianxian suddenly sneered. It was as if he wanted to prove that he was not afraid of Lin Ling in front of Yun Tang and Princess Firecloud. Princess Firecloud's eyes flickered. In the past, when she saw Lin Ling, she was like a white swan. But now when she saw Lin Ling, she was like a toad beneath a swan. The sensation that Lin Ling had caused in the human world was not something that she could do. However, it was precisely because of this that she had always wanted to see Lin Ling fall. Ji Tianxian, do you want to die? On Lin Ling's side, the 9 spirits of heaven immediately stood up and said, Yo, a loser dares to be arrogant? I admit that I'm no match for Lin Ling, but I can beat you like a dog. Ji Tianxian immediately counterattacked. Not long ago, he had arranged a battle with the 9 spirits of heaven. He had beaten the 9 spirits of heaven until they begged for mercy and admitted defeat. It was just that after Lin Ling went on stage, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Since it's like this, then you guys can fight. Let's see who will beat who into a dog. Let's have some fun after dinner. At this time, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. His words caused Ji Tianxuan's expression to change. He didn't dare to speak anymore. He wasn't afraid of the 9 spirits of heaven, but he was afraid of Lin Ling. You were so arrogant before, how did you become trash now? Seeing that Ji Tianxian didn't dare to speak, Lin Ling's sneer became even thicker. Ji Tianxian angrily stood up, but quickly sat back down. Haha, trash trash. The 9 spirits of heaven and the others all laughed, feeling elated. In the past, before Lin Ling returned, Ji Tianxian and Ji Yongjun were the most arrogant in the 7 emperors of heaven. But after Lin Ling returned, how could these people dare to be arrogant and overbearing? Ji Tianxian, go. Our Yun Sect's guest elder, Gangyin Xiandi, is here. With him here, there's no need to be afraid of Lin Ling. Yun Tang suddenly said. At this time, at the door, a tall figure slowly walked in. This person was like a door god. His face was cold, and his body was covered with scars. He is. Princess Wuxia frowned as she stared at the person. My family's guest elder, the ancient expert Xiandi from 1,000 years ago. Yun Tang smiled. Previously, she saw that the situation was not right, so she secretly called for the guest elder to come. It's him. I remember now. 1,000 years ago, he was an extremely famous immortal emperor powerhouse. He once entered the demon domain and fought against several demon monarchs. Later, because he was poisoned with astral silver, his strength greatly decreased. I never thought that he would become a guest elder of the Cloud sect. Some ancient experts said in awe. The Yun sect's background was indeed not weak. Even Gangyin Xiandi had been recruited. One had to know that an expert at the level of Xiandi was an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain wherever he went. And with an expert titled Xiandi, there was no doubt that Yun Tang and the others did not need to be afraid of Lin Ling. Yun Tang's face was filled with pride. She said indifferently, "Gangin Xiandi, you stay here. If you meet an arrogant junior, directly slap him 3 times. If he doesn't listen, cripple him." She was obviously talking about Lin Ling. Everyone in the restaurant sneered. It was as if they had turned the situation around. They were no longer afraid of Lin Ling, and could even humiliate Lin Ling. "Yes, young miss," Gang In Xiandi replied expressionlessly. On Lin Ling's side, the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the other experts had ugly expressions. The other party was an expert titled Xiandi. There was no doubt about his strength. They were no match for him at all. "Lin Ling, are you leaving?" Yuman Yun said softly. This place was not suitable to stay for long. "Lin Ling, if your life did not belong to the southern Shenyuan peak, I would have taught you a lesson right now. Now, if you don't dare to stay, scram." Although Yuman Yun's voice was very soft, Yun Tang still heard it. She immediately sneered, as domineering as an empress. "I've just eaten. Let's sit down and watch a good show before leaving. 9 spirits of heaven, go beat that Ji Tianxian into a dog." However, Lin Ling said indifferently as if he did not know how powerful Gang In Xiandi was. As soon as he said this, many people looked forward to it even more. Did Lin Ling not know that he was no longer in charge here? If he dared to stay, then he would definitely lose face. "Ji Tianxian, get out here." The 9 spirits of heaven believed Lin Ling's words and walked out. Good. 9 spirits of heaven. Your wings have hardened. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Ji Tianxian walked out with a cold smile. And behind him, Yun Tang played with Hong Yan's fingernails and said indifferently, "Give him 300 slaps. Even if the sky falls, I'll support it." This time, she clearly wanted to challenge Lin Ling. "Ji Tianxian, beat him until he looks for his teeth on the ground." The crowd and the heavenly emperor behind Ji Tianxian were all cheering at this moment, as if they were representing the human world to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The entire restaurant was filled with cheers, making the white-clothed heavenly emperor and the rest have cold faces. These guys clearly wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Outside the restaurant, 2 figures appeared. Under the sunlight, they looked at each other. A terrifying aura also bloomed. In the distance, a large number of people slowly gathered to watch. Although they did not know who those 2 people were for a moment, they could sense that those 2 people were powerful heavenly emperor powerhouses. 9 spirits of heaven. Don't be anxious. This time, I'll think about how to defeat you and make you lose more face. Of course, those 300 slaps are unavoidable. Ji Tianxian puffed out his chest and said proudly. From beginning to end, he did not put the 9 spirits of heaven in his eyes at all, because he had just defeated the 9 spirits of heaven not long ago. So the 9 spirits of heaven was a defeated opponent in his heart. Chapter 1777. Like a radish. Cut the crap, let's fight. Excitement turned into fighting intent, causing the 9 spirits of heaven to hold the halberd and pounce towards Ji Tianxian. Sigh, as a heavenly emperor, every move is watched by the human world. Why be so impatient? It's simply an insult to the status of a heavenly emperor. Ji Tianxian said proudly, his entire body shining with golden light, as if a god of war had descended. In the end his eyes lit up, as the saying goes, where you fall, you get up. Today, I'll use the move that defeated you in the past to defeat you once again. Haha, is this the so-called where you fall you get up? Hearing that, Yun Tang and the rest could not help but laugh. Ji Tianxian was going to heavily humiliate the 9 spirits of heaven. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. The current 9 spirits of heaven was no longer the 9 spirits of heaven of the past. The moment the halberd appeared, the 9 spirits scattered, as if shocking the world and making ghosts and gods weep. The 8 halberds pressed down on Ji Tianxian from all directions, forming a terrifying power of law. At this moment, Ji Tianxian was still laughing, but in the next moment, his pupils constricted and his body began to tremble. The power of law? The 9 spirits of heaven last time did not have the power of law. No, it was the halberd in his hand. Get down. While he was still in shock, the 9 spirits of heaven's attack arrived. Rumble. A majestic power attacked. The law was tyrannical, causing Ji Tianxian to spit out a mouthful of blood. In his anxiety, he used the spear of faith, but it instantly shattered. It could not block the power of law of the halberd. Ka ka ka! The halberd was like a tyrannical hammer, directly smashing him to the ground. Many of his bones were also broken. When they saw this scene, everyone in the restaurant and outside the restaurant had their mouths wide open. They were speechless. Ji Tianxian was defeated in one move? Pah! At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven felt the stuffiness in his heart and spat it out. He took a step forward and grabbed Ji Tianxian, who was on the ground. His left hand was like a palm leaf fan as he ruthlessly swept it out. I'll let you be arrogant. Pa pa pa. I'll let you challenge me. Pa pa pa. Weren't you very proud in the past? Why are you so weak today? Pa pa pa. The frenzied slapping sounds continued to ring out. The crowd saw that Ji Tianxuan's entire face seemed to be inflated as it swelled crazily. His teeth were spitting out, and every slap would produce a stuttering sound. This was the previously arrogant Ji Tianxian? This was the Ji Tianxian who defeated the 9 spirits of heaven last time? Everyone hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air. While Yun Tang and the rest looked as if their parents had died, their faces extremely ugly. They never thought that the 9 spirits of heaven's strength would increase so much. Ji Tianxian was simply beaten like a dog. Ha 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 ha. On by Yun Tiandi's side, everyone burst into laughter. They were not surprised at all, because that was the halberd forged by Lin Ling, so if the 9 spirits of heaven still lost, then he would not need to practice martial arts. As for the son of several people, the unhindered Sky Emperor laughed and said, "The 9 spirits of heaven treated him as a radish seed." All right. The 9 spirits of heaven ruthlessly slapped Ji Tianxian 300 times. After venting their anger, they grabbed Ji Tianxian and wanted to stuff him into the ground. How dare you! At this moment, Yun Tang stood up. She had invited Ji Tianxian to the restaurant for a meal to discuss entering the secret realm. How could she be humiliated by Lin Ling's people right now? What? You want to act shamelessly after losing? 9 spirits of heaven. Do as the unhindered Sky Emperor said. I want to see who can stop you. Lin Ling let out a cold laugh. He had long known that Yun Tang and the others would not let this matter rest. In fact, his guess was right. After Gangyin Xiandi arrived, she, Yun Tang, could only win and not lose. Gangyin Xiandi, attack! Sure enough, Yun Tang shouted angrily. Today, she would teach everyone here a lesson. Yes, sir. The expressionless man said in a low voice. His body dispersed and turned into white mercury that flowed towards the 9 spirits of heaven. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven naturally knew that an expert had attacked him, but he was not afraid. He was stuffing Ji Tianxian into the ground because he believed in his boss, Lin Ling. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Lin Ling. Slap his face. Seeing Lin Ling appear, Yun Tang roared. She did not dare to kill Lin Ling, but if it was about teaching him a lesson, why would she not dare? The mercury turned into a palm and pressed down on Lin Ling like it could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing many people in the restaurant to sneer. Lin Ling could not block an expert at the level of Xiandi. He would definitely be slapped in the face. At this moment, Lin Ling raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Cultivating the 36 heavenly mercury arts, you can easily comprehend the power of 36 Tao laws every time you break through. The power of this art is very strong, but unfortunately, this art came from the martial god realm. There is no corresponding healing art, so you will inevitably turn into mercury. Now, your internal organs should have turned into mercury. You must have borrowed some mercury from the silver wormlich every year, otherwise you would have died long ago. The silver wormlich is very difficult to cultivate, so it must have been given to you by the famous Jiang family. That is why you became their slave. The voice turned into soul power and went directly into Gangyin Xiandi's soul, causing his pupils to fiercely tremble. He immediately looked at the young man in front of him and said, "How do you know all this?" Unfortunately, what's the use of knowing? Sorry, for the sake of the silver wormlich, for the sake of survival, young hero, I still have to teach you a lesson. The ruthless palm was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, but in Gangyin Xiandi's eyes, the young man in front of him was as still as a mountain. This made him secretly sigh. This Lin Ling was not afraid even if the sky collapsed. He was much better than those heavenly emperors of Yun Tang. Unfortunately, If it were not for the fact that he had no choice, he would not want to teach this rising star a lesson. I can save you. However, at this moment, a confident voice floated over, causing Gang Xiandi's expression to change dramatically. The slap also stopped abruptly. Whoosh! Although the slap did not land on Lin Ling's face, it was still very close to Lin Ling. The terrifying astral wind blew Lin Ling's hair, but he still stood there like a pine tree, unmoving like the king of hell. Martial arts from the martial god realm are not something that can be practiced by warriors of this world. If I want to save you, I naturally have to use the martial god realm's method. Fortunately, I happen to know a kind of spiritual liquid called the Five-Wood Heaven-Shattering Liquid. It can enhance all of your vitality, including melting the mercury in your body. Lin Ling said indifferently. Gang Xiandi sucked in a breath of cold air and said, How do I know if you are telling the truth? The price of doubting me is very high, but you have no choice now because the silver wormlich is only a temporary measure. It can't prevent your body from melting into mercury. Therefore you have at most 100 years of life left. You have to gamble. Lin Ling said. Gang Xiandi's eyes kept flickering. He could not help but marvel at this young man's calmness. Even now, he could still talk to him calmly. Fine, I'll gamble. Gang Xiandi suddenly gritted his teeth. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's palm landed on his face and said, No one can slap me. Although you did not succeed, at least you had the intention. Also, this is the price you have to pay for doubting me. Gang Xiandi's eyes widened. Lin Ling slapped his face?